Chapter 50, The Battle Against the Dragon Golem that was 70% destroyed by the hero. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Chapter 50. The battle against the Dragon Golem that was 70% destroyed by the hero. Since Vandalu's death, attribute Mage job had reached level 100 after his 6th clearing of Borkus's sub, Dragon Savannah. He headed for the job. Changing room in the Adventurers Guild for the first time in over a year. Give me some fish sauce for this. Miso as well. Katsuobushi and kombu for me. Is there any honey? I want some wasabi, too. Give me some acorn powder. The giga eggs are sold out, huh? Then at least give me some eel. Ammonite is fine as well. The Adventurers Guild had been turned into a place where the food that Vandalu had invented, including the flavorings and kombu, was being distributed and traded. People would come here to receive a rationed amount, and if they wanted any more than that, they would have to barter using materials that they had gathered from the devil's nests. Requests for goods had been posted on a board so that the goods in short supply would be replenished, so it appeared as if the Adventurers Guild had begun operating again. If real Adventurers Guilds were full of ghouls and undead like this, going in and out would be easy, Vandalu said to himself. Leaving that wishful thinking aside, the ghouls and undead titans would be able to make acorn powder themselves without having to trade for it, though the flavorings would be impossible for them. When asked why they came to trade for it instead, these were the responses they gave. Hey, we get miso, fish sauce, kombu and agar distributed for free, and if we want more, all we have to do is pick up monster materials, magic stones and ingredients like acorns and bring them in to trade. Why should we have to spend time making it on our own? You have to break acorns, soak them in water for 3 days and then dry them before turning them into powder, right? Killing monsters is easier. It seemed that the undead titans and ghouls' sense of manual labor was very different to that of the humans on Earth. Well, it's much easier to go into a devil's nest and hunt an orc than raise a pig from birth for its meat, so I understand how they feel. Vandalu seemed to have been raised into quite the hunter himself. Incidentally, the amount of products Vandalu was producing had increased, so he had built a special manufacturing facility for things like acorn powder and walnut sauce. He had used his alchemy skill to make magic items imbued with spells like withering for drying and decomposition to decompose the flesh of the walnuts. Golems were set up in lanes to perform tasks like smashing, cooking and powdering the ingredients, so there was a lane of golems for making acorn powder and one for making walnut sauce. Seeing the golems shaped like mortars and other equipment at work reminded Vandalu of factories on Earth. The only fuel required was mana, so it was very economically and environmentally friendly. And in an emergency, the golems would change shape to participate in battle. It was a wonderful, environmentally friendly factory that didn't require any maintenance. I wonder if I can industrialize the nori and agar as well. If I made more labor necessary, it would create more jobs in the future. But the ghouls and titans are hunters, so maybe I don't need to worry. But in a few decades from now, there will be black goblins and Anubises who have aged and can't fight anymore. Vandalu contemplated these truly complicated factors. Well, let's leave thinking about the societal system for later on. So, the job. Change. I suppose I'll be a golem transmuter now. Vandalu could only acquire undiscovered jobs due to the cannot learn existing jobs curse. During his previous job. Change, golem transmuter was the available job that had appeared alongside death, attribute mage. So he would definitely be able to undergo a job. Change now. He calmed himself down and coolly reached out to touch the crystal ball in the job. Changing room. Jobs that can be selected. Golem transmuter undead tamer soul breaker venom fist user insect user, there's a lot more, Vandalu whispered in astonishment at the 5 jobs displayed in his head. It seemed that among the 3 curses Rodcourt had placed on him, this one was the most pointless. Well, it will probably cause trouble for me in the future. The reason Undead Tamer hadn't appeared previously is probably because I wasn't aware that undead can't normally be tamed until I heard about it from Eleonora. It's strange to think that whether the job is displayed or not is dependent on whether I'm aware of this fact, but it's probably something like that. It seems self-explanatory that this job will provide bonuses to undead-related skills, but many tamer-type jobs apparently don't provide a lot of bonuses to attribute values. Soul Breaker is clearly a job that has appeared because I acquired the Soul Breaker skill after destroying Serkrent's soul. Soul Break is a skill that applies its effects to all of my attacks. Wouldn't this job probably give me bonuses to a wide range of both magic-related and martial-type skills? As for its attribute value bonuses, I have no idea. It seems like it would increase strength and intelligence, though. And Venom Fist User. What is it? Could it be a job that appears for someone who uses death. Attribute magic after reaching a certain level with the unarmed fighting technique skill and killing a certain number of enemies with poison? It seems like it would probably give bonuses to unarmed fighting technique, strength, agility, and stamina, but it seems like the kind of job that would make people refuse to shake hands with me. It would break my heart if people refused a handshake or wiped their hands with a handkerchief after shaking my hand. There's no doubt that Insect User has appeared because I tamed the cemetery bees. Its bonuses to skills and attribute values are probably the same as Undead Tamer except applying to insects instead of undead. It would be a good job if it increases the amount of honey the bees produce. It might even be interesting to tame rhinoceros beetles and stag beetles so I can call myself the king of insects that I couldn't become on Earth. But I'm going with Golem Transmuter this time. Because the opponent I'm fighting next is a dragon golem. There were no stories telling what kind of inorganic mineral the golem was made of, and appraisal couldn't be used through the ice. There was a chance that the golem transmutation skill would be useful against the golem that was made of an unknown substance. Controlling it directly would be impossible, but the place where Vandalu would be fighting it was a large yet finite space. There was a floor, walls and, most importantly, a ceiling. In addition, the golem's wings had been broken. There was no chance that it would be able to fly freely. If I turn the floor and walls into golems and manipulate them, I should be able to rob the dragon golem of its freedom or at least slow its movements down. Golem transmutation was useful when I killed Serkrent and his subordinates. I've used it to develop golems that manufacture acorn powder and walnut sauce as well as repair Talashim's walls and royal castle. This skill should become important in helping me survive longer and making my life richer. You have selected Golem Transmuter. The levels of the strengthened followers and Golem transmutation skills have increased. Name: Vandalu race. Damper, Dark Elf, age 4 years old. Title: Ghoul King job. Golem Transmuter level 0. Job history. Death, attribute Mage attributes. Vitality 90 mana. 204,506,933 strength. 67 agility. 46 stamina. 71 intelligence. 238 passive skills. Superhuman strength. Level 1 rapid healing. Level 3 death, attribute magic. Level 5 status effect resistance. Level 5 magic resistance. Level 1 dark vision mental corruption. Level 10 death, attribute charm. Level 5 chant revocation. Level 3 strengthen followers. Level 7, level up. Automatic mana recovery. Level 3 active skills. Bloodsucking. Level 3 surpass limits. Level 4 golem transmutation. Level 5, level up. No attribute magic. Level 4 mana control. Level 4 spirit form. Level 2 carpentry. Level 4 engineering. Level 3 cooking. Level 2 alchemy. Level 3 unarmed fighting technique. Level 2 soul break. Level 1 multi-cast. Level 1 long range control. Level 1 curses experience gained in previous life not carried over, cannot learn existing jobs, unable to gain experience independently. When Vandeleur checked his status, he found that his attribute values hadn't increased as much as they had when he acquired the Death attribute Mage job. Well, that's probably just how the difference between a first job change and a second one is. Now then, time to go below the royal castle. Vandeleur paused and reconsidered. Before that, I need to test out my golem transmutation skill now that it's leveled up, and I should ask everyone how they're feeling now that my strengthened followers skill has leveled up as well. Vandeleur inspected the golem transmutation skill to find that it cost him less mana than before to create golems. If he were to cross the Boundary Mountain range again, he would be able to create the paths to do so at twice the speed that he had managed the first time. In the future, I might be moving the mountains out of the way rather than creating paths or digging a tunnel. Though I won't do it that carelessly, because it would be troublesome if I happen to come across some magma. I don't know anything about this world's geographical structure, anyway. Also, his golems had become stronger. It seemed that his golems had started being affected by strengthened followers. They wouldn't be able to put up a fight against the dragon golem, but they would probably be useful in the future. You really mustn't push yourself too hard, said Darcia. If you think it's too dangerous, you have to run away immediately, okay? That's what I intend to do, Mom, Vandeleur assured her. Bakken, may fortune be with you, said Sam. But it is also courage to escape when the situation calls for it. If the situation calls for it, I'll open a hole in the wall and come running back. Vandeleur and his carefully selected companions headed below the royal castle as Darcia and the others saw them off. The enemy they would be facing was the dragon golem. The hero who had been said to be destined to become S-class, a hero so powerful that he had killed Borkus with a single attack, had not been able to defeat this enemy. Its head, right arm, wings and tail had been destroyed, cracks were running all across its body and the magic spear was even still embedded in its chest. But even so, this was a powerful enemy for Vandeleur and his party to face. That was why Vandeleur had only chosen those who were rank 6 or above, those who could be revived by being placed in a new body if their current one was damaged, and those that Vandeleur was using to soak up damage. The rank 9 Borkus and the rank 8 Eleonora were obvious choices. Next were Zadiris and Vigoro, who were rank 6. And then there was Bone Man, Bone Wolf, Bone Monkey, Bone Bear, Bone Bird, Saria and Rita. They were still only rank 5, but their bodies were made of bones and suits of armor. Even if they were smashed into tiny pieces, they could be revived once Vandeleur prepared new bones and suits of armor. And as for meat shields, or rather, stone shields, Vandeleur was bringing 10 stone golems with him. This was a precaution that he was taking just in case the available materials in the dragon golem's chamber were brittle or they had been magically altered in a way that would make them difficult to turn into golems. They would sacrifice their bodies to slow the golem's movements and act as shields. They were made of the spirits of the orcs and goblins from Bugin's village, so Vandeleur intended to exploit them fully. Depending on what the dragon golem is made of, I'm afraid that it might be able to attack spirits, so please be very careful, Vandeleur warned his party. The wall of cursed ice is still in place, so I still don't know what the dragon golem is made of. I'm sure it's not going to be made of simple iron. If it's made of mithril, which has strong anti-magic properties, it will be hard for me and Zadiris to make an impact with our spells, said Vandeleur. Mithril can damage spirits as well. If that's the case, we'll be completely reliant on the physical attacks of Borkus and the others. It would be a relief if it were made of adamantite, since we wouldn't have to worry about it damaging spirits. But if it's made of adamantite, my sword won't be able to cut it. The situation would be reversed. We'd be reliant on your magical attacks, kid, said Borkus, tapping his fingers against the handle of Bugin's magic sword that he had received from Vandeleur. His sword was simply a magic sword with enhanced sharpness and strength, but its attacks were quite powerful. With this sword in hand, Borkus would be able to slice through the scales of an earth dragon with ease. Is it really that hard? Asked Vigoro, swallowing nervously upon hearing that even Borkus's sword wouldn't be able to cut through it. You bet, said Borkus. It's a magical metal so hard that even the scales and bones of inferior dragons are nothing like it. If you tried comparing iron to it, the iron might as well be slime. But if that is the case, Vandalyu.Sama's spells will be effective, said Eleonora. There is also the option of pulling that spear out and using it. Also, we have no choice but to aim for the cracks in its body, Zadiris added. Well, if its movements are slow, the boy simply needs to bury it in the floor. There are other options. Like using the broken pieces of the dragon golem that are lying around. Since they'll be made of the same material as the golem itself, they should at least serve as shields, said Vandalyu as he and his companions walked through the underground passage. There were still broken fragments of ice littered across the ground. Despite this being the one place in Talashim that not even a single undead entered for 200 years, it was the most ominous place in the city. However, Vandalyu had melted all of the walls of ice that served as barriers to enter. There was now nothing in their way. Then they arrived in front of the dragon golem's chamber. They could see a dragon made of a black metal through the ice. The danger of death is less than it was before, but, it's still there, said Vandalyu. What will we do? Shall we postpone this venture? Asked Saria. No, we'll press on, replied Vandalyu. It's a golem that defeated someone who almost possessed the power of an S.class adventurer, there's no way that we'll defeat it without facing any danger. In order to defeat the golem that was carefully made by the goddess herself without facing any danger, Vandalyu would either need to become more powerful than an S.class adventurer or make Borkus and the others all as strong as S.class adventurers. Vandalyu had gone from being a powerless baby with nothing but a large mana pool to becoming this powerful in a little over 4.5 years, but there was no telling how many years, how many decades it would take him to achieve that power. Darshia had told him not to push himself, but Vandalyu had no intention of waiting that long. I want to celebrate my birthday this year with a mother who has a physical body, Vandalyu thought as he cast enchantments on his party members. Zadiris and Eleonora cast their own spells as well. Everyone had their physical and magical damage resistance increased by Vandalyu's energy absorption. Their weapons had their attack power increased by Zadiris's Blade of Wind enchantment and their agility enhanced by her Blessing of Wind. Just in case, she cast Arrow Evasion which made it easier to dodge projectile attacks and offensive spells. It was a little regrettable that many of the party members were undead, so she couldn't use Light.attribute enchantments on them. Eleonora's Time.attribute spell, Acceleration, allowed them to move even faster. Finally, Vandalyu transferred mana to Zadiris and Eleonora until they were full and then their preparations were complete. Other than Borkus's magic sword and Vigoro's axe, everyone's equipment had been enhanced by monster materials and items obtained in the treasure chambers of cleared dungeons. Many pieces of their equipment were enhanced by earth dragon or rock dragon materials, or made of black steel, a lower value magical metal. Bone Wolf let out a growl. He and the other undead were the ones making the most extravagant use out of those materials. All of the major bones in their bodies had been replaced by those of dragons whose shape had been changed to match their skeletons. Even an ogre would be incapable of breaking their bones now. Well then, let's go, said Vandalyu. He raised a hand and began sucking the mana out of the wall of ice. It was thicker than the other walls of ice he had removed, but the difference wasn't great and the ice began melting steadily. The dragon golem sensed this and made a loud, slow movement. Sideways. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds passed. It wasn't retreating or approaching, it simply continued sideways and stopped in front of its own severed head that was on the ground. Could it be, it's going to pick it up and put it back on? This is bad. Everyone, split left and right and retreat. Vandalyu ordered. Vandalyu obeyed the warnings his instincts gave him and stopped his spell. Everyone followed his command and split into 2 groups. The shining black head of a dragon came flying through. The dragon golem had kicked its own head to launch it as a projectile weapon. It's quite the smart golem. Borkus spat as he avoided the dragon's head that had smashed the ice like brittle glass and destroyed all of the stone golems that were supposed to be their meat shields. And that's the metal of the gods, orichalcum. The fact that it destroyed the cursed ice that only Vandalyu.Sama should have been able to remove is proof of that. Eleonora said in a slightly trembling voice, making it clear what the dragon golem was made of. Orichalcum, mithril, adamantite, Damascus steel, black steel. All of these magical metals are high-quality materials, the most precious metals in this world. It is said that only the gods can handle them. One of these precious metals made up the entirety of the dragon golem's 30-meter long body. Using it for weapons and equipment is one thing, but what an amazing goddess, using it for a golem larger than a dinosaur, said Eleonora. Yuwa, if we brought all of that back, we'd be able to buy a country, said Rita. Well then, please bring it back, said Vandalyu. Rita, Saria, Bone Man, everyone, please gather the pieces of that golem, Vandalyu ordered as he dashed into the chamber behind Borkus and Eleonora. Letting out a noise that was difficult to tell whether it was a roar or the sound of creaking metal, the dragon golem thrashed around with dull but powerful movements. You! Dragon Slayer! Borkus struck the dragon golem with his prided, most powerful martial skill, but though it made a loud impact against its cracked arm, he didn't manage to cause any new damage. Sheet! Gh! Borkus swore as he was repelled by the dragon golem's arm and sent flying like a ball in a sports match. The enchantments that had been placed on him broke like fragile glass. There's no way you can get through orichalcum that's even harder than adamantite, is there? Eleonora said in exasperation as she flew through the air, trying to find an opening. Her objective was, of course, the spear embedded in the golem's chest. I'll pull it out and use it as a weapon. Even if I can't do that, if I thrust it deeper into the golem, it should deal some damage. Vital spots exist for golems other than those created by Vandalyu. Their heads or bodies contain cores that are the source of the mana that powers them. A golem hand made by a goddess should be no exception. Since the golem already has no head, the core should be somewhere in that body. If it's broken, the golem will stop moving. If I'm going to aim for anything, it has to be that. The current situation. Borkus was being stopped by Vandalyu's impact, negating barrier before he hit the wall. Vigoro had decided to give up on attacking after seeing Borkus's sword have no effect, and it seemed that he was now devoting himself to acting as bait. Zadiris was attacking with wind and light attribute spells, but they were having no effect against the mass of orichalcum that had even greater anti-magic properties than mithril. The ones who were playing the biggest role were probably Bone Wolf and the other undead. Yuan, roared Bone Bear. They had been unable to increase their ranks to surpass being rotten beasts, but Vandalyu had flooded them with his mana to cause them to become rank 5 hell beasts and, in Bone Bird's case, a hell bird. All of the bones of their bodies were now the crimson color of fresh blood. Their crimson bodies were picking up broken pieces of the dragon golem in their jaws, scooping them up in their arms and dragging them along with their claws to gather them up. This was to make sure that the dragon golem wouldn't use them as projectile weapons like it had done with its own head, and also so that they could be used. Bakken, do you think that you could make a golem with this? Rita asked incredulously. It's repelling my mana, turning it into a golem is impossible, replied Vandalyu. It seemed that it would be difficult to use directly. Vandalyu.Sama, stop the golem's movements, shouted Eleonora, as if to say that this would be her time to shine. Vandalyu answered her request by using golem transmutation to turn the floor into a golem. Yuan. Countless arms extended from the floor and grasped the dragon golem's legs. However, the dragon golem moved with a creak and they broke like twigs. Its movements were slow, but its power was extraordinary. However, it began focusing on trying to destroy the floor. Turned golem at its feet, its decision-making ability seemed to be flawed from having lost its head, or perhaps it found the floor golem extremely irritating. This is it. Eleonora used acceleration to accelerate the flow of time around herself and flew towards the dragon golem's chest. She forcefully took hold of the spear's handle, and pushed. Gah! Eleonora let out a gasp as an icicle made of cursed ice appeared from the magic spear she had grasped and pierced her chest. She had been aware that artifacts often rejected anyone other than their owners when touched. Impossible, even after 200 years, however, she hadn't expected that this weapon would still respond over 200 years after its owner had perished. The icicle had pierced Eleonora's heart magnificently. There was no saving her. But Vandalyu would likely raise her as an undead after her death and make use of her. In that case, I should push this magic spear even a little deeper into the golem while I'm still alive, for the sake of my master who is the most fearsome being in this world. For this purpose, Eleonora produced mana bullets behind her and released them at both herself and the magic spear. Even if the magic spear itself is made of orichalcum, even if it's covered in cursed ice that won't let anyone near it, I should be able to push it at least a little deeper with this. But the mana bullets she had created with the last of her strength vanished. Nuria. Dragon Slayer. Iron Tear. Circular Axe Whip. Borkus and Vigoro, wielding misshapen lumps of metal that couldn't be called swords or axes, struck the dragon golem with them. The dragon golem's body creaked and the cracks in its surface began to spread. Even as Eleonora felt surprise at this sight, her consciousness became distant. And then the icicle was broken and tossed away. The next thing she knew, Vandalyu was looking down at her. "I'm sorry. I could sense the danger, but I couldn't stop you in time," he said. "But please don't try to accomplish things at the cost of your own life." Ka. Apollo, Eleonora tried to apologize while coughing blood. "It would be best if you don't talk," Vandalyu told her. And then his claws grew longer right before her eyes. "Because my body is small, this is all that I can give you." Vandalyu's blood dripped onto Eleonora's face. She reacted instinctively to the smell of its rich mana, opened her mouth and accepted it. Her heart began to regenerate rapidly. It should have been impossible for her heart to recover after being destroyed to this extent. "I kept your death away," Vandalyu explained. "As long as I have my mana, no wound is fatal. I'm sure it hurts, but please do your best to heal." "It's already healed," said Eleonora. "Thanks to your blood," she added. "To think that I made a complete recovery after having my heart pierced through." Eleonora could feel power flowing throughout her entire body just from licking the remainders of Vandalyu's blood on her lips. If Vandalyu hadn't ordered Eleonora to use her normal tone of speech, she would have been praising him as her lord and expressing her gratitude and loyalty by kissing his feet. However, this was a time where she should express her loyalty through her work. "Give me a sword as well," she said. Please wait a moment." Vandalyu was unable to create a sword for her right away. He was currently casting 3 spells simultaneously. He had attached handles to broken orichalcum fragments that Bone Bear and the other undead had gathered and barely managed to alter the shapes of the lumps of metal so that at least the swordsmanship and axe technique skills could be used with them, forming crudely made orichalcum weapons. They were trying to return to their original shape like a memory alloy, so the 2 instances of golem transmutation that he was using for the 2 weapons to prevent that were 2 spells. Transforming the floor into a golem to impair the dragon golem's movements was another spell. Making Eleonora's weapon would be the 4th. Maintaining the shape of the orichalcum fragments was using up a particularly large amount of his mana. "Boy, you are so hot that my hands are almost burning," Zadiris warned him. She was helping alleviate his symptoms by casting healing magic on his head. "Please bear with it for a little while longer," said Vandalyu. "No, won't you worry about yourself a little more?" Zadiris sighed. "It's alright, surpass limits is still taking effect." "Boy. Surely you are not under the impression that you can surpass your limits endlessly." Zadiris showed her anger while wearing a smile. I don't need a sword anymore. I'll sit here quietly and watch, said Eleonora, taking back her request. Vandalyu decided to obey their wishes and stay put as well. And it seems that things will be fine even if we just watch from now on. With each swing of Borkus and Vigoro's crude weapons, the cracks in the dragon golem's body grew larger and deeper. The stone golems that Vandalyu had rebuilt were acting as decoys for the dragon golem's counterattacks, and each time more pieces of orichalcum broke off its body, Bone Monkey and the other undead gathered and discarded them so that the golem couldn't use them as projectile weapons. The dragon golem that had limited options for attacking and dulled movements after being more than half destroyed by Mikhail wasn't even an enemy now that a method of inflicting damage to it had been found. The only thing to be careful of now was the self-protecting mechanism of the magic spear that had pierced Eleonora's heart. Borkus and Vigoro simply needed to make sure they didn't accidentally touch it, so it wasn't a substantial threat. With a loud sound, the dragon golem's right leg collapsed. Half of its one remaining arm dropped onto the ground. And then its torso followed, crumbling as the dragon golem fell. They had won. Everyone believed it. The only casualties were the stone golems. Borkus, Vigoro, and the undead let out a shout of victory. Vandalyu didn't doubt their victory either. He looked towards the door on the wall far behind where the dragon golem had stood. The resurrection device that he had been unable to search for up until now was likely behind that door. With this, he would be able to resurrect Darshia. But then that confident belief turned into fear. Run! Countless icicles exploded outwards from the dragon golem, drowning out Vandalyu's shouted warning. Chapter 51, You're an Enemy. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Chapter 51. You're an enemy. Icicles extended with explosive force from the cracks in the dragon golem's torso. Vandalyu and Eleonora were far away, but Vigoro and the others had been caught up in it with no chance to react. Bone Wolf and Bone Bird let out screams as the icicles pierced them while bones and pieces of armor flew and rolled across the ground all the way over to Vandalyu. Ednel.co Vandalyu's eyes met with those of a skull that had landed nearby. Bone Man. What about your other parts? He asked. Ju. My lower half is on the other side and my left arm has been swallowed by the ice. The rest is all around this area, replied Bone Man, his lower jaw and teeth clattering energetically. It seemed that he had split himself into pieces to escape the icicles. As expected of an undead, said Zadiris. I've started to lose confidence in my own immortality, said Eleonora. The two of them smiled bitterly with relief and looked up to see Rita and Saria, who were combining their armor pieces to make up a single suit of armor now that they lacked the parts to make two. Vigoro was unharmed and Borkus was getting onto his feet, despite having now properly lost half of his head rather than just his face. It seemed that there was surprisingly little damage done. Those icicles. That cursed ice moved with the dragon golem's fragments that cover it like armor, said Vandalyu. The surface of the ice has orichalcum fragments in it, so it nullified my energy absorption and Zadiris's arrow evasion. On top of that, the cursed ice was a special substance that only orichalcum and Vandalyu's death attribute magic could break down. Bone Man and some of the other undead had managed to avoid the icicles by splitting themselves into pieces, but Bone Monkey and Bone Bear had instinctively tried to stop the ice to no avail. Bone Bird, who was missing a leg, gave a sorrowful cry. Vandalyu saw the crimson color of Bone Monkey's femur fade away, returning to its original white color. My lord. Bone Man began. I know. Vandalyu used spirit form transformation on his right hand, connected it to the spirits of Bone Monkey, Bone Bear and Bone Wolf and poured his mana into them to preserve their damaged spirits. Their spirits had been gravely wounded by the orichalcum, and though it was possible to heal them, it would be difficult to have them return to fighting shape right away. Is everyone alright? Shouted Vigoro. TCH. My good looks have been ruined. Borkus lamented. They were both still holding their weapons, which were crude and barely weapon-shaped at all. But they were still weapons made of orichalcum. They had managed to block the orichalcum-covered icicles with these to protect themselves. "Here you are, Rita. Jushin," said Borkus. "Thank you," replied Rita. While Vigoro was unharmed, the skull-like right half of Borkus's face had been broken, because he had immediately grabbed the bra portion of Rita's bikini armor. "I was thinking about how embarrassing it would be to fight in front of everyone with my chest exposed," she continued. "Chest, you say? There's nothing there," said Borkus, seemingly disappointed at the fact that Rita was still just a spirit other than her armor, but it seemed that she had no intention of being upset by his remark. "Once my spirit form skill levels up like father's, you will be able to see it," she told him. "Bakken, what will we do now?" "Let's see. Is there anyone who can explain this situation?" Vandalyu asked. "I can speculate," said Eleonora, pointing a finger towards the combined mass of the ice and the remains of the golem. It had begun writhing and creaking after icicles had exploded outwards. She was pointing at the magic spear that was still embedded in the dragon golem's chest. "That magic spear, Ice Age, has probably gone wild. The dragon golem has been stopping its functions up until now, but I'm sure it took mana from the dragon golem's core to release that explosion of ice. I couldn't have imagined that it would be capable of doing something like this, nor that its self-protection mechanism would still be functioning. In other words, it seemed that it was all Mikhail's fault." "Then do you know what's going to happen to it now?" asked Vandalyu. "I don't know what has caused the magic spear to go wild or how exactly it is receiving power from the golem's core, but if it's just on a rampage with no purpose it will keep thrashing around indiscriminately until it runs out of mana." "Indiscriminately," Vandalyu repeated. "I see. Into the walls or the floor, or perhaps towards the resurrection device beyond the door." The headless dragon golem whose legs had sprouted orichalcum-tipped icicles like the legs of an octopus or a squid. Or rather, the magic spear, Ice Age, was doing something far more terrible than Eleonora's prediction. It was moving directly behind it, towards the resurrection device. "We must stop that rotten spear," said Vandalyu. There was now no other choice. There would be no point in reorganizing another party to come back, the resurrection device would already be destroyed by then. "Yeah. Leave it to me," shouted Borkus. He and Vigoro began running, crude orichalcum weapons in hand. Since the ice was cursed ice, only they and Vandalyu could deal a decisive blow to Ice Age. Their attacks landed in an interesting way. The legs made of ice made no attempt to avoid the attacks, they were broken and pieces of ice scattered across the floor. However, no matter how much they broke, the amount of ice wasn't decreasing. "No. There's no end to this," said Vigoro. "It's the mana. As long as that golem's core still contains mana, that spear will keep making more ice," said Borkus. As Ice Age's ice was not a part of its body like a golem, no matter how much of it broke, there was no damage to Ice Age itself. Since it was using the ice as limbs, breaking it would slow down its movement, but that would be nothing more than stalling for time. Vandalyu was trying to stop it as well by turning the floor into a golem, but the ice crushed it easily and continued onwards, slowly but surely. "Then I'll smash the spear itself." Instant response. Borkus moved with a speed that was difficult to imagine possible for his enormous body, running up the ice and closing the distance to Ice Age itself. However, before he could get close enough for his weapon to reach it, countless icicles appeared and were launched towards him. Sheet. The ice near the spear is damn fast. Faced with this machine-gun fire of icicles, even Borkus had no choice but to stop and fall back. But as the icicles were being fired straight after being created, there were no orichalcum fragments included in the attack. Even if they hit Borkus, they wouldn't really cause any serious damage as he was a zombie. However, it seemed that the icicles stayed under Ice Age's control after being fired, he could see that they writhed unpleasantly after being repelled by his sword. If they hit him and pinned him down, he would be immobilized until Vandeleur melted them for him. Damn it! I couldn't defeat the weapon's owner and now I can't even win against the weapon itself. Borkus bellowed. He wasn't giving up, he began looking for another opportunity. Vandeleur, we need more help. Vigoro was still breaking the legs made of ice away from the spear to buy more time. Both of them were probably aiming to make it run out of mana. However, the ice being generated by Ice Age showed no signs of weakening. I can't bear to watch this any longer, said Eleonora, picking up an orichalcum fragment and flying into battle. Rita, we're going too, said Saria. The two of them picked up one of the orichalcum fragments that were shaped more appropriately and followed Eleonora's lead. And then they began attacking Ice Age's legs with that orichalcum fragment. Its shape wasn't very good for using as a weapon, but fortunately the two of them possessed considerable physical strength. Smashing the orichalcum into the ice with all of their strength was enough to break it. Eleonora used her large orichalcum fragment as a shield as she moved to join Borkus. She blocked the icicle projectiles as she looked for the smallest chance. Even the one-legged bone bird was screeching as it fired its spirit form feathers. It knew that it couldn't break the ice, but it wanted to buy as much time as possible. Everyone was fighting with everything they had so that Vandeleur could acquire the resurrection device. But it seemed that Vandeleur could do nothing more. He was already managing 6 spells simultaneously. He had stopped turning the floor near Ice Age's legs into golems as it was completely ineffective, but he was maintaining the shape of 2 orichalcum weapons, and the spirit form transformation on his right hand to protect each of the fallen undead spirits made 4 more. 6 in total. Even with the multi-cast spell, he was past his limits. His surpass limits skill was already active, as was his rapid healing skill. Zadiris was murmuring the incantations for light attribute healing spells, but even so, it felt like his brain was boiling. No matter how big a lake is, there is only so much water that a bucket can draw from it at a time. In same way, no matter how large Vandeleur's mana pool was, there was a limit to how many spells he could cast at a time. What should I do? What was happening now wasn't a fight to the death. If Vandeleur left it like this, nobody would die. Only the resurrection device will be destroyed. That spear was clearly moving with some kind of intent. It would have been unnatural for it to head in a straight path towards the place where the resurrection device was likely to be if it was simply on a rampage. It was the spear once wielded by Mikhail, the divine spear of ice, the spear forged for heroes by the god of ice who served Paria, the goddess of water and knowledge. It was unmistakably a legendary class, or maybe even mythical class artifact. In that case, it wasn't strange to think that it had a mind of its own. And that mind considered Mikhail, the justice of the champion Bellwood and the justice of the god of law and fate, Alda, as true justice. The champion who didn't accept things from other worlds, denying and destroying existing prosperity for the sake of this world's own culture and civilization despite not knowing how long those would take to develop. The god who doesn't acknowledge the lives of those who don't obey his laws, who still passes on discriminatory teachings against the races created by Veda even after 100,000 years have passed. The hero who dealt the fatal blow to the nation of Titans in their name. The crazed magic spear of that hero was trying to destroy the resurrection device that Vandeleur desired. There was some truth to their beliefs. It couldn't be said that they were completely wrong. So then, was Vandeleur the one who was wrong? Was his desire to resurrect his dead mother an absolute evil? That wasn't right, was it? Treating the wounded, curing the sick. Extending the lives of creatures who will eventually die one day is always a good thing, so why should only the resurrection of someone who is dead be considered evil? I won't acknowledge their beliefs. So I have no choice but to win. How can I do that? I have mana. I have mana, but I can't win like this. I don't have enough brains, I have too few brain cells. What should I do? Boy, you are at your limit. Zadiris's voice was full of sorrow. Vandeleur was at his limit, he couldn't do any more. Could he only watch as the battle was lost, as the hope he had gained was taken away from him? There was one way. If he gave up on the spirits of Bone Monkey and the other wounded undead, there would be less burden on his brain. But he couldn't do that. The resurrection device was his hope to gain something. What use would it be if he lost something to get his hands on it? At first, Bone Monkey and the others had been nothing but tools to him. But now they were his important servants that he had raised up to this point. He could replace their bones no matter how many times they were broken, but he couldn't replace their spirits. That's right, their spirits are. Ah, right. I do have another brain, don't I? Realizing this, Vandeleur began to split into two. Boy. At least, this is how it appeared to Zadiris. However, she quickly realized that this wasn't the case. Spirit form. Vandeleur was now separate from his physical body. He was having an out-of-body experience. Normally, a body with no soul would collapse and stop moving, like a dead tree. However, Vandeleur was still using his body through magic. The spirit-form Vandeleur was controlling the physical Vandeleur through the long-distance control skill that he had acquired. With this, I have two brains, said Vandeleur. Zadiris, please take care of my physical body. Yes, leave it to me. Zadiris was startled by the fact that Vandeleur was speaking through both his spirit form and his physical body, but she quickly focused on her healing spells. With this, he could split the 6 spells he had barely been managing to maintain, with each brain managing 3. But it was still not enough. In order to stop that miserable, God-made stick, he needed more. But what more could he do? My brain is. I'm in spirit form right now. Then do I even need to worry about my shape? Vandeleur looked at his physical body to see his right arm under spirit form transformation, split into 3 to preserve the spirits of the wounded undead by providing them with mana. When he used spirit form transformation on his physical body, he was able to freely change its shape like he was doing with his right arm. With that being the case, he would certainly be able to change his shape now that he was completely in spirit form. Vandeleur's vision expanded. Manipulating his spirit form with his spirit form skill, his head split into 2 at the neck. Now he had 3 brains. It still wasn't enough. He quickly added more. Now he had 5 brains. Using his new brains, he made golems. He made more and more. He embedded orichalcum fragments in the golems he made. In short, he was now doing the same thing as that stick. He mixed orichalcum instead of ice into his golems that he made from the floor and walls so that it could be used as a weapon. Stone men with black metal protruding from their bodies roared as they rammed themselves into the octopus of ice, one after another. "Bakken," exclaimed Rita. "Why is your appearance like that? There are 2 of you and you have so many heads." "I didn't see nothing," shouted Vigoro. "Ah! How terrifyingly beautiful," remarked Eleonora. As golem reinforcements appeared one after another as if Vandeleur was trying to use up all of the walls and open a giant hole in the floor, everyone had turned around in surprise to see 2 Vandalius, and one of them had a rather grotesque appearance. They were surprised, but for some reason, Eleonora's eyes showed signs of awe and excitement. "Everyone, pay no attention to my lord's appearance. You must fight." Bone Man shouted from the ground near Vandeleur's feet. "Move your hands, not your mouths," Borkus said, reprimanding them. Bone Man and Borkus's voices returned them to their senses, and they returned to work once more to destroy the ice. Indeed, this was simply work now. The magic spear was indeed a legendary class artifact. However, it would normally never have the power to fight battles on its own. It was merely using some method to utilize the huge amount of mana contained in the dragon golem's core in order to produce and manipulate ice in order to make its struggling movements. That was why the movements of the cursed ice were slow and stiff. If it were made of normal ice, Borkus and the others would have broken all of it long ago even without orichalcum weapons. That cursed ice was being swarmed with countless golems with orichalcum fragments attached, broken by Vigoro and the armor sisters and even directly melted by Vandalyu's death. Attribute magic. It couldn't even maintain the shape of its ice even though it had stopped firing projectiles, let alone repel Borkus and the others. This damn spear is so annoying. Borkus struck the spear as it struggled in vain, sending it flying out of the thick chest of the golem that it had been embedded in and spinning onto the floor. The ice stopped moving at that instant. Is it over? Vandalyu wondered as he returned to his physical body. He felt dizzy for a moment as his extra fields of vision disappeared, but Sidiris stopped him from falling to his knees. Whoa! Thank you, but why are you holding onto my head so tightly? He asked her. I was just thinking that it would be terrible if this head were to split into multiple as well. Sidiris had both arms wrapped around Vandalyu's head. It seemed that she had been very shocked by the division of his spirit form head. Vandalyu had frequently branched his arms out into tentacle-like shapes with spirit form transformation, however. Did dividing his head make more of an impact than his arms? More importantly, the first thing I need to do is prepare bodies for Bone Bear and the others. Vandalyu really wanted to rush to the resurrection device. But that could come last. Reviving the undead came first. He could heal their wounded spirits after putting them in bodies. It wouldn't take much time or effort. But as Vandalyu attempted to return them to normal, their spirits growled in protest. They had become burdens to Vandalyu, they were weak. They didn't want to be returned to normal because they wanted to become stronger. Bone Bird let out a cry. It seemed to be in agreement, intending to join them. I think it's possible, but are you sure? Vandalyu asked. If I do this, I don't know if I can undo it. Bone Bird nodded, as did Bone Wolf and his companions. Their spirits had already lost the appearance of when they were alive, they were now skeleton-shaped. They had originally been the wandering spirits of animals and insects. They had no memories of how they had appeared when they were alive, and they already had almost no memories of before they were turned into undead. Their loyalty to Vandalyu was the most important thing to them. It was because of him that they were now immortal creatures with no limited lifespan, no need to eat or reproduce, without the chains of animal instinct binding them. I understand. Bone Bird's spirit came out of its body. The spirits of the others lost their shapes, and all of the spirits mixed together. The bones of Bone Bear and the others that had been scattered around rolled across the floor to gather in one spot. And then the spirits that had combined with each other and lost their shapes entered that spot. A monster made of bones let out a roar as it was born. It was built like the pieces of different puzzle sets had been forcibly joined, the bones of a bear, a monkey, a wolf and a bird were combined together. It was a chimera with a body consisting of bones. A Japanese person might think it was a new asterisk made only of bones. This is a bone chimera. A creature born of a single malicious entity trapped in the bones of multiple animals, humans and monsters. This is the first time I am seeing one, said Sidiris. Bone Bird, Bone Monkey, Bone Wolf, Bone Bear, Bone Man. This is a splendid display of loyalty. I am still here, said Bone Man. Ah, that is right. Bone Man's skull was still lying on the ground. The magic spear's rampage was over, so his bones were steadily gathering together, however. Bone Man, please let me know if there are any bones you are missing, said Vandalyu. As you will. Vandalyu headed towards the magic spear lying on the floor, bringing Bone Chimera with him. Vandalyu-sama, it's dangerous to approach that spear. Eleonora said, trying to stop him, but he waved her down with his hand. As to be expected of an artifact, there wasn't a single scratch on the magic spear. Vandalyu enveloped it in dark, death. Attribute mana and then touched it. Do not touch me, shouted a voice echoing inside his head. It seemed that this magic spear had a clearer personality than Vandalyu had expected. A weapon with conscious intelligence, should this be called an intelligent weapon? Filthy damper. I do not know what your intentions may be, but they will certainly be crushed by Mikhail's successor, my future owner. Enjoy your brief victory while it lasts. Ah, I'm not interested in that stuff, so can I ask you to tell me some things regarding the current situation? You were a spear originally created to serve Paria, not Alda, weren't you? Asked Vandalyu. Judging from the angry, distressed tone of Ice Age, he could guess that Yupian, the god of ice, had similar views to Alda and the champion Belwood, unlike Tristan, the god of the seas who had mated with Vita to become one of the ancestors of the Mare people. Ice Age, an artifact created by Yupian, shared his views. And the hero it had acknowledged as its owner over 200 years ago was Mikhail, the divine spear of ice. He had been a devout believer of Alda, a hero who believed in the justice of the Amid Empire and Merg Shield. Nation from the bottom of his heart. However, he had been narrowly defeated by the goddess. Made Dragon Golem, and Ice Age was left embedded in the golem's chest, separated from its owner. In this world, those who lost their lives can never come back. In Mikhail's absence, Ice Age had decided to use his cursed ice to seal away the resurrection device that overturned this law of his own accord so that nobody would ever touch it. Normally, he wouldn't have been capable of doing this without his owner despite being an artifact. But by coincidence, he had been able to use the Dragon Golem's core that was lightly touching its tip and receive the necessary supply of mana from there. He had built multiple walls that only Mikhail could pass through. The wall that contained Zandia's hand was not Mikhail's doing, but Ice Age's. But it was not Mikhail or the one who bears his will, but you who came to this place. An insolent creature such as you who toys with life, accompanied by two filthy undying creatures. How regrettable it is that I was only one step away from completely crushing your ambitions, screamed Ice Age. That's what? Vandalyu was about to say, that's a shame, but then he had noticed something strange about Ice Age's words. 2. He said, 2. Even if you exclude Rita and Saria, there's Borkus, Bone Man, Bone Bear. 6 in total. I'm sure this guy wouldn't use a different counter between undead people and animal star. So why 2? The first time I came here, it was me, Borkus and Mwaza, the three of us. Is that what he means? Vandalyu didn't know how good this magic spear's 5 senses were, but it seemed that it had been working even while embedded in the Dragon Golem's chest. It was obvious once he thought about it. In this state, Ice Age had created walls of ice at the entrance to this chamber, the distant corridor and the entrance leading to this underground area. After all, it wasn't strange to think that he had noticed Vandalyu and his companions when they had visited this place around 2 years ago. So what has this guy been doing up until now? When a damper who was able to melt his cursed ice appeared in the company of 2 undead instead of Mikhail's successor, what did he do in this period of over a year? Vandalyu, what's wrong with you all of a sudden? Are you talking with that spear? Hello? Bakken, what's the matter? Taking no notice of Vigoro and Saria's voices, Vandalyu began to run towards the door that the Dragon Golem had been protecting. The door, which was made of the same material as the wall and difficult to spot, opened on its own as Vandalyu approached. It had probably been set to open once its guardian, the golem, was defeated. On the other side of the door was a large pipe made of some unidentified glass-like substance, a magic circle, a monolith with indecipherable characters engraved on it and something that resembled a flat-screen television from Earth. All of them had been pierced by icicles, damaged and broken. Foo. Foo-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha. It seems that it has worked well. I could obtain mana from the golem's core, but I had become unable to move in exchange for that. I was unsure whether I had managed to destroy the device with the ice that I created in that distant space, but it is a relief to see that I succeeded. Your evil plans have fallen apart, Damper. Ice Age's harsh, loud laughter sounded repulsive to Vandalyu's ears. Behind him, Bone Chimera let out a sorrowful cry while Vigoro and the others stood there, frozen in place. And then Vandalya turned his wide-open eyes towards Ice Age. If it's broken, I just have to fix it, and if that's impossible, I just have to find another way. I'll never give up on resurrecting Mom. But before that, I have to dispose of this thing. You would destroy me, Damper. It is indeed likely possible for an insolent creature such as you who is even capable of manipulating orichalcum, something that only the gods should be allowed to do. However, doing so would be meaningless. I am an artifact created by Yupian, the god of ice. I am essentially a clone of him. Even if this spear is destroyed, my consciousness will return to Yupian and one day I shall stand before you once more in the hands of another hero like Mikhail. And then I shall sever the thread of your evil life, along with your filthy undying creatures. Vandalya felt nauseous as he listened to the repulsively confident voice that had absolute belief in its own righteousness. I'll ask you just to make sure. Are you serious? Despite his nausea, Vandalya asked the spear this question, just to be absolutely certain about his upcoming decision. Of course. If you should regret anything, regret your own cursed birth. Then I will destroy you. Vandalya stabbed his spirit-form fingers into the magic spear. He felt the orichalcum resist, tearing off his skin. He felt pain, as if his exposed flesh and bone were being scraped away by a file. Ice Age's voice turned into a screaming noise. It sounded so pleasant to Vandalya's ears that he forgot his own pain. It seems that you're a clone of a great god, but you're one of our genuine enemies, he said. Since you've said that you will curse us and deny us with all of your might, with not a single shred of mercy, with no exception, then I have no choice but to do this. It was possible that Ice Age didn't know why Vandalya had wanted to obtain the resurrection device. But it didn't matter. In that case, that would simply mean that Ice Age had said evil intentions, while not knowing anything. If that was the case, Dampiers were an absolute evil to him, worse than insects that caused only great harm while having no benefits to existing, whose intentions were not even worth listening to. That was to be expected. This spear believed Mikhail's actions had been those of justice. The actions of the hero who had believed his home nation was good for obeying the orders of the Empire to invade the Titan nation that was doing nothing more than prospering in the area surrounded by the mountain range. The hero who had put an end to that nation. And he even called those who had turned into undead after being killed by that hero filthy. As long as this magic spear existed, he would continue cursing Vandalya and his companions for being evil and watch vigilantly for an opportunity to tear out their entrails with his tip. That was the kind of existence he was. If I left someone like you alone, I wouldn't be able to calmly look for a way to resurrect my mother, and I would definitely be unable to become happy in the future, said Vandalya. Ah, there it is. I thought it would be here since you said you're a clone of a god. I'm glad I found it. Even I can't destroy something that doesn't exist. Ice Age continued screaming unintelligibly. You, bastard. You would turn a god into your enemy. No, we're enemies of your god no matter what we do, aren't we? So it doesn't matter what I do, does it? What was Ice Age trying to say after he had already destroyed any opportunity for negotiations, reconciliation, harmony, or a truce, all on his own? Had he said and done all of these things with so little resolve that he expected to remain unharmed afterwards? If so, Vandalya couldn't help but admire his nerve. He would find it impossible to be so bold. I think it's impossible for you to do this, but if you can, please tell him something for me, said Vandalya. Tell him that he's my enemy. Mika. Ice Age's wonderful song stopped and the clear sound of a cloned god's soul being destroyed rang out. The levels of the golem transmutation, spirit form, multi-cast, soul break and long-distance control skills have increased. You have acquired the unique skill, God Slayer. Side Story Chapter 1, In a Divine Realm. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Side Story Chapter 1. In a divine realm in the space between worlds, Rodcourt, the god who ruled over the circles of transmigration *4 multiple worlds including Earth, Origin and Lambda, had created a place that could be called a divine realm and was currently sitting in there. This was also the place that the souls of the 100 people who had died on Earth had once gathered. Rodcourt was currently observing Origin's present state. As a god, he was capable of seeing many things happening there from outside the world. He was far from omniscient, but he could gain a general picture of things. The lapsing of Origin into chaos is inevitable. I suppose the cause lies in the existence of Amamiya Hiroto and his death, he said, speaking to himself. The world where magic and science coexisted, where Vandelyu had lived during his second lifetime, where Amamiya Hiroto and the others who were reincarnated there were still living. Rodcourt considered this world to be as far developed as Earth, but it was falling deep into chaos. The cause of this was Vandelyu. Amamiya Hiroto's death attribute. The military nation that had used him as an experimental animal extorted death attribute mana out of him and produced a large number of magic items that exceeded common sense. Cookware capable of fermenting food to make it reach the optimum level of maturity in an instant. Storage cabinets that kept food preserved almost permanently. Medical equipment that removed any poison and illness from the body without causing any harmful effects. Pills that restored the organs with impaired function due to aging, illness or injury. Hair regrowth medicine that restored lost hair. Things that had been impossible through other attributes of magic and previous science. Things that had been theoretically possible but almost impossible to actually create in practice. Such things had been created at unbelievably low costs. That death attribute mana had created dream-like produce and domestic livestock, led to the announcement of cures for previously incurable viruses, pathogens and hereditary diseases and even made cryogenic sleep possible. Research had almost reached the secret behind immortality. If one were to ask whether such things were possible with death attribute mana alone, the answer is that it really was. At a glance, the death attribute may seem like a simple counterpart to the life attribute. Indeed, the things both attributes were capable of were similar, and if the life attribute transcends its highest limits, it can achieve exceedingly close results. However, they are not completely the same. The reason is because life is energy. No matter how much energy one adds, no matter how much one tries to limit its consumption, it will run out eventually. In other words, death occurs. The death attribute is the one that governs over death. It is able to remove the phenomenon of death from living things. It is free to accelerate or stop decomposition. In the same way, it is simple to produce things that can eliminate poison and illnesses. It is not even difficult to return failing organs and cells to a healthy state. However, the military nation that discovered the death attribute had caused Amamiya Hiroto to die in their reckless experiments. And the others who had reincarnated in this world had thoroughly destroyed him. Not even a single fragment of his mana had been left behind. Nobody could create death attribute magic items anymore. The research could not continue. The produce and livestock that had been created still remained, but those alone weren't enough to satisfy mankind. The military nation was internationally condemned for the existence of the research laboratory that had conducted illegal experiments that completely ignored human rights. Its president and the high officials that had been involved with the laboratory resigned, but that was only the beginning. The dream-like magic items that the military nation had been producing and selling were now completely impossible to create. The largest nation in the international committee that had condemned the military nation for its actions immediately began research on the death attribute. Amamiya Hiroto had killed most of the researchers in the original laboratory and consumed much of their spirits. Their souls were just barely intact, but their memories and personalities were not in a state for them to be useful, so even methods such as necromancy were useless. The few survivors, the remaining research materials and the death attribute magic items possessed by each nation were all gathered for analysis in a desperate attempt to reproduce the death attribute. The people in power had been lured by the industrial and medical advances offered by the death attribute, or rather, the word immortality, which had almost been achieved. The military nation had become much weaker, but as long as the powerful men of the world continued to desire immortality, the secret feuds between the federal states, commonwealths, republics and new nations would surface in a large way. War could break out and cause the loss of millions, tens of millions of lives. I don't really care about that, but Rodcourt had no interest in calculating those numbers. In fact, people being killed in war would be a wonderful thing, he would welcome them with open arms. He was the god who ruled over the circles of transmigration, after all. It would be problematic if people didn't die and come to be reborn. Even if tens of millions of people were to die all at once, Rodcourt's transmigration system wouldn't have any difficulties in dealing with them. It could process up to 1 trillion people at a time. There would be no problem at all. Origin had a population of 10 billion people. Only a small number, not even 1% of them, would die in war and their numbers would soon increase again afterwards. Things would be back to normal in less than 100 years. In fact, people's life expectancies in Origin had surpassed those on Earth by too much due to the existence of magic in Origin in addition to science, so this was just perfect. Rodcourt did indeed desire the world's development, but a society capable of sustaining a population of billions of people without falling to ruin could already be considered nothing but a good result. Even if a population of 7 billion were to shrink to 5 billion, he would consider it as only a minor decrease. Rather, if humanity underwent some kind of spiritual evolution or reached some next stage, then they would really be beyond his control. He wouldn't mind if they advanced into outer space, however. With that said, Rodcourt had no intentions of directly intervening with the world and his ability to do so was limited, so he couldn't do anything about the situation anyway. If he wanted to stop the conflict and war in Origin, it was possible for him to send a divine message to those who had been reincarnated from Earth in order to guide them and give them information. However, he had no intention of doing that either. The reason he had sent them to Origin rather than Lambda in the first place was so that they could gain experience. He had helped them by giving them cheat-like abilities, fortunes and destinies, so he would have them do as they liked, whether they chose to stop the conflict, participate in it or simply stay uninvolved. If war began, some of them, maybe even dozens of them, could die. That would be an experience for them in itself. There were 100 of them after all, there would be no problem if some of them failed. For Rodcourt, a god who was not directly believed in by humans, humans were nothing but bits in a computer. Just information flowing in a system. Good and evil, tragedy, happiness, none of that mattered. Everything would be fine as long as the system continued working with no problems. The problem is immortality, I suppose. The thing that would cause Rodcourt trouble was immortality. As he was a god ruling over the circles of transmigration, creatures that don't die would be nothing but beings who denied his authority and hinder his system. It would be even more problematic than undead who continued moving after death and the resurrection of the dead. Undead are a result of souls lingering in the world without being reincarnated, but they would still return to the system eventually. The resurrection of the dead was problematic, but if the soul was already transmigrated, only the body would be resurrected and the soul would never return. Only a small error would be caused. However, immortal beings would never return. If undead were small errors that wouldn't cause any problems even if left alone for a while, and the resurrection of the dead was a bug that was slightly more difficult to fix, immortal beings would be a critical bug that would require the system to be brought down for maintenance in order to eliminate. Even considering that, it's good that Amamiya Hiroto died. If Amamiya Hiroto had continued to live, the research had gone on and immortality had become a reality, Rodcourt would have been racking his brains over how to deal with it. Even if he were to send those reincarnated from Earth a divine message, he possessed no way of forcing them to obey his commands. He couldn't even send divine messages to humans other than them. This was also because Rodcourt's existence wasn't known and he wasn't worshipped by the people of any world. This was to ensure that if something serious were to happen in one world, it wouldn't affect the circles of transmigration of other worlds, but he was now regretting not preparing another being like a subordinate god or collaborative god. Gods are not omniscient or omnipotent, their direct influence extends only as far as their authority allows and to those who believe in them. No, for now, Origin would be fine. Rodcourt would let it be. Mankind would not self-destruct or decrease in numbers too drastically. Coming to this conclusion, Rodcourt shifted his gaze away from Origin. And then he suddenly realized something. It has been 5 years since Amamiya Hiroto reincarnated in Lambda. His memories may have returned by now. Memories of previous lives returning while still in the body of a breastfeeding infant would have placed a huge mental burden on reincarnated individuals. In order to protect their minds, Rodcourt had set things up so that their memories would start returning from the age of 5 onwards. As long as nothing hugely troublesome and unexpected occurred, memories would not return to a breastfeeding infant. The fact that Amamiya Hiroto's soul has not returned here means that he was unfortunate enough to not die within the first 5 years of his life. It may be some time before his memories return, but I should check to make sure. If Amamiya Hiroto's memories had indeed returned, Rodcourt had to drive him to suicide so that he would die before it was discovered that he could potentially make immortality a reality. He had 3 curses placed on him, but even Rodcourt had been unable to erase the death attribute that had soaked into his soul and become a part of him. If he struggled and refused to give up, he would learn to cast death attribute magic in Lambda as well. For this purpose, Rodcourt used his system to investigate Amamiya Hiroto's life following his reincarnation. Through this system, it was possible to look at a reincarnated soul's past and present situation. However, there was no information about Amamiya Hiroto. What is this? He searched again, but there was no information. There were records of his reincarnation from Earth to Origin, but the records stopped suddenly following his death in Origin. Could it be that he wasn't reincarnated? That isn't possible. Amamiya Hiroto was definitely reincarnated. But the fact that there are no records in the system means... Oh no. He fell out of my system and entered a circle outside of my control. For Rodcourt, there were 3 irregularities in Lambda. The first was the undead that even appeared from time to time in Origin. The other 2 were the monsters that the Demon King and his subordinates had created in ancient times and the new races created by the goddess Vita. Those 2 weren't managed by Rodcourt's circle of transmigration system. When the Demon King created the monsters, if their transmigration fell under the categories of Rodcourt's system, the Demon King would have been unable to reincarnate monsters' souls and have them be reborn. For this reason, he had somehow managed to imitate Rodcourt's circle of transmigration system and created his own transmigration system. That was why monsters were still rampant in Lambda to this day. This was also the reason bosses and mid-bosses were unnaturally generated inside dungeons. Humans and other races who worshipped the evil gods were now falling outside of Rodcourt's system and being incorporated into the now-fallen Demon King system instead. This was another thing causing slightly problematic errors in Rodcourt's system. And the problems caused by the races created by Vita were due to the hostility between Vita, or rather, all of the gods of Lambda, and Rodcourt. When the Demon King first appeared, the gods of Lambda known as Vita and Alda had asked Rodcourt for help. Rodcourt had refused all of their requests and simply observed carefully. If he were to get involved and the Demon King destroyed his soul, this would have effects on all of the circles of transmigration of the other worlds that he managed, not just Lambda. This was a decision he made to prevent that from happening. To Rodcourt, Lambda was but one of many worlds. If it were destroyed, Rodcourt would feel pain equivalent to several bones being broken, but it wouldn't be a fatal wound. He wasn't willing to risk a swift death in order to avoid his bones being broken. After that, Rodcourt had protested against the decision of the gods of Lambda to summon champions from other worlds in order to turn the tides of the battle. Because the champions had only been summoned from worlds whose circles of transmigration Rodcourt ruled over, this had caused errors in his system. He requested that they quickly send the champions back or simply exploit them until they died. Back then, Rodcourt had thought that Lambda's destruction was inevitable, so he hadn't wanted more trouble to be caused by a meaningless struggle. As a result, a deep gulf formed between Rodcourt and the gods of Lambda. Rodcourt himself didn't think much of it, but Vita in particular held a profound distrust in him. With this as one of the reasons, Vita made an imitation of the system created by the Demon King with her own original functions included, creating her own circle of transmigration system, and then gave birth to new races including the vampires. As she ruled over the life attribute, her divinity was quite close to Rodcourt's. It would have been impossible for her to rule over the circles of transmigration of multiple worlds, but she probably thought that she would be able to manage one world once she built a system for it. It was likely that she intended for not only the races she created, but all of the future races of people that would exist in Lambda to be managed by her own circle of transmigration system. However, despite being hostile towards Rodcourt as Vita was, Alda, who prioritized the strict preservation of law and order above all else, defeated Vita and her followers. As a result, only the new races created by Vita were being reincarnated through Vita's system. There was a high chance that Amamiya Hiroto's soul had been swallowed up by either the Demon King's system or the Goddess's system, and he had become reborn as either a monster or a member of one of the races created by Vita. He isn't here after all. Using his system, Rodcourt looked up all of the people who had been born around the time of Amamiya Hiroto's second reincarnation, but no information on Hiroto was to be found. But just why has something like this happened? The probability of this happening is less than 1 in 10 quadrillion. Unless I am just terribly unlucky. Oh no. It's because of that. Rodcourt remembered that the things Amamiya Hiroto hadn't been given included not only cheat-like abilities, but a fortune and a destiny as well. As he had no fortune and no destiny, there was always a constant danger that he would go along a path that even Rodcourt himself wouldn't be able to predict. On top of that, 3 curses had been placed on him just before he was reincarnated. Rodcourt had done this in order to encourage him to end his own life, but the possibility that this had caused flaws in Rodcourt's system couldn't be ruled out. I have no choice. It will take some time, but I will investigate if there are any people who have encountered Amamiya Hiroto's reincarnated soul. I should at least be able to learn of his current situation. This is a damper. There was a damper appearing in the memories of a certain merchant. It seemed that Amamiya Hiroto had indeed reincarnated as a member of a race created by Vita. But this wasn't the problem. Impossible, why have his memories returned? On top of that, he is already using death-attribute magic and controlling the undead. Rodcourt couldn't even tell whether the damper in this memory was even a year old or not, and yet he was already using death-attribute magic and speaking with a childish voice. His memories had clearly returned. I suppose this is because I did not give him a fortune. In that case, I have to improve my method the next time I have a chance. Rodcourt regretted the mistakes that he had made during the process of reincarnating Amamiya Hiroto and the others from Earth. Back then, Rodcourt had prepared enough cheat-like abilities, fortunes and destinies for a little over 100 people. He had prepared plenty, so that he wouldn't be lacking any even if there were many people to distribute them to. And just as he finished preparing, the ferry had sunk with good timing, and around 100 people, not including the evil people responsible, had died. Among them, all but one chose to be reborn in another world. Thinking that it would be a waste to not use everything he had prepared, he had distributed it all without leaving a single item remaining, only to find that he had overlooked one person. To think that this one remaining person would become so troublesome as a result. Now then, the question is what to do with Amamiya Hiroto. Vandalyu. Should I warn Alda? I suppose it would be better to set the evil gods on him. Alda was the only attribute god who was still currently properly active in Lambda, the god who possessed the most power. However, his relationship with Rodcourt was as terrible as it could be. Alda had no choice but to overlook Rodcourt's actions so that the order of the circles of transmigration would be preserved, but that did not mean that he forgave them. Rodcourt's decision to reincarnate these people had been made without Alda's knowledge. Because of this, if Aldo were to find out about Vandeleur and the others, he would be infuriated with Rodcourt. From Aldo's point of view, Rodcourt had abandoned him in a time of need without offering any assistance, and now he was doing these things on his own, and 100 more people would be reincarnating in Lambda with jinxes, cheat-like abilities that defied common sense that Rodcourt had given them on a whim. It was more than likely that Aldo would order his subordinate gods and followers to murder those 100 reincarnated individuals. With that said, leaking information to the evil gods to have them kill Vandeleur would also be a poor move. The evil gods had sense of values so twisted that Rodcourt couldn't understand them. It was possible that they would make Vandeleur their ally instead of killing him. As a result of much contemplation, Rodcourt decided to watch and wait for a while. A few of those reincarnated in origin should die in the next few years. I'll ask them to kill Vandeleur. Undead had always appeared in Lambda, so the number of undead increasing by a few wouldn't have any effect on the system now. And for Vandeleur, whose curses would prevent him from turning his experiences into skills, reaching immortality without the assistance of the science of origin would be an enormous task. It would be impossible to do so in decades, centuries, or possibly even millennia. In a few years' time, once the second of the reincarnated individuals died in origin, he would ask that person to kill Vandeleur and then there would be no problem. That person would have cheat-like abilities created by Rodcourt himself, while Vandeleur had only death-attribute magic and the 100 million mana contained within his empty frame. When Rodcourt analyzed the records from the merchant, it seemed that Vandeleur had succeeded in leveling up, but the other two curses should still be functioning with no problems. He would probably not become any stronger than that. There was no problem. Coming to this conclusion, Rodcourt turned his gaze away from Lambda. If he had searched the memories of the adventurer Luciliano who had encountered Vandeleur through his live, dead, he might have felt a greater sense of danger. If he had made contact with the evil gods, he would likely have learned that the soul of the vampire Serkrent had been destroyed by Vandeleur and made a move before the souls involved in his own system were destroyed. But instead, Rodcourt remained oblivious to the greatest mistake that he had ever made. Chapter 52, What's Impossible is Impossible. So then let's think of a method that is possible. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Chapter 52. What's impossible is impossible. So then let's think of a method that is possible. Volume 3. March of the Eclipse King's Army. On this day, tears of blood fell from every statue of Yupion, the god of ice serving Perea, the goddess of water and knowledge, in the Bon Gaia continent and throughout the rest of the world. Those who had received Yupion's divine protection heard that scream of a god, and lost consciousness. The cause of that was Vandeleur breaking and destroying the soul of Ice Age, the magic spear of ice. But as the Ice Age's consciousness never returned to Yupion's main body, even Yupion who had lost a clone of himself did not know this. The people feared this omen, worrying that it signaled the return of the Demon King or the second resurrection of the fallen champion Zackert, and the clergymen of every region became very busy. A heavy atmosphere had fallen upon the audience chamber that was well organized despite its cleaning being incomplete. Most of those who had challenged the dragon golem excluding the stone golems still remained here. Bone Wolf, Bone Bird, and the other undead animals had turned into a bone chimera that let out a strange cry of multiple beasts at once. The only ones who weren't here were Vandeleur, the one who had repaired this audience chamber, and Bone Man whose spine and hips had been crushed and was still unable to move on his own. They were still beneath the royal castle. In order to find out whether the destroyed resurrection device could be repaired or not. After Vandeleur destroyed Ice Age's soul, everyone received an incredible quantity of experience points that even Borkus had never earned in a single battle before. The dragon golem made of orichalcum by a goddess that had been challenged by the S.class. Destined divine spear of ice Mikhail and his companions. It had remained standing even after claiming the lives of all of Mikhail's companions and inflicting a fatal wound on Mikhail himself. Because they had dealt the final blow to such a foe, everyone gained an enormous amount of experience points. As a result, Vigoro had become a rank 7 ghoul tyrant, the highest, most powerful type of ghoul that had been historically witnessed. His enormous body was now over 2.5 meters tall, matching the height of the Titans, and he had grown 2 additional arms. He was a powerful, armed warrior. Rita and Saria's armor looked the same as before, but they had become rank 6 high magic armors and their spirit form skills had improved. They looked far more human than their previous log-like, vaguely human-shaped bodies. Though Vandeleur would consider them to be like a full body, white version of the silhouettes depicting the criminal in a way that their age and gender couldn't be determined in mystery manga. In fact, their spirit forms were bulging in various places, it was like some form of joke. And the levels of the other members had increased as well. Bone Man, who wasn't present here, had probably increased his rank and Vandeleur's job level had likely increased significantly as well. However, the atmosphere in here wasn't a happy celebration of these facts. They sure are taking their time, several hours had already passed, but there was no sign of Vandeleur returning. He hadn't suffered any injuries other than giving Eleonora a little of his own blood, but he had expended a large amount of his mana and his surpass limits skill had been active. There was no way that he wasn't feeling fatigued. However, nobody could suggest that they go to see what was happening. Everyone could remember Vandeleur's shock upon learning that the resurrection device had been destroyed. Among everyone gathered in this place, Eleonora had known Vandeleur for the least amount of time, and as she had been sold by her parents when she was young, she had no fond memories of her family. But she knew how much Vandeleur wished for the resurrection of his mother. His mother had been killed while he was young. That alone isn't unusual, it is an unhappy story one could hear anywhere. Even as the surviving child bears the large emotional wound, the sorrow must be put in the past in order to move on. Just as Eleonora had put the fact that she had been sold by her parents in the past in order to continue living. Even she, who possessed an affinity for the time attribute, could not erase the past. But Vandeleur-sama possesses power. So much power that he might be able to achieve the perfect resurrection of the dead that was impossible even for the goddess. It might be possible. If he reached a hand out, it might reach it, if he tried his best, he might make it happen. That was why Vandeleur was not trying to put his mother's death in the past. In fact, he had almost reached it. Darshia's resurrection. But his efforts had been hindered and trampled underfoot for reasons that there was no way he could understand. It was terrifying to simply imagine his rage, shock and frustration. Vandeleur-sama is someone who hates those that try to take happiness away from him. He feels anger towards them, he hates them, he curses them, he fears them. He feels true happiness at their ruin and takes comfort in their destruction. Eleonora had felt this more powerfully than anything else when Vandeleur had destroyed the souls of Serkrent and the subordinate vampires who had tried to kill Teria. That was why he had also destroyed the soul of Ice Age today. But unlike when he had destroyed Serkrent, Vandeleur was likely unsatisfied with the destruction of Ice Age's soul. If I could comfort him, I would want to do so, but I'm not scared, so why am I thinking these things? Eleonora let out a sigh and placed a hand on her chest. This was the spot where Ice Age's ice had pierced her, and the wound had healed without a trace due to Vandeleur's magic and blood. Before, she would have been scared if her life had been saved and she had not been of any use. She would have been terrified that she would be discarded for being useless and unnecessary. But the emotion in her chest now was clearly something other than fear. A nausea-like discomfort and pain, as if her chest was being squeezed. Do I want to comfort him because of these mysterious emotions? I have not felt the need to gain Vandeleur-sama's favor through straightforward methods until now. Even if Eleonora didn't do such things, Vandeleur still treated her well. So just why? Is the Holy Sun still underground? Asked Mwaza, who had entered the audience chamber while Eleonora was deeply reflecting on her inner feelings. Yes, replied Zadiris. He still has not come out. I see. There was something that I wanted to apologize to him for, said Mwaza. Are you talking about when you, me, and the kid went underground 2 years ago? Borkus, who had been silently frowning with the remaining part of his face, interrupted. If so, I'm the one who needs to apologize, not you. I'm the one who asked him to find Zandia. Jushin and Gina. If he had told me about the resurrection device beforehand and I'd thought about the possibility of Mikhail's spear being an artifact with its own mind. If I'd never lost to that bastard Mikhail 200 years ago in the first place, if I'd broken that spear, things wouldn't have turned out this way. When they met, Borkus had resisted Vandalyu's death attribute charm. He could probably resist it even now if he tried. But he had stopped resisting it of his own will. He had realized that doing so was meaningless. A brat whose expressionless face made it impossible to tell what he was thinking or where he was looking. That brat had brought the happiness of energetic, everyday life back to the previously empty Talashim. While being given nothing in return. Vandalyu could have received plenty of compensation if he had asked for it. For Borkus and the other undead titans, such compensation would have been a necessary price to pay. The safe life they had in the city was because Vandalyu had repaired the walls. They were able to enjoy delicious food because he made flavorings using his magic. He had even repaired the enormous rooms in the royal castle. The goodwill and respect he had received was only natural considering his actions, and though the title of Holy Son was originally something that Nwaza had started using, it was now a fitting title for Vandalyu to have. He still hadn't recovered the corpses of Zandia and Gina, but he had said that he would do so in the next few decades. His enemies would be the pure-breed vampires who would likely be impossible to defeat even with all the heroes of Talashim gathered, so facing them within the next few decades could even be considered too early. And now that Borkus had been on the verge of repay the debt that he owed to Vandalyu, it had become so distant again. How pathetic. How could he call himself an A-class adventurer when he couldn't even complete the one job he needed to do after receiving all the rewards in advance? No, that is not it. However, it seemed that the thing Nwaza wanted to apologize to Vandalyu for was something else. Ha! Then what is it? Asked Borkus. I have willingly destroyed a part of the church that the Holy Son was gracious enough to take the time and effort to restore. I have already apologized to Vita and Paria, so, destroyed. Eleonora repeated. Do you mean? The statue of Yupian, the god of ice, said Nwaza. It had merged with the pedestal, so I carefully detached it and buried it in the ground. In many churches, statues of gods other than the main god of the church are enshrined. Not all gods have statues gathered in every church, but even if Yupian was a subordinate god, he had existed since 100,000 years ago. Unlike Alden his subordinates who were clearly the enemy, it wouldn't have been strange for Yupian's statue to be in Talashim's Church of Vita. Nwaza had buried that statue. Did I ask it alright for you to do something like that? Though Saria didn't breathe, she gasped and held her breath. Those Zadiris and the other ghouls wouldn't have immediately understood as they had never built churches themselves. Statues of gods have a special meaning in this world. This is a world where the existence of gods is known to be true, so an action such as Nwaza's would be a literal display of a lack of fear towards the gods. The armies of the Amid Empire and its nations that worship Alda as its official religion often destroy statues of Vita, but that is because their god instructs them to. However, there was no sign of hesitation in Nwaza's mummified face. Of course. Yupian has clearly declared through his follower in Ice Age that we are his enemies. However, we have not done anything to be ashamed of, nor have we been punished. So just as we are divine enemies to that god, it is only natural that we treat him as our enemy. That god regarded everyone here as enemies, including Vita who Nwaza and the others worshipped. So even if he was a subordinate god of Paria like Tristan, who had sired the mare people with Vita, there was no reason to hold back. However, it is a fact that I have buried and disposed of a statue that the Holy Sun restored, said Nwaza. Incidentally, the sun has set and a considerable amount of time has passed. Should we not go and see what is happening? Ha! Borkus looked surprised. Has it been that long? Well, we can't see the sun or the stars from this room, Rita pointed out. I suppose undead have a duller sense of time. But too much time has certainly passed, Zadiri said in agreement. Alright, let's go and see what's happening, said Vigoro. Though they had been doubting how wise it would be to all go down together, now that there was an opportunity and because everyone was curious about how Vandeleur was doing, they all descended underground once more. Ju! What is the matter, everyone? And then they encountered Bone Man before they reached the chamber. What about you, Bone Man-san? Asked Saria. Did you have your bones repaired? Yes. And I have a message from my lord. A message? Eleonora repeated. What did Vandeleur-sama say? He said, I will be here for a while longer to investigate the device a little more. Also, I am hungry, so please bring me some food. Thank you. I'd thought that he wouldn't eat or drink because of the shock, but it seems that he's more composed than we thought, said Vigoro. Alright, we'll all be making a special dish for Bakken. Rita announced. Everyone except me, that is, she added. Rita, you are a maid, so you should at least learn to make simple dishes, said Saria, scolding her. No, now that I think about it, the boy is the only one among us who knows how to cook properly, Zadiris pointed out. I could manage if it's just roasting meat, said Eleonora. Even I could do that, said Borkus. Bone Chimera let out a cry. If these women were on Earth, they would have been criticized for their lack of feminine skills. Vandeleur slept properly at night, ate breakfast, lunch and dinner without skipping a meal and, of course, took baths. After investigating the resurrection device for a month in this way, Vandeleur came to the conclusion that repairing it was possible, but impossible for now. The resurrection device was truly something that had been made by the goddess Vita. Even though Vandeleur had acquired the alchemy skill, his skills were still average and he couldn't make any sense of it at all. It was like a caveman who had just invented stone tools trying to hand-build a supercomputer out of semiconductors. However, Vandeleur had the golem transmutation skill. With this skill that was capable of turning inanimate objects into golems to change their shape freely, restoring the broken device to its original form was possible. Ice Age's ice had torn holes in the resurrection device and severed parts of it. But fortunately, the components hadn't exploded or warped into a different shape, nor had any important parts been blown away completely. It was possible to return it to its original form. However, the essential golem transmutation skill was not working on the components of the resurrection device. Even with the use of appraisal, Vandeleur couldn't learn anything about the resurrection device's components other than things like, a mysterious alloy, and, a mysterious gemstone. They repelled his mana even more strongly than orichalcum and refused to become golems. It was likely that either orichalcum had been included as materials or they were made of some unknown god-made metal. This was a fantasy world of swords and magic, after all. Since orichalcum existed, it wouldn't be strange for hurricane asterisk or other legendary divine metals to exist as well. Note: a legendary metal in Japanese fiction. It has multiple kanji reading variations that can mean, vast fire gold, crimson gold, or sun.red gold. However, Vandeleur's golem transmutation had leveled up after the battle with the dragon golem, and he had become able to make orichalcum stay in a fixed shape after manipulating it. If golem transmutation increased in level even further, it might be possible to return this device to its original state one day. It might be impossible even after the skill's level reached its maximum, or the device might not function normally even after the shape of its components had been restored, however. That was why Vandeleur wanted to find other ways of repairing the resurrection device other than leveling up his golem transformation skill or discover another way to resurrect Darcia. Using Eleonora's time-attribute magic to return the device to before it was destroyed, would be difficult, apparently. I was taken in by Berkheim because I have an affinity for the time attribute. If you look at it positively, this attribute is one that becomes great over time. If you look at it negatively, it is an attribute that fails to live up to its name and cannot accomplish anything great except when wielded by the absolute best of the best, Eleonora explained. The time attribute is the attribute ruled by Rick Lent, the genie of time and magic, an attribute that does not exist in origin. However, like the space attribute, there are few people or monsters with an affinity for it, and it does not have easily understood effects like the other attributes. Of course, once the skill reaches level 10, it would be possible to stop time, rewind it, look into the past and future and reach the limits of human knowledge. However, a mage of Eleonora's level could only accelerate time around herself to speed up her movements, or spend multiple hours to look several days into the past or a few seconds into the future. Even if I received mana from you, Vandalyu.Sama, it would be questionable as to whether I would be able to rewind time by even 1 second, reassuring Eleonora that her apologies were unnecessary. Vandalyu tried to think of other methods. If possible, a method that would definitely work would be to ask the goddess Vita who had made this device and her subordinates to repair it. She was the one who had built it, so it should be possible for her to repair it. And since she had been conducting research on how to resurrect the dead, it was possible that there were other similar devices outside of Talashim. The problem was that Vandalyu didn't know where those would be. It was said that Vita was lying dormant in the southern region of the Bon Gaia continent after her defeat at the hands of Alda. But not only would it take time to search the region that made up a third of the continent's land mass that was filled with devil's nests inhabited by unknown, powerful monsters, it would also be too dangerous. As for methods other than using the resurrection device, Vandalyu couldn't think of any methods other than reading through the documents in the mages' guilds and the kingdom's archives in human societies and learning about the ancient past from liches and the spirits of mages. In other words, I've come to the conclusion that I have no choice but to work hard and gather information at the same time, Vandalyu told Darshia. I'm sorry. The 5th summer of Vandalyu's 3rd lifetime had passed, and he was now 5 years old. Don't worry about it, it isn't your fault, Darshia reassured him. And if you wanted, I could even become an undead, no. And there is no vessel for you anyway, is there? If Darshia's dead body was available, Vandalyu might have considered it. However, High Priest Gordon had made a display of burning her alive, so there was nothing remaining of it other than the small bone fragment that Darshia's spirit currently resided in. Recreating her entire body from just this bone fragment would be impossible even for Vandalyu. Then how about using a suit of armor and making me a living armor like Saria.Chan and Rita.Chan? Darshia suggested. There are no suits of armor shaped like the ones that Saria and Rita are inhabiting readily available, Vandalyu told her. No, I didn't mean that I wanted armor shaped like theirs. I would like a nice looking suit of armor, but those ones are a little. Vandalyu also felt little desire to recommend that Darshia inhabit a bikini armor or high-leg leotard armor, so he was happy to hear that she wasn't enthusiastic about them. Though now that Vandalyu calmly looked back on it, when Darshia was alive, she had exposed more of her body than would normally be expected. But now that he had spent the past few years in the company of ghoul women who exposed more of themselves than Darshia, perhaps he wouldn't mind that anymore. In fact, he was thinking that Eleonora, who had recently joined his companions, exposed herself very little. Of course, he had never voiced that opinion. He could only see a future where she would strip off her clothes if he did. But this is causing you nothing but trouble, Vandalyu. I wouldn't mind if you used a suit of armor. You should mind. Please mind it. Vandalyu interrupted Darshia, as she seemed to be on the verge of making a strange decision. Vandalyu somehow managed to take Darshia's mind off the idea of becoming a living armor by suggesting creating a body for Darshia by processing the corpses of creatures like monsters. Vandalyu had never imagined that he would become Dr. Frankenstein in a fantasy world, but sewing corpses together was likely possible. It would be very difficult to make one that resembled Darshia exactly, however. Wasn't there a spirit of a bizarre murderer somewhere who could teach him how to do it? Vandalyu decided that he should at least ask the pure breed vampires' souls before breaking them. Also, what is this God Slayer skill that I learned? Vandalyu wondered. He had acquired a skill that was even more difficult to examine than his soul break skill. The fact that it was a unique skill probably meant that only Vandalyu had it, it was highly likely that nobody knew about this skill. Wouldn't it be a skill that kills gods after all? Darshia suggested. Vandalyu had tried asking everyone, but nobody, including Darshia, knew the answer. Vandalyu thought that if this were a game, it would probably be something that simply granted bonus damage against gods and their followers. As Ice Age was now just a stick of orichalcum, there were no followers of any gods nearby. There was no way to test it out. Also, the experience granted by the dragon golem had caused the level of his golem transmuter job to reach the maximum limit, so Vandalyu had decided to go and undergo another job. Change tomorrow. The attribute value increases of golem transmuter were inclined towards intelligence, so his agility had decreased quite a lot, but his strength and stamina were close to their base values. His mana hadn't increased as much as he'd expected, but the bonuses to his skills had come in handy. These were Vandalyu's thoughts on that job. Name: Vandalyu. Race: Damper, Dark Elf. Age: 5 years old. Title: Ghoul King. Job: Golem Transmuter. Level: 100. Job history: Death, Attribute Mage. Attributes: Vitality: 115 mana. 224,506,933 Strength. 79 Agility. 80 Stamina. 83 Intelligence. 392 Passive Skills. Superhuman Strength. Level 1 Rapid Healing. Level 3 Death, Attribute Magic. Level 5 Status Effect Resistance. Level 5 Magic Resistance. Level 1 Dark Vision. Mental Corruption. Level 10 Death, Attribute Charm. Level 5 Chant Revocation. Level 3 Strengthen Followers. Level 7 Automatic Mana Recovery. Level 3 Active Skills. Bloodsucking. Level 3 Surpass Limits. Level 4 Golem Transmutation. Level 6, Level Up. No Attribute Magic. Level 4 Mana Control. Level 4 Spirit Form. Level 3, Level Up. Carpentry. Level 4 Engineering. Level 3 Cooking. Level 2 Alchemy. Level 3 Unarmed Fighting Technique. Level 2 Soul Break. Level 2, Level Up. Multi-Cast, Level 2, Level Up. Long Distance Control. Level 2, Level Up. Unique Skills. God Slayer. Level 1 Curses. Experience gained in previous life not carried over. Cannot learn existing jobs. Unable to gain experience independently. Job explanation. Golem Transmuter. A job that influences the Golem Transmutation skill and other skills that can be gained from that skill. It grants bonuses to a wide range of skills, but in exchange, the growth of attribute values is quite limited. The requirement for acquiring this job is to have a level 1 skill in Golem Transmutation, but there is currently not a single person or monster in Lambda other than Vandalyu who possesses this skill. Skill explanation. Long distance control. A skill that allows the user to continue to manipulate parts of the body that are separated from the main body, such as severed limbs. It is mainly used by high-rank undead of races such as skeletons, zombies, living armors and dullahans. On rare occasions, it can be possessed by monsters with tremendous vitality. As the level of the skill increases, the distance at which body parts can be controlled as well as the number of parts that can be controlled at a given time increase. Of course, there are no people who possess this skill. Also, there is no known method of training that would allow the acquisition of this skill. Side Story Chapter 2, The Only Remaining God of the 11 Gods. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Side Story Chapter 2. The only remaining god of the 11 gods. Alda, the god of law and fate. The only god of creation still remaining in Lambda excluding the subordinate gods. The god who possessed the most power even including the evil gods. The source of that power lay in the followers and servants who respected him and, most importantly, the number of believers who offered him their prayers. He had suffered deep wounds during the battle against the Demon King and the one against Vita, who was supposed to be his ally, but even so, Alda's power was vast. He was depicted as an austere-looking, white-haired old man holding a heavy book, a stern-eyed young man holding a large sickle of judgment in his left hand and a torch in his right, or as a shining moon. All of these were Alda's forms, his symbols. Alda had been worried about many things in the past few tens of thousands of years. What he was worried about, of course, was the future of the world of Lambda that he loved. To be more precise, he had always been worrying. He had contemplated, listened to the voices of the people, thinking about how he could keep the world in the light, how to preserve its order, how to bring about and maintain peace, how to spread these ideals to the people and make them understand them. He was always thinking about these. However, things had not gone favorably in the past few tens of thousands of years. I suppose this means it is time to revise the policy that has been in place up until now. It is truly irritating that I have no choice but to agree with the words of that god of reincarnation. However, Alda whispered to himself, trying to gather his thoughts. Please wait, said another voice. Curatos, the god of records who was a subordinate god of Alda's and his close aide, had appeared at his side. Curatos was one of the servants, equivalent to angels on earth, created by Alda shortly after the birth of the world, who had risen to become a god. He did not possess his own divinity, he was merely Alda's close aide, and this was symbolized by the book that he was holding in his hand. My lord, there is no need to pay any heed to the words of one such as Rodcourt, Curatos advised. The development he speaks of is merely a pretense. Calm yourself, Curatos, said Alda, reassuring his servant. It is not that I have acknowledged that there is a need for the development of which Rodcourt speaks. Rodcourt had told Alda and the other gods many times that this world was inferior to other worlds and that development was necessary. However, these words did not ring true in the hearts of Alda and his companions. It was little more than a vague, meaningless complaint. The development and passing on of culture and art, the stable continuation of a civilization. These are very wonderful things. But for Alda and the other gods, these were not the things that needed to be prioritized the most. For the god of law and fate, Alda and his subordinate gods, the gods that supported him such as Yupian, these were times of war. The Demon King and Vita had been defeated, but the evil gods were still making hidden movements while monsters and the races created by Vita were building their nests. The first thing that needed to be prioritized was the battle against the evil gods, the monsters and the races created by Vita. What was the use in prioritizing the world's development over that? And then Alda had realized the true intentions behind the development that Rodcourt wished for. Rodcourt simply desired for the population of this world to increase. Because as the number of souls going around in the cycle of reincarnation increased, that God's power would increase with it. But in contrast, Alda did not particularly want for the population of people in this world to increase. If the number of people increased too much, the number of resources required to sustain them would increase, many factions would form and new nations would be established. And then there would be conflict between them, making order more difficult to maintain. It was already difficult to maintain with the current population of less than 100 million, if Lambda's total population were to increase to the multiple billions that Rodcourt was requesting, there was no telling what kind of disorder and chaos would be brought about. It was terrifying just to imagine. To begin with, development is not needed for the preservation of the world, said Alda. It is absurd to use other worlds as an example. He admired science and technology that did not require the use of magic, but was that something that was necessary in Lambda? Electricity, automobiles, gunpowder and dynamite, aircraft, computers, stock trading. The benefits brought about by these things were surely great, and it would certainly make the lives of the people more rich and convenient. But would this outweigh the disadvantages brought about by the existence of such things? In fact, the existence of those things caused the destruction of nature for the sake of generating energy. Were they not also the causes of some wars and conflicts? Automobiles caused tens of thousands of people to die in accidents every year. Gunpowder, dynamite and aircraft were utilized in wars. Computers gave rise to new crimes while stock trading caused people to concern themselves over things with no physical form and bring themselves to ruin. The most foolish thing of all was that in worlds where these things existed, there was still no complete system established to control the people who used them, and the systems that did exist were not followed. Magic already existed in Lambda. There were drawbacks to its existence. People used it to kill one another. So why should the seeds of disaster from other worlds be planted in this one to add to that? That was why Rodcourt's words made little impression on Alda. Alda would simply answer that each world had its own circumstances. That was the consensus of opinion held by the other gods who supported him as well. Then what policy would you be revising? Asked Curatos. The Demon King's transmigration system and Vita's transmigration system. Without their destruction, this world cannot possibly know peace, my lord. Alda's objective was to destroy the transmigration systems of this world other than Rodcourt's, bringing ruin to the evil gods, monsters, and the races created by Vita. The transmigration system that Rodcourt had created and was now ruling over, unlike Rodcourt himself, was perfect. However, the other two systems were problematic products. The transmigration system created by the Demon King was still continuing to spawn monsters in this world. It was even used by the evil gods to willingly reincarnate themselves and be reborn. It was making some contribution to the people in the form of dungeons, but that was a matter of a single benefit in exchange for 1,000 disadvantages . And souls were not needed for merely supplying dungeons with monsters. It was not impossible for dungeons to generate and arrange soulless puppets, though this would require Alda to wait for the revival of Ricklent, the genie of time and magic. Note: there is a Japanese phrase that is something along the lines of 100 harms and not a single gain, that is something like all pain, no gain, or having no redeeming features, in English. This is a variation of that saying where there is a single gain in exchange for the 100 harms, but then the alteration of 100 to 1,000 really emphasizes that the disadvantages are very significant. And the system created by Vita was a very unstable product. As it was merely an imitation of the original system, that was to be expected. It seemed that Vita had been thinking of moving the transmigration of every creature in this world to that system one day, but that would have been far too dangerous an endeavor. Vita had mated with monsters to produce new races in order to stabilize her system and given birth to vampires partially to have them assisted. Entrusting such an unstable system with the souls of the world's people was unthinkable. Many brave souls have fought for your ideals, said Curatos. For their sake, he had recorded all of history up until this point. Therefore, he was someone who used the past as a reference when making decisions on things. Alda gave Curatos a bitter smile. I am certainly not considering giving up on putting an end to Vita's folly, he said. I am thinking about whether I should revise the way I am doing things. Curatos let out a sigh of relief. And then he began trying to record Alda's thoughts. How are you going to revise your methods? Asked Curatos. The way Alda had done things up until now was to make his teachings clear and then leave the specific methods of putting them into practice up to the people. Gods were those who guided the people, not rulers. This fact was one thing that Alda could agree with the gods of other worlds upon. Alda's teachings stated that the evil gods and members of the races created by Vita were to be exterminated alongside those who didn't follow his doctrine, and that relying on knowledge that originated in other worlds such as the things left behind by Zackert was forbidden. He had delivered these teachings through a divine message to the more capable individuals among his believers. However, the contents of his divine message had been twisted as it spread from those who received it, and there were many cases where they were not putting his teachings into practice correctly. A recent example of this had occurred in the main church of Alda in the Amid Empire. The extermination of Vita's races and the knowledge that had been brought from other worlds had been prioritized too much over the extermination of the evil gods and their servants. And the Empire had been utilizing this in their politics too much. Because of this, Hiryashukika, the evil god of joyful life, was being allowed to extend his influence from the shadows. I will tell them precisely what needs to be prioritized, said Alda. Until now, I have been hoping that the people would make the correct decisions on their own, but it seems I have been wishing for things from the past for too long. An unavoidable decision, Curatos said in agreement. Even you are far from omniscient and omnipotent after all, my lord. Precisely. Even from this divine realm, there are many things I cannot see. That is the reason I had hoped that the people would put my divine message into practice in a way that is suitable for them. However, then what would you have them prioritize? Curatos questioned Alda once more. Should it be the extermination of the races spawned by Vita after all? Or perhaps you would limit their targets to the filthy creatures with monster blood mixed in their veins. The influence of the races created by Vita had decreased greatly over the past 100,000 years. There were few that possessed their own independent nations, and even those that did exist were on the scale of several thousand citizens. There were exceptions such as the pure-breed vampires, but they generally didn't possess much gathered strength. Crushing each race individually to exterminate them all would be relatively simple. L.RG That was likely why Curatos guessed that Alda would prioritize this. No, Curatos, said Alda, however. I am planning to tell the people that the battle against the evil gods should be prioritized. My lord. There are still many who have preserved their strength, including the evil god of joyful life. Bellwood. Dono is still in a slumber after he and the evil god of sinful chains defeated each other. Is this acceptable? As Curatos said, the evil gods had preserved their strength better than the races created by Vita had. Not only were there those such as the evil god of joyful life who had spread their roots into the depths of society, there were those who had established great hordes of monsters who worshipped them, and even those that had established their own nations of people who worshipped them on islands separate from the continents. I am sure that the battle against the evil gods will be fierce and harsh, said Alda. However, if the extermination of Vita's races is prioritized, the evil gods will utilize that and take advantage of it. You have recorded the events that befell the divine spear of ice, Mikhail, have you not? Mikhail, the divine spear of ice, was a hero who had drawn Alda's attention in recent times. He had been putting Alda's doctrine and the champion Bellwood's teachings into practice. Alda had been planning to one day welcome him to join him at least as a heroic spirit servant, or depending on his achievements, a heroic god like Bellwood, but I have indeed, replied Curatos. That valuable individual was robbed from us by the darkness. Mikhail's spirit had been stolen by something. It was likely the doing of the subordinates of the evil god of joyful life or the subordinates of an evil god haunting the region beyond the boundary mountain range. Whoever it was, those wicked gods utilized the conflict between Vita and myself in order to benefit from it, said Alda. With that being the case, the extermination of those gods should be prioritized over exterminating the weakened races created by Vita. Also, there are some among those races who have already established a position for themselves among the people. Among the races created by Vita, those such as Titans, Men and Dark Elves had already established their existence among the people. Commoners, slaves, laborers, miners, prostitutes, adventurers, craftsmen. Most of them were in the lower positions of society, but there were also nobles and royalty among them. As they were not evil in nature, there was no small number of countries who had accepted them as a part of their societies. Even if I instructed for them to be destroyed unsparingly, my true will would not be conveyed. The people cannot be told about the transmigration systems, after all. If Alda were to instruct the people to slay their virtuous neighbors simply for being members of races created by Vita, they would criticize him as an unjust god and many would oppose. Alda expected that his followers would be able to make the other people understand, but it was still not a favorable choice. Therefore, the spearhead must be pointed towards the evil gods first, Alda concluded. During that time, we must support the people and build plans for destroying Vita's races. I see, said Curatos. However, would the people understand your intentions immediately, my lord? That is where the problem lies. Even if Alda used a divine message to convey his will, he could not meet the people and talk to them directly. Information needed to be reduced so that the people could understand, and even then, his believers who received it would need to translate it into their own words. Only then could the will of a god be conveyed. If a god's brain was a supercomputer, the brain of an average person was an older generation handheld console. That was why it was necessary for Alda to choose a powerful individual among the believers when delivering a divine message in order to ensure that he and the believer were on the same wavelength. If he were to choose an unskillful individual, they might not understand the meaning of the divine message at all and could misinterpret it. In some cases, they might not even realize that they had heard a divine message. That was why it was correct to send only short, simple understand divine messages to chosen saints. It would be different if Alda were to descend upon the earth like he did during the Age of the Gods or welcome the souls of heroes such as Mikhail into the divine realm after death. Would they accept your will even if it is conveyed? Asked Curatos. We subordinate gods and servants have been condemning Veda's races as evil up until now, after all. As the people could be told about the transmigration system, the extermination of Veda's races was justified as being in the name of great justice, but, it seems that this has backfired. Alda believed that the races that had been created through breeding with monsters were evil. There might be some good individuals among them, but with modes of life such as that of the vampires, roots of evil would be left behind in the future. They were destroying much of the world's current order. The ways vampires lived, as well as the appearances of Lamias and Scylla, greatly differed from those of the people. Because of this, many of the people believed Alda's words and treated them as targets to be exterminated. However, as Alda had mentioned not long ago, there were some members of Veda's races who had been accepted by society. That was why Curatos and Yupion, the god of ice, had been declaring that those races were evil in Alda's name, so that they would be destroyed. Destroying a transmigration system would require the use of an ability to destroy the soul like the demon kings, or the elimination of the destinations for the reincarnated souls, the killing of every single individual living creature that the souls could reincarnate in. Exceptions could not be made because they were virtuous or because they were a part of society. Now then, how should I handle this? Alda wondered aloud. His thoughts were hectic, but he was truly devoted to his work as a god. He was spreading across the world of Lambda the light attribute that he ruled over and the life attribute that he had stolen from Veda. Normally, Lambda would be operating with the support of the 8 gods of the attributes and 3 other gods, Marduk, Zerno, and Gangpaplio. However, as a result of the war against the Demon King and the battle against Veda, Alda was the only one remaining. The flame and wind attributes were functioning through the remaining subordinate gods of Xantark and Shazarian sharing their management. However, in order to take away Veda and her subordinate gods' divinity and prevent them from being revived, Alda had stolen her authority over the life attribute. Because of this, Alda now had to manage the life attribute that he was not specialized in. His subordinate gods were assisting him with it, but it was not his specialty, so it would not become a significant asset in battle. This would be like requesting the members of a professional football team to produce favorable results as sumo wrestlers without any decrease in skill. Increasing the number of subordinate gods proficient with the life attribute would solve the problem, but those possessing vessels worthy of ascending to godhood did not come by so often, and Alda could not monopolize prodigious individuals for himself. All attributes were suffering, after all. A certain solution would be to have Rodcourt manipulate his system and introduce us souls that are worthy of becoming subordinate gods, said Alda. However, bringing individuals from other worlds to become gods temporarily and having them work for Alda, even if for only a few hundred years, would lessen the burden on Alda and his followers while increasing their strength to fight against the evil gods. But Curatos shook his head. That god's response would certainly be, "I cannot use my system in an arbitrary manner," said Curatos. "There is no doubt about that," Alda said in agreement. Though Rodcourt had become quiet as of late, that did not mean that he had become cooperative. Seeking help from him would be futile. My lord, how about searching for new subordinate gods? Curato suggested. There are 3 current candidates of at least heroic spirit status. He opened the thick book in his hand and showed Alda the candidates to become subordinate gods in the records within. The reason that they were mere candidates was because there was no telling how their vessels would turn out until the moment their lives ended. No matter how extraordinary they were, those who did not guide the people could not become gods, and those who the people did not admire could not become heroic spirits. As lamentable as it was, nameless heroes could not reach the divine realm. 3 was actually a large number of such candidates to exist at a single moment in time. The name of one of them disappeared. My apologies, said Curatos. It appears that one of them has turned to Vita's side. I see. He has likely either fallen to the temptation of the vampires or stooped low enough to become a demon. Methods of transforming existing people into members of Vita's races were harmful to the real world. The other 2 are Bormak, Gordon and Heinz, are they? Alda knew of those 2. Gordon was a zealous believer, a little too zealous at times, but he was a devout individual who continued to fight vampires at the front lines. His power as a hero was rather low, but he was top class in the fact that he was a shining exemplar for the people. But the expedition into the Boundary Mountain range that had recently begun was to be his last job. It seemed that he was planning to withdraw from the front lines and focus on guiding the next generation after that. He was simply wishing that during this expedition he would be able to slay the damper that had escaped him before so that he could retire with a clear conscience. At this moment, Alda was still unaware that this damper, Vandalyu, had been reincarnated in Lambda from another world. He had no method of gaining information about Rodcourt's or Vita's transmigration systems. He had no information other than that given to him through prayer by High Priest Gordon. Though he was a little suspicious about the damper, he was satisfied with the explanation that the damper was a product of the twisted workings of Vita's transmigration system. When Alda and the other gods had summoned champions in the past, Rodcourt had made the unreasonable demand that the champions should be sent back immediately or exploited to their deaths. Considering that, even a god could never have imagined that Rodcourt would have sent humans from another world to this one with no warning, knowing full well that he had prohibited Alda and the other gods from doing so. Alda ran his eyes over the recording data regarding Heinz. Heinz was another of Alda's followers, an individual who had become an A-class adventurer in less than 10 years. He had more than enough power, but his achievements were a little lacking to be called a hero. Perhaps it was best for Alda to bestow him a divine protection to assist him, but it seemed that he was wavering. Wavering was fine. Both gods and people's thoughts grew deeper through hesitation. A divine protection was merely something to assist the one it was bestowed upon, a reward for the things they had achieved. It could not become something that would bind the believer down. It was likely that Alda would need to carefully observe Heinz, hoping that his hesitation would lead him to the correct answer. But it was also necessary to make preparations in advance. Notify Rodcourt of these 2, Alda ordered. For the conversion of a hero into the follower of a god after his death rather than creating a new servant through divine power, it was necessary for Rodcourt to be notified in advance. Even if he was a believer of Alda, it was not Alda who controlled the circle of transmigration, but Rodcourt. If Alda were to try anything too forceful on his own, it would cause defects in the system. As you wish, said Curatos. Also, gather those who are not occupied in this place, including the subordinate gods of the other attributes. I would like to speak to them of what is going to happen from now on. Yes, my lord. Curatos disappeared with a bow. Knowing him, he would soon return after finishing the tasks that Alda had given him. It would be good if a second Bellwood would be born among the people. Alda looked up at the sky of the divine realm and his thoughts turned to the distant past. When Zuraworn, the god of space and creation, suggested that champions should be summoned from other worlds in order to defeat the Demon King, Alda had been skeptical. He could not understand why champions who had come from another world like the Demon King would risk their lives and fight for the sake of this world. Was there not a risk that they would betray the gods and turn to the Demon King's side? However, Vita sided with Zuraworn, saying that bold actions were needed to deal with the situation that they were faced with. And because the god of reincarnation could not be relied upon for assistance, the opinions of Zuraworn and Vita were supported by the others. Zuraworn opened a gate to another world, and the other 7 gods including Alda each chose and summoned a worthy champion. The one Alda summoned was Suzuki Shohei, who would later become the champion Bellwood. Vita had summoned Sakato Keisuke, who would later become the fallen champion Zakert. 5 other champions alongside them descended upon Lambda. They were extraordinary saviors. They did have conflicting opinions, but they managed to have discussions that led to better solutions to problems. Bellwood in particular was the ideal champion for Alda. Not only was he strong in battle, but he possessed great courage, fighting against large hordes of monsters on the front lines. Most importantly, he understood Alda's thoughts. Bellwood grieved over Lambda's history, culture and civilization that was lost as a result of the fierce battle against the Demon King, and even regretted that several components of civilizations from other worlds had to be accepted, including the language spoken by the people. Alda.Sama, I love this world. This world that is so different from the world I lived in before, this wonderful world. After the Demon King is defeated and peace returns, this world will become a far better than the world I came from. These had been Bellwood's words. It was quite possible that conflict was inevitable between the group of Bellwood and Alda and the group of Zakert and Vita, who asserted that the knowledge from other worlds should be proactively taken in by this one. Now that I look back on it, that was a mistake. Alda was deep in reminiscence. The ones who had survived the war against the Demon King were himself, Bellwood and 2 other heroes who were in agreement with his opinions, and Vita. But at that point, Vita had already lost her trust in Alda. She likely could not forgive Bellwood for abandoning Zakert during the battle, even if it was a necessary decision to be made to achieve victory. No, it seemed that Vita suspected that Alda and the others had planned things in a way that Zakert would fall. The rift between Alda and Vita grew deeper, and though the Demon King had been torn into pieces and sealed away, the 2 surviving gods fought against each other. I should have given deep thought to Vita's words, acknowledged that there were parts that I could agree upon and given reasons for the parts that I could not. This world's normal state was to have multiple gods existing, even the gods themselves knew this. Alda and Vita in particular were 2 gods with very different senses of values. In the past, Shazarian, Ricklent, Marduk, Ganpaplio and the others would step between them and remonstrate them. Zuraworn and Paria would finalize decisions based on everyone's opinions. However, they were all now slumbering or had been destroyed. If trust had been preserved between us, perhaps Vita would not have done reckless things such as creating her own transmigration system and giving birth to new races, thought Alda. But he also thought that he would have only reconsidered which things should be prioritized. He would never have made large changes such as allowing things that he had previously forbidden. Because if he were to make changes to his mistaken doctrine, that would mean that all of his believers who worshipped him had also been mistaken. Most importantly, those who had been victimized up until now would not draw inspiration from such changes. It was also for the sake of those who had been labeled as evil and buried that Alda could not change the definition of what was right. My lord. This is a serious matter. At that moment, Curatos returned. However, his expression had changed. Alda had not seen such a look of dismay on his face since the battle against Vita. Somebody has destroyed the artifact that was a clone of Yupion, the god of ice. What did you say? Alda showed deep unrest upon hearing Curatos's report. Because such a thing would only be possible for someone who possessed the ability to break souls like the Demon King. The Demon King has been resurrected, or perhaps a new Demon King has appeared. Either way, we must first find out who destroyed Yupion's clone, said Alda. Someone possessing the ability to break souls had to be destroyed, no matter who it was. The war could not be allowed to repeat itself. Chapter 53, The Horns of War are still distant, but fighting forces must be gathered steadily. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Chapter 53. The horns of war are still distant, but fighting forces must be gathered steadily. On this day, Thomas Palpapek was once again drinking black tea in his personal room with a bitter look on his face. It had been around 2 years since he had resigned from the position of marshal. His daily duties had decreased considerably. As he was an earl who owned no land, his schedules were very free when he wasn't assigned to an important position, allowing him to peacefully enjoy his black tea as he was doing now. What he didn't have was peace of mind. Those damned vampires, Thomas muttered. The vampires of whom he was speaking under his breath in a tone of irritation were the vampires who worshipped the evil god. They were allies. Not to Thomas as an individual, nor to the Merg Shield. Nation. Thomas was fully aware that he and the vampires had simply used each other when their interests aligned. However, there was no way that he could not feel angry after being made to do something that was so clearly disadvantageous for him. Around a year ago, a certain movement had occurred in the Amid Empire. An expedition into the Boundary Mountain Range. The Empire was considering ordering the Merg Shield. Nation to make such an expedition happen. No, it was already certain that they would make this order. The Empire was giving the Merg Shield. Nation a chance to rid themselves of the dishonor of the failed expedition to Talashim of 200 years ago. It was likely that because the Merg Shield. Nation's power as a country had increased more than expected due to Viscount Balches's reclamation project, so the Amid Empire was intending to shave a moderate amount of that power off. However, it would normally be impossible for such an expedition to happen even under the orders of the Empire. None of the Empire's vassal nations would obey the command of, all of you, go out and die meaningless deaths. But with the tunnel that had been built 100,000 years ago, large enough for an army to march through. One of the Amid Empire's generals, General Movid, had presented proof of the existence of such a tunnel and an ancient document that detailed its location. The tunnel had yet to be excavated, but once it was repaired, crossing the Boundary Mountain Range would become simple. An army would be able to reach the other side of the tunnel in a matter of days. They would be able to do so safely, with no fear of monster attacks until they reached the end of the tunnel. With this, the main reason to oppose to the expedition had disappeared. And much to Thomas's dismay, the Merg Shield. Nation and its current marshal, Earl Legs Tun, were eager to make this expedition happen. It was likely that they had received permission to add any land reclaimed inside the Boundary Mountain Range to the nation's territory, and they would likely receive financial assistance for the reclamation process as well. These conditions had likely been offered to them. Those fools. The king of his nation and the nobleman who was an earl like Thomas were truly fools. Thomas could imagine the reasons behind this expedition. The damper who had led a horde of ghouls across the Boundary Mountain Range and vanished 2 years ago. The vampire who acted as a contact between Thomas and the other vampires, the one who had panicked after learning that the damper had been allowed to escape. And for some reason, a new contact had come and told Thomas that his predecessor had been entrusted with another mission. A year had passed since then, and the only thing Thomas had heard from the vampires was, it would be wise to stay quiet for now. He hadn't even been able to tell whether this was an order or advice. In other words, the purpose of this expedition was to kill that damper, and the vampires were planning to use the Merg Shield. Nation's army to do so. Without their influence, there was no way that a 1,100,000-year-old tunnel whose existence hadn't even been confirmed could have been discovered by a general of the Amid Empire who was not even from the Merg Shield. Nation adjacent to the tunnel itself. There was no doubt that the vampires would get the damper involved with the official reason for the expedition. They would use some pretense such as there being a deposit of precious magical metal in the region the damper was hiding in, or an artifact that was supposed to have been lost in the battle that had taken place 100,000 years ago. If the damper was living in the ruins of Talashim, that would be the worst-case scenario. That place was the site of an unforgettable, humiliating victory for the Merg Shield. Nation. They had sacrificed enormous amounts of funds, over 10,000 soldiers, a national hero along with his party and an artifact, but only gained a small amount of treasure and a meaningless victory. That was why the Merg Shield Nation had feared the Boundary Mountain Range until now. That place was a demon's gate, a place to be avoided. However, now that it was clear that there was a simple method of crossing the mountain range, there was enthusiasm among the nobles of the Merg Shield Nation for committing a second expedition to Talashim, recovering the fallen hero's spear that was an artifact of Yupion, the god of ice, and wiping the humiliating victory from history. This was merely what was happening among the nobles. There would be more enthusiastic movements in the nation if its commoners were to learn of the tunnel's existence. I am an Earl of the Merg Shield Nation with connections to the vampires. I had naturally expected that there would be other noblemen within the Amid Empire with connections to the same vampires, but, to think that there would be one with the position of general. A general who knew that the expedition would fail, no less. Indeed, the expedition that was going to begin shortly would fail. They would dispose of the damper and everything would go well up to that point. But after that, it would definitely come to a halt. Because the vampires would never allow humans to step foot south of the Boundary Mountain Range. The ones they feared most were the other pure-breed vampires worshipping Vita, who were slumbering in the southern reaches of the continent. It was particularly likely that the officials of the Church of Alda would announce the beginning of a holy war to purge the vampires who worshipped Vita. For generations, the Church's Pope had always been radical about denying Vita. Even if individuals were more moderate before becoming the Pope, once they assumed that position, they would become more extreme. That had always been the case, so it would likely be the case from now on as well. And so the vampires who worshipped the evil gods would stop the expedition. Probably by collapsing the tunnel or making it unusable in some other way. 200 years ago, the tunnel that led to the Orbaum kingdom had been collapsed. Thomas had heard that it would still be unusable even now. It wasn't guaranteed that this had been the work of the vampires, but they would surely be able to do something similar to the other tunnel. The rewards offered to General Movid would be a large sum of money, or perhaps they have offered to turn him into a vampire. He will obtain immortality, and after that he will use his son, who is rumored to be incapable, as a puppet in order to maintain his public appearance and authority. I suppose the current situation is something like that. Even if the expedition were to fail, by the time it did, he would have used poor health or some other excuse to resign from the position of general, thus no longer being in a position where he would be held responsible. What a carefree position. The Merg Shield Nation would naturally suffer as a result of the expedition, but even the Amid Empire had nothing to gain from it. Movid would be the only one backing the winning horse, after all. Thomas would have liked to crush the plans of the vampires and General Movid, but this was impossible for him alone. The moment he made a move, the vampires would likely dispose of him. That was the meaning behind the words that he had been told. It would be wise to stay quiet for now. It would be a different matter if he had his own fighting force and capable spies that he could use to outwit the vampires, but in reality, if Thomas didn't move, he and the Palpapek House of Earls would come out of this unscathed. He owned no land and thus there were no people under his rule who would be enlisted in the expedition, and since he was no longer a marshal, he would not have to take any responsibility. However, after the pitiful Marshal Legston was forced to retire or hung, he would have to do his utmost to rebuild the strength of his nation that would greatly suffer as a result of the expedition. I have to do whatever I can to reduce the homeland's losses. Now that I think about it, I have him, don't I? There was a former member of an up-and-coming adventurer party, someone whose personality-related problems prevented him from making use of his excellent ability. He would likely ruin himself one day, getting those around him involved. This was a perfect time to shuffle the cards. Thomas rang a bell that was on his desk, summoning his steward who was also his confidant, to whom he told everything except the vampires. "Was there something you needed done?" asked the steward as he entered the room with a bow. He appeared to have come straight out of a steward's textbook. He was more like a butler than real butlers. "If you are lacking entertainment, I can make arrangements for something right away. If it is a marriage interview, I would rather not, said Thomas. Do you intend to have me die during intercourse, old man? The steward chuckled. I do pity those who must act as the head of the Palpapek family of earls. It is the duty of a nobleman to take concubines. I believe I already have 3 wives. That is not even a third of the number your predecessor had. You must take at least 2 more, said the steward. Then please introduce me to an elegant, tidy lady, 70 years of age or older, Thomas requested. If she has few relatives and looks like she will die within a year, that is even better. Thomas. Sama, you must moderate your liking for women who are older than myself. I merely want to avoid leaving any roots of evil for the next generation. Thomas changed the subject. The conversation about marriage interviews ends here, old man. I want to talk about Riley. Is it possible to indirectly place him at Marshal Legston's side? Though surprise appeared on the face of the steward whose expression was hidden among his wrinkles and beard, his eyebrows did not even twitch. The Green Wind Spear, Riley. Dono. It is likely possible, but, is this fine with you? He asked. My lord, he is the B-class adventurer that you spent much effort in drawing to your own side to replace the blue-flamed sword, Hines. No matter how inferior he is to Hines, placing him with Marshal Legston, and if you make him approach on his own with no letter of introduction, the Marshal will not owe you any favors. To the steward's knowledge, Riley had clearly inferior qualities. There was nothing dissatisfactory about his ability, his strength in battle. He possessed strength worthy of his class and he had talent. Enough talent that he could become at least A-class if he improved himself. What was actually inferior was almost everything other than his strength in battle. He was inferior as an adventurer, as a nobleman's vassal, as a person. His personality was a particularly poor quality of his character. At first, it had been thought that he was simply ambitious to achieve things, but he had a strong complex and craving for fame, and, lately he had been displaying elitist behavior, as if he were under the impression that he was a chosen hero. Learning from the examples of heroes in the past, he had bought slaves, trained them into adventurers and gained a sense of self-satisfaction in doing so, so he was almost beyond saving. He was a poor product that would fail in the distant future, disguised as a high-quality one. Thomas had already been deceived, but this was the perfect time to send him out and be rid of him. I do not mind, said Thomas. In fact, if I write a letter of introduction, it will be my reputation that is damaged when he makes a mess of something. Make Legston think that this is the second coming of the tragic hero Mikhail or something. Fortunately, Riley wields a spear, so he will be popular among the citizens. Ah, and do not forget to have the Adventurers Guild make him A-class. Certainly. He would be satisfied with becoming a hero as well. I will first order the Guild Master of the Adventurers Guild to promote him to A-class, and then I will send indirect whispers to him that staying by your side will hurt his chances of becoming a hero, my lord. The steward left the room with a bow. The work he would be doing from now, sending whispers, was clearly not a simple task, but the reason he was serving as the steward for a house of earls was because he was able to do such work. If he hadn't already been marked by the vampires, he would have had a little more freedom to move, however. I suppose there is no use giving this any more thought, Thomas told himself. If this causes Riley to serve beneath Legston, the strength of the force that I can mobilize will likely decrease considerably. If a great hero took part in the expedition, less other men would be needed. It would be most satisfactory if this move would prevent at least 100 or 200 more soldiers from joining the expedition. Fortunately, our army tends not to allow the participation of adventurers in military expeditions that do not involve the hunting of monsters. Even in the worst-case scenario, we will not suffer an increase in the frequency of monster rampages due to a fall in adventurer numbers. Now all Thomas had to do was pray that Riley would be accepted by Legston. Don't disappoint me. The day after Vandeleur had told Darcia that he couldn't repair the resurrection device yet, he headed towards the ruins of the Adventurers Guild for his third job. Change. The trading area was busy as usual, so much so that there was apparently a shortage of fish sauce. Talashim's fishing industry was dependent on Doran's aquatic caverns. The fishermen would walk into the dungeon, cast their nets, thrust their spears into the water, throw their fishing lines out and then bring the fish home. However, the amount of fish they could bring back this way was smaller than if they could simply pile the fish onto a boat to bring them back. Apparently this was why supply of the small fish used as ingredients for fish sauce couldn't keep up with the demand. Even Vandeleur couldn't make fish sauce without using small fish. Couldn't they catch small fish in the waterways? Vandeleur wondered. We've hunted all of the flying sharks living in them, so it should be easier to fish there than in Doran's aquatic caverns. Yeah, that's true, but the fishermen don't really want to do it. They say that there's not enough excitement, the undead Titan receptionist explained. She had been made of bones and rotting flesh, but Vandeleur had used freshness restoration to return her to the state she had been in when she was killed. As expected of a fighting race. It seemed that the battles that occurred during fishing were exciting events for the fishermen. If it weren't for the katsuobushi and kombu, there would have been a major shortage of fish sauce, said the receptionist. In my opinion, the solution for this problem is the development of a new product. Her one remaining eye glistened with expectation. Indeed, if a new product was developed and demand was divided between it and fish sauce, a shortage of fish sauce could be avoided even if its supply stayed as it was now. But the one who has to make that new product is me, isn't it? Said Vandeleur. The amount of products I make each month has decreased, though. Do your best. Please work on replacing my other eye quickly too. Oka-I. It would be nice if I could get along well with the receptionists of real adventurers guilds later as well, thought Vandeleur as he headed into the job. Changing room. Undead Tamer Soul Breaker Venom Fist User Insect User Archenemy. What is Archenemy? There was a new job there. What was this Archenemy job? Was it supposed to be read as Taitiki asterisk? Did that mean that he would be something like Satan? Satan, not Santa. It was probably related to the destruction of the dragon golem and the breaking of Ice Age's soul. Archenemy. It would probably grant a bonus to the God Slayer skill. But it wasn't the kind of job he wanted being recorded in an adventurer's guild. Let's take that one later, Vandeleur decided. He picked the Undead Tamer job this time. With this, Borkus and Bone Man would likely be strengthened even more. You have acquired the strengthened subordinate skill. Name. Vandeleur Race. Damper, Dark Elf, Age. 5 years old. Title. Ghoul King Job. Undead Tamer Level. 0 Job History. Death, Attribute Mage, Golem Transmuter Attributes. Vitality. 115 Mana. 224,557,626 Strength. 80 Agility. 81 Stamina. 87 Intelligence. 407 Passive Skills. Superhuman Strength. Level 1 Rapid Healing. Level 3 Death, Attribute Magic. Level 5 Status Effect Resistance. Level 5 Magic Resistance. Level 1 Dark Vision Mental Corruption. Level 10 Death, Attribute Charm. Level 5 Chant Revocation. Level 3 Strengthen Followers. Level 7 Automatic Mana Recovery. Level 3 Strengthen Subordinates. Level 3, New. Active Skills. Bloodsucking. Level 3 Surpass Limits. Level 4 Golem Transmutation. Level 6 No Attribute Magic. Level 4 Mana Control. Level 4 Spirit Form. Level 3 Carpentry. Level 4 Engineering. Level 3 Cooking. Level 2 Alchemy. Level 3 Unarmed Fighting Technique. Level 2 Soul Break. Level 2 Multi-Cast. Level 2 Long Distance Control. Level 2 Unique Skills. God Slayer. Level 1 Curses experience gained in previous life not carried over, cannot learn existing jobs. Unable to gain experience independently. The moment Vandalu's job changed, he acquired the Strengthened Subordinate skill. This was the human version of the Strengthened Follower's skill, a lower equivalent. It strengthened familiars, beasts, spirits, livestock and golem accompanying the user, and the amount they were strengthened was about the same as the Strengthened Follower's skill. It was mainly used by alchemists, spirit users and shepherds. But as the skill could level up without increasing the number of subordinates, it was simpler to acquire than the Strengthened Follower's skill. In my case, my followers will have double strengthening from both Strengthened Followers and Strengthened Subordinates. Vandalu chuckled to himself at the fact that this was such an easy, certain and effective method of improving everyone's strength. Incidentally, after this, Vandalu dug up the buried statue of Yupian and repeatedly destroyed it and rebuilt it in order to examine his God Slayer skill, but nothing happened. It seemed that he would need to take on a god made artifact or a god subordinate in order to discover its effect. He got the feeling that the dirt around the statue had turned a little red, but nothing about the statue had changed. A few days after his job change, Vandalu went into the underground chamber beneath the royal castle once more. This time, he was here to recover the wreckage of the dragon golem. Though it was wreckage, it was still orichalcum. With his current level of golem transmutation, he was able to change its shape and preserve it. However, he knew that he could not genuinely manipulate it as he wanted to. If I could beat orichalcum to turn it into weapons, I would be a god right now instead of an undead, said Datara. Orichalcum was a wondrous material for a blacksmith, and yet it was impossible to manipulate. It could not be melted even by magma. No file could shave its surface off, and even if it bent after being struck, it would soon return to its original shape. Because of this, not even a first-rate blacksmith could turn it into weapons or armor. It was said that any blacksmith capable of doing so would likely be praised as a divine craftsman. But it's possible to use it in various ways, isn't it, said Vandalu. Like turning it into flat pieces and using them as shields, or turning it into lumps to use in maces and hammers, or using them as ammo for the catapults. Shields boasting the greatest physical and magical defense of any shield in the world, and blunt weapons capable of tearing through any barrier like paper. Leaving aside the joke of using the orichalcum as ammunition for the catapults, it should be very useful. Incidentally, there were no spear wielders to use Ice Age, which was now just an orichalcum spear, so Sam was holding on to it for now. It would probably make a good lance. As Vandalu was splitting the golem's wreckage into pieces small enough to fit through the entrance to the audience chamber, he found something interesting in the corner of Dragon Golem's chamber. As he moved aside the broken pieces of the Dragon Golem's wing that Mikhail had destroyed, he found dead bodies covered in cursed ice, probably around 5 of them. These corpses. Whose are they? Vandalu wondered. Though they hadn't decomposed as they had been covered in ice like Zandia's severed hand, they had been horrendously damaged. There was not a single corpse left intact. But they were probably not titans. And they probably weren't vampires, either. Ah, come to think of it, Mikhail had a party, didn't he? Borkus hadn't mentioned them, nor had Vandalu seen them in Zandia's residual memories. In the stories told in Talashim and in the Merg Shield Nation, they were simply mentioned as Mikhail's companions. Vandalu hadn't known their names or how many of them there were, so they hadn't made much of an impression of him. But now that he thought about it, Mikhail did indeed have a party. With that being the case, this was a tomb created by Ice Age. Perhaps because he could not bear to leave the corpses of his master's companions, he had covered them in cursed ice and buried them with small fragments of the golem in a crater that had been made during the battle. There was no tombstone, but it was a more extravagant grave than the ones dead royalty and nobles lay in. Considering the price of orichalcum, it was no doubt equivalent to being buried in one of the pyramids on Earth. Vandalu removed all of the orichalcum and inspected the bodies one by one. One of them was an enormous man, almost the size of a titan. There was a crushed shield next to him, so he was likely a shield-bearer. But as his body had been turned into mince from the neck down, he was very grotesque. The second was a dwarf, perhaps. There was no corpse, only shredded lengths of braided hair. No, those were probably only his beard, and the scraps of metal were likely his armor. There were some pieces bearing the holy mark of Alda, so was he a zealous believer or some priest-warrior. The third was a female witch. She was wearing a robe and holding a staff, so there was no doubt about that. But it was uncertain as whether she was a human or an elf. The lower jaw was the only remaining part of her head, so it was impossible to see the shape of her ears. Vandeleur did think that she was a human, however. The fourth was a dark-skinned woman wearing armor made of leather taken from a monster. Her head was intact, but the rest of her body was in pieces, like a disturbing jigsaw puzzle. She had probably been cut by the dragon golem's wings. The fifth was, on close inspection, not a person. Isn't this an ogre? It was the corpse of a demi-humanoid monster, an ogre. It was wearing armor and holding a weapon, so it appeared to be a large warrior, but the horn that initially looked like an ornament on its helmet were actually growing out of its forehead. Incidentally, they were often confused for Magians, which were one of the races created by Vita, but they were different. Ogres only had one horn while Magians had two. It seemed that this ogre was a tamed familiar of one of the other four. But there were multiple gaping, fist-sized holes in its body, only its heads and limbs were unharmed. Mikhail, these four and the ogre had challenged the dragon golem, and only Mikhail had managed to return to the ground surface after suffering a fatal wound. His encounter with the vampires that followed shortly after that had spelled the end of the entire party. These four had not even left their names behind. Even if Vandeleur were to try to listen to their spirits, they had probably likely already returned to the circle of transmigration. With the corpses of these heroes before him, Vandeleur didn't even offer them any prayer as he contemplated. What kind of undead should I create using these, he wondered out loud. He had no feelings of grief over the corpses of his enemies. He would have been more reserved if they were Titan bodies, but as they were the dead bodies of those from the merged shield nation, they were nothing more than materials to him. This was no different from stripping the meat off the bodies of orcs and taking the bones and skin of dragons. If he had felt aversion to doing things like this, he would never have created Bone Man to begin with. First, I'll give this big eyeball to the receptionist. San, but the rest of them are too damaged to make them undead just as they are. I suppose I'll take them apart and then join them back together. This would also be good practice for creating Darshia's body. But I'll do that after the orichalcum is all carried outside. After he put the corpses together, he would need to think about the spirits he put in them. It would likely be fine as he had the death, attribute charm skill, but it would certainly be problematic if the undead were to turn on him like Frankenstein's monster. Name. Vigoro rank. 7 race. Ghoul tyrant level. 7 job. Axe master job level. 0 job history. Apprentice warrior, axeman age. 171 years old. Passive skills. Night vision, superhuman strength. Level 5, level up. Pain resistance. Level 4, paralyzing venom secretion, claws. Level 3, level up. Strengthened attribute values when equipped with an axe, medium, new. Active skills. Axe technique. Level 7, level up. Hand-to-hand fighting technique. Level 2, commanding. Level 4, level up. Coordination. Level 2, deforestation. Level 2, new. Dismantling. Level 1, new. Monster explanation. Ghoul tyrant, the highest rank form of ghoul that has ever been witnessed. They possess bodies as large as titans and 4 arms, and it is said that their lions' heads are fearsome enough that even the true kings of beasts would tremble before them. As they usually rule groups of hundreds of ghouls, they almost always possess the strengthened follower's skill. A ghoul tyrant has not been seen in the past 1,000 years, leading some scholars to believe that they are not a high-rank version of ghoul at all, but mutated individuals who are born that way. Job explanation. Axe Master: a job that can only be acquired after an individual reaches level 100 with the Axeman job and possesses a level 6 or greater skill in axe technique. The strengthened attribute values and equipped with an axe skill is a perfect example of the skills specialized for the wielding of axes that can be gained with this job. This job is essentially proof that those who have acquired the job are first-rate fighters when wielding axes. They can easily become servants of noblemen or open their own axe technique dojo. Adventurers possessing this job are usually B. class. Chapter 54, They Approach as I'm Playfully Bitten in Creating Forests. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Chapter 54. They approach as I'm playfully bitten in creating forests, so I've made a new undead, Vandalyu announced. Congratulations! Saria exclaimed. It is the first time you have made an undead that other than insects and dinosaurs since you created us, isn't it? Wah, I'm happy that we're going to get a kohai, said Rita. Bone Chimera gave a cry for attention. Nochin, you were transformed rather than created, so you're a little different, aren't you, said Saria. Incidentally, Bone Chimera's name was Nochin, which means, bone, in German. In any case, this is an auspicious event, said Sam. The new person, was quietly unveiled before Saria and the others. Vandalyu had decided to create undead from the corpses of Mikhail's companions. He thought that even without the original spirits of the bodies, he could make undead who would be powerful right from the beginning if he used the bodies of a hero's companions and a large amount of mana as the materials. First, Vandalyu used the female mage's corpse that was the least damaged as a base. He would use brown-skinned female warrior's head to replace the missing head. Fortunately, they weren't too different in size. He cut off the lower jaw that was remaining on the mage, making sure to get the cutting angle right, and then attached the head of the female warrior. However, below the female mage's neck, certain hard-to-see parts of her body had broken bones and torn muscles. Organ damage to some extent wouldn't cause any problems if Vandalyu was turning her into a zombie, but since the state of the stomach would affect the zombie's experience gain, he wanted to have everything in a clean state if possible. Vandalyu had heard on Earth that focusing on the interior was the secret to creating a good product. However, the female warrior's body had been torn to pieces. There were no parts of her body apart from her head that were intact. This also went without saying for the other corpses. Thus, Vandalyu decided to go to the ruins of the Adventurers Guild to get a supply of monster organs. He used golem transmutation to change the shapes of sturdy trihorn horns to use as bones, replaced the liver and kidneys with those of a hydra and replaced the lungs with the resized lungs of a plesiosaur, a creature that appeared occasionally in Doran's aquatic caverns. And because he wanted a companion with the ability to fly, he attached the wings of a pterosaur to the mage's back. This proved to be very difficult. He had to conduct a major surgery in which he altered the shape of the mage's shoulder blades and created the musculature needed to move the wings from muscle fibers and tendons he had taken from the ogre. Also, he decided to have a tail growing from the tailbone. To that tail, he attached the stinger and venom gland of a cemetery bee that had died of old age, and added the venom glands of a venom wyvern, a hydra and a shark-eating anemone so that it would be able to choose which venom it would inject its victim with. And then he replaced the arms from the elbow down and legs from the knees down with parts from the ogre. Wouldn't this result in greater strength? As the female mage lacked the muscles to support this body, he took the necessary muscles from the female warrior and the ogre while replacing the parts of her skin that had been burned with the female warriors. Finally, he inserted the magic stones of monsters into her body. And so this what I built as a result, said Vandalyu. There was a faint, groaning sound. The female zombie, who Vandalyu had named Rapey.age, emerged from below a cover. The name meant patching to Vandalyu's knowledge. It was a word that had been used in origin, so the actual fine meaning might be a little different. She had the beautiful face of a girl of an age in between being a child and an adult, combined with the mature, well-trained body of a warrior with feminine curves. But the limbs below the elbows and knees were those of an ogre, powerful enough to easily crush a person's skull. Membranous wings sprouted from her back, and a serpent-like tail with the stinger of a bee extended from her hips. Her skin was a mixture of pale skin, brown skin and the dark green skin of an ogre joined together by stitches, giving her a strange beauty that could be called the beauty of the afterlife. At first glance, she appeared to be a beautiful and yet strange, unidentifiable zombie. And her status was as follows. Name. Rapey. Age. Rank. 4 Race. Patchwork zombie level. 0 Passive skills. Dark vision. Rapid regeneration. Level 5 Deadly poison secretion. Tail. Level 5 Physical resistance. Level 3 Magic resistance. Level 3 Superhuman strength. Level 1 Active skills. Electrify. Level 2 High. Speed flight. Level 1 Her specs were quite high. She had great regenerative abilities because Vandalyu had given her the organs of a hydra, and she was capable of switching between paralyzing venom, neurotoxic venom or hemorrhage-inducing venom. And perhaps because the female mage or the female warrior had possessed them, or perhaps for some other unknown reason, she possessed resistance against both physical and magical attacks. She had also inherited the ogre's superhuman strength at level 1. The unexpected thing was that she possessed Electrify, a skill likely possessed by Trihorns. She had probably acquired the skill because Vandalyu had used their horns in her bones. Touching her carelessly would result in a numbing shock. Because Vandalyu had used parts of the ogre's limbs, the female mage who was the base of the zombie had become slightly taller than before and appeared to have poor balance, but overall, Vandalyu's craftsmanship wasn't bad. She's quite muscular, as would be expected, Saria observed. She is also quite voluptuous. If I made her thin, she wouldn't be able to control her movements, would she? Said Vandalyu. And anyway, muscles are power. I'm sure Government would feel bitter about this. After all, even if they were nameless, you have stolen the corpses of a hero's companions from him, Bakken, exclaimed Rita. It is indeed quite pleasant to imagine what kind of expression he would have, Vandalyu said in agreement. Though I've never seen Government's face before, he admitted. She was rank 4 to begin with, ready to fight, and she was versatile. Though she would need to train as she did not possess any martial-type skills, the experiment had been a huge success. On top of that, she could even inflict emotional damage upon Vandalyu's future enemy. She is wonderful, Vandalyu. Said Eleonora, her eyes moist with emotion. Not only can you combine multiple corpses, you can even draw out their original functions. You are already capable of doing the same things as Government and Tanisha. I see. I'm still only able to do the same things as them, as to be expected of beings who had lived for 100,000 years. It seemed that they were still a step ahead even when it came to the creation of undead. They likely knew methods and secrets that were still unknown to Vandalyu. Vandalyu didn't know when he would face them, but he decided to make sure to ask them before breaking their souls. Rapey. Age let out a groan, and then a biting noise. You bastard. Don't eat Vandalyu. Shouted Eleonora. Rita laughed. Rapey. Age is being spoiled by Bakken. It seems to be a playful bite, said Sam. It kind of feels a bit painful for a playful bite. Vandalyu began to say, but then Nochin made a noise. Wait, Nochin, stop it. As if provoked by the way Rapey. Age was munching on Vandalyu's arm, Nochin began pressing its monkeying wolf heads against him as well. These events made Vandalyu decide not to make any plans to produce zombies in large numbers in the near future. He knew that he wasn't quite in the predicament that Dr. Frankenstein was in, but having large numbers of zombies biting him playfully would be painful indeed. You have acquired the surgery skill. Vandeleur made Rappi.Age train its unarmed fighting technique in battle while he distributed orichalcum equipment to everyone else. And in order to become more experienced with golem transmutation as well as to be better prepared against the vampires, he began repairing the city's defense installations. The Merg Shield. Nation had been sloppy when it came to destroying them, and the installations themselves hadn't degraded over the past 200 years. So fortunately, Vandeleur was able to repair them using golem transmutation. The vampires would never dream that they would have been repaired, so they were certain to become an ace up his sleeve. Meanwhile, numerous dragons were fought. Borkus engaged in multiple fierce battles against storm dragons, Vigoro fought fiery battles against burst ogres that were mutant ogres emitting flames from all over their bodies, and Zadiris fought battles of magic against great treants, tree-type monsters that could cast spells. These were very profitable in terms of both materials and experience points. Storm dragon sashimi went well with wasabi. Burst ogre hides could be used in heat-resistant armor, and great treant lumber could be turned into good staves. The greatest find of all was the discovery of wild garlic. As it was wild garlic, the smell was harsher than cultivated garlic, so Vandeleur decided to use death. Attribute magic to apply selective breeding to it. I suppose I'll have to make items that can remove bad breath. I have a feeling it would be easier to make magic items with the deodorization spell than to produce mint goods, said Vandeleur. You're going to make magic items just to remove bad breath? Asked Bodya. Isn't that pretty luxurious? Asked Borkus. Bakken, even noblemen don't have magic items like that, you know, said Saria. It's a luxury, is it? Right, I'll definitely make it then, Vandeleur decided. And so he began his work to cultivate garlic and produce magic items to remove bad breath. By the time the season could truly be called summer, there had been numerous developments. First, the cultivation of garlic was going incredibly well. With the soil of Talashim that was a semi-devil's nest and manure that Vandeleur had created with fermentation, the garlic was growing with incredible vigor. The garlic could be harvested as often as once a week. As a result of selective breeding, garlic the same size as the garlic used on Earth with less of a smell had been produced. But the nutritional value and the main components probably wouldn't change, or so Vandeleur thought. That was what he felt after examining it with magic, but since he didn't have proper equipment for examining it, he couldn't say for sure that this was the case. Garlic was added as another flavoring commodity at the ruins of the Adventurers Guild, and the demand for fish sauce decreased ever so slightly. Vandeleur had also successfully created magic items to remove bad breath. They were large and barrel-shaped. Water stored in them would turn into gargling water that possessed the effects of deodorization and sterilization. These were placed in the city's plazas, every bathhouse, and all the main buildings. The people would take water from these barrels to wash their hands and rinse their mouths after eating. Braga's rank increased and he became a black goblin ninja. After hearing about ninjas from Vandeleur, Braga had used those stories as a basis for his training and pestered the blacksmith Datara to make him shurikens, kunais, and curved swords resembling ninjas' katanas. After he leveled up and some time had passed, he had become a magnificent monster bearing the title of ninja. Even Vandeleur was surprised by this. He hadn't expected Braga to become Lambda's first ninja after listening to his stories that almost certainly contained fictional elements. This was likely the result of the Black Goblin's incredible physical abilities and, more importantly, their characteristically quick development. King, I can fly like this. Neen. Braga looked to be enjoying himself as he hopped around, each of his jumps being over 5 meters high. Would he be the first in the world to acquire the ninjutsu skill, summon giant toads or transform into things like special effects in movies? After talking to him, Vandeleur got the feeling that he'd be able to do any of them. I can't lose either. For some reason, Zran, the undead titan who was Braga's scout instructor, was getting fired up as well. He was training to become a ninja as well, so it was possible that the birth of Lambda's second ninja was close. One day, the Anubis Samido and the ghouls led Vandeleur to a corner of the city where a tree was growing, bearing blue fruits the size of babies' heads. He had seen this fruit numerous times in the Devil's Nest forest. "King, there's a cobalt tree growing here," said Samido. Even in Devil's Nests, cobalt trees normally only grew where kobolds lived. But there was a cobalt tree growing here. "These blue things are cobalt fruits, huh?" "It's my first time seeing them," said Mimetiga. "Can you really eat them?" asked Samido. "They're really blue." There were no kobolds nearby, so the two of them were seeing cobalt fruits for the first time and were bewildered by their color. However, the reason cobalt trees were growing was clearly because the Anubises were present. As there wasn't a single kobold in the city, there was no other explanation. Vandeleur hadn't thought that Anubises could cause cobalt trees to grow. Thinking about it another way, the reason the cobalt trees haven't grown up until now has been there weren't many Anubises considering their city size, or maybe just by chance, said Vandeleur. Or maybe a cobalt seed from a fruit eaten by someone who ventured far away dropped here by chance. "Well, there's no use in thinking about it too much," he concluded. What was certain was that cobalt trees that didn't grow outside of Devil's Nests were growing in Talashim, and that their fruit could be eaten. "But it's still small, King," said Samido. "Indeed it is," said Vandeleur. The cobalt tree was still only 1.5 meters tall, and it hadn't even produced 10 fruits yet. There weren't enough. Let's try supplying it with mana for now," Vandeleur decided. In Devil's Nests, even normal plant life grew faster than usual, not just monsters. This was due to the mana contaminating the soil. With that being the case, would the growth of the cobalt trees be accelerated if Vandeleur deliberately provided more mana to the soil? With this idea in mind, Vandeleur discharged a large amount of mana into the soil around the tree and, while he was at it, he also applied the fertilizer he had created with fermentation. The next day, the cobalt tree was over 3 meters tall and there were dozens of fruit growing on it. Not only that, but there were more cobalt trees growing around it. Getting carried away by this success, Vandeleur decided to cultivate trees of other fruits in different places. The space between the first and second outer walls didn't have a single building there yet, so he planted seeds for various fruits including acorns and walnuts to begin his experiment here. He used body experience to branch his arms out like tentacles, combined with his physical body and used mana transfer on the ground. Holding nothing back, he poured mana into the soil starting in the morning, straight through the afternoon all the way into the evening. He had recovered some mana in between, so he had ended up pouring perhaps about 300 million mana into the ground. This was because the number of spells he could cast at once had increased due to the long distance control and multi-cast skills. However, the next day, nothing had changed. Thinking that mana alone didn't work, he applied his handmade fertilizer and then poured his mana into the ground. "If this goes well, we can eat all kinds of fruits every day. When I go to the Orbaum Kingdom, I can bring back rare fruits and seeds. Talashim will become a kingdom of fruits." Fufufu. With these ambitions rising up within him, Vandeleur poured 300 million mana into the ground today as well. And the next day, Vandeleur headed to the site of his experiment expecting trees to have grown, only to find that they had grown beyond his expectations. "Wow, I've done something incredible, if I do say so myself," he remarked. Vandeleur made sure there was no poison in the fruits just in case, then headed straight back to the city to report the results of his experiment. "Oh, how wonderful!" exclaimed Mwaza. "Holy Sun, you have recreated the legends of Vita, who was said to have transformed the barren wastelands into lush forests for the sake of the people. This is a miracle. Truly divine work." No, it's not a miracle or divine work. I'm a person, after all," said Vandeleur. "But it really is amazing," Darcia told him. "I'm sure you'd be able to turn even deserts into forests, Vandeleur." "Mom, it took me 2 days to create a single thicket," Vandeleur reminded her. That's plenty fast enough. Forests normally take hundreds or thousands of years to form, after all. Not everyone had gone mad with excitement and religious fanaticism like Noisa, but everyone did give Vandeleur moderate praise, putting him in a good mood. What is this flower used for? Asked Badia. It is a defeat flower, replied Zediris. If I recall, the boy said oil can be taken from this tree's seeds. This flower was similar to camellias, and until now, there hadn't been large amounts of this flower available. It had been named the defeat flower because when the flower fell from the tree, it resembled the severed head of a general who had been defeated in battle falling to the ground. The tree provided them with oil. The fruit that formed after the flowers fell could be steamed and squeezed to produce oil that could be used as fuel or food. There wasn't much demand for lighting in Talashim as its inhabitants possessed the night vision skill that allowed them to read just fine with just the moonlight, or the dark vision skill that let them see in complete darkness as if it were the middle of the afternoon. But Vandeleur had actually wanted oil to use in food. With this, I can make tempura and sewage asterisk, and also mayonnaise. It was possible to take oil from acorns, but the demand for acorn powder had been greater, and taking lard from orcs and other monsters took more time and effort than extracting it from plants. So now he could make foods and flavorings that he had been unable to make before. Bakken, isn't that tree moving? Asked Rita. No way, there's no way a tree would move, right, said Vandeleur, coming back from his delicious fantasies that had spread its wings to look at the tree that she was pointing at. But a moment later, he was perplexed. Was there a tree in that spot when we first came here? Right before Vandeleur's eyes, the tree's roots moved like legs to produce a sluggish motion. It did move, didn't it? He said. It does seem like it moved, said Zediris in agreement. See, I told you it moved, didn't I? Exclaimed Rita. It looks like an ant. Where did it sneak in from? Asked Zediris. Well, if it's just one tree coming at me, I'll turn it into lumber right away. Thinking that it would be best to fell the tree just in case, Vigoro, who was now a battle lumberjack, raised his trusty axe. As he did, the entire thicket squirmed with the loud rustling of leaves. Did all the trees we can see just move? Asked Rita. Could it be that all of the trees in this thicket are ants? Kachia guessed. Her guess was entirely correct. Ents are rank 3 plant type monsters. They use their roots as legs to move and possess faces resembling those of humans on their trunks. Their strength is proportional to the size of their bodies and their trunks are as hard as iron. As they are made of wood, they may look weak to fire, but they possess the fire element resistance skill, so they are difficult to burn. However, their movements are dull and they are only able to swing their branches and roots around in battle. Because of their folk-tail-like appearance and their human-like faces, they are imagined to be intelligent, but their intelligence is not significantly different from that of goblins. However, as they possess the characteristics of plants, they do not attack other creatures except in self-defense or if they are in extremely dry, barren land. Even in devil's nests, as long as they are not carelessly approached and no fires are lit nearby, they are relatively unthreatening, rare monsters. Their fresh leaves can be used to make poultices, and their trunks can be used as high-quality wood. Their faces are used as proof of their extermination. Incidentally, the cause of their appearance has long been a source of puzzlement for researchers. The leading theory is that there are ent seeds that grow into large trees and form ents. However, the existence of such seeds is still yet to be proven. Another theory is that normal trees become ents when polluted with mana. Renowned mages have tried pouring mana into soil in experiments to test this theory, but in the end, no trees transformed into ents in these experiments. So, Van, how much mana did you pour into them? Asked Badia. If I recall, I recovered my mana as I worked, so it was around 300 million mana yesterday, replied Vandeleur. Your mana is amazing as always, isn't it, Van? Upon hearing the mention of mana in the hundreds of millions, Kachia, who was more open with her feelings these days, let out a sigh. She had been training in magic recently, but her mana was just over 100. In a single day, the 5-year-old boy in front of her had poured 3 million times that amount into the ground. Wasn't it simply too extraordinary? I wish you'd share some of that mana with me, she said. Well, you do share it with me from time to time, she added. Indeed, said Zadiris in agreement. No matter how renowned a mage is, they would not possess 100 million. It seemed that as a result of an incredible amount of Vandalu's mana being continuously poured into the ground, all of the previously very ordinary seeds had grown into Ents. This made the truth behind the appearance of Ents very clear. It did seem like it would be years before this was announced to human society, however. By the way, is it all right with the plants like this? Vandalu wondered. You walked around before you brought us here, didn't you? Said Vigoro. Isn't it fine, then? It does not seem that they will attack us when we come near, said Sam. Holy Sun, how is your death attribute charm? Asked Mwaza. It seems to be working. Why was death attribute charm having an effect on plant-type Ents who didn't have death or cemetery in their names? It was unclear, but there was no denying that it was affecting them. But appraisal revealed. Rank 4, name. Immortal Treant, summary. Mutant Treants who have been showered in death. Attribute mana as seeds. However, they do not possess evil natures. They are resistant to all kinds of conditions, physical attacks and magical attacks, and they possess excellent self-restoring abilities. In other words, they were Ents that were incredibly difficult to kill. Well, I suppose we have more fighting forces and an additional source of food, said Vandalu. For now, he needed to refine the defeat flower oil. He decided to make golems and establish a production system right away. A group of 7 people proceeded through a large, dark corridor. The group of men and women holding lanterns to light the way, wearing various kinds of equipment, looked like adventurers in the middle of clearing a dungeon ruins. This would be half correct. There's less resistance than I expected, for great ruins that were supposedly sealed off 100,000 years ago, said a man in his late 20s wielding a spear as he stabbed a demon to death. Demons are coagulations of contaminated mana with evil wills that turn into monsters. The lesser demon with the head and legs of a black goat that the man just defeated was the weakest kind, but even that was a powerful rank 6 enemy. However, it's nothing but small fry. This doesn't even make for good exercise. You are absolutely right, Riley Paniki, said a small man in light equipment who appeared to be a scout. The unamused face of the green wind spear Riley twisted in a small smile. There is no helping it, there is no way that a suitable opponent for someone like you who is an A-class adventurer with a title would be easily to find, said a woman whose cleavage was visible through her revealing top, who would appear to be a prostitute rather than a mage if she were not holding a staff. Riley's smile grew wider. Do you think so as well, Flark? Riley asked. There was no response. Ah, come to think of it, your collar is set so that you can't talk, isn't it? Well, whatever. The man called Flark was a shield-bearer wearing plate armor and a helmet made of black steel harder and heavier than iron, holding a shield larger than the smaller man. As Riley spoke to him, he didn't even so much as glance at Riley. But Riley showed no signs of concern as he chuckled and continued. Well, I suppose there's no helping it, said Riley. I'm not foolish enough to think that heroes who leave their names in history are constantly doing flashy work. They have to do this kind of dull work as well. Especially when it's requested by Earl Movid. The words of a hero are really something else, said the small man in admiration. Kai ah, how wonderful, squealed the female mage. Flark said nothing, letting out only a small, short sigh. The other two praised Riley and flattered him even more unabashedly than before. This conversation alone would be enough to indicate that the adventurers of this party were not all of equal standing, but the collars worn by Flark and the others made it very clear. The 3 of them were wearing hard, black collars on their necks. They were slaves owned by Riley. The marks engraved on the collars showed that they were criminal slaves. Unlike slaves of debt who would be released and return to becoming normal people once their debts were paid off, criminal slaves could be legally treated in any manner and they wouldn't be released until their deaths. There was no way that these were companions of equal status. Riley held their lives and possessions in his hands. With a party formed with just these slaves, it was not unnatural for Riley to become carried away. However, there were 3 more people other than Riley and his slaves. They were 3 individuals with pale skin and crimson eyes, giving wry smiles at the conversation they were hearing. "Do you guys think so as well?" Riley asked them. One of the red-eyed individuals smiled even wider as he answered. "We are grateful that we were able to make this exchange, Riley Dono." There were fangs visibly protruding from his mouth. Chapter 55, Sometime after autumn, insects will be drawn to the light. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Chapter 55. Sometime after autumn, insects will be drawn to the light. Other than his talent, the green wind spear, Riley was a normal adventurer that could be found anywhere. He came from a commoner background, and he had become an adventurer because he had confidence in his own skill. His objective had been to earn gold. And though he never said this out loud, he held the hopes and dreams of becoming like the protagonists of the heroic tales he had heard as a child. When Riley was still a novice, he happened to witness Hines registering as an adventurer. He got on well with this younger man and decided to form a party with him. And then a female dwarf shield-bearer, an intellectual young male scout who wielded a bow and a beautiful elf woman who used spiritual magic were added to the party, and they became known as the 5-colored blades. Just like in folk songs about heroes, the 4 members other than Riley had abundant talent as well. After a hard year of completing goblin extermination requests, they were comparable to veteran D-class adventurers. In the next year, they were promoted to class, a little superior to average adventurers. In their 3rd year together, they cleared a previously undiscovered dungeon, acquiring valuable magic items and fame, and Hines, the party leader, was promoted to B-class. He was bestowed with a title, the Blue-Flamed Sword, originating from the magic sword he acquired from the dungeon. Around that time, before he knew it, Riley found that he held dark feelings towards Hines. Riley had talent himself, he was just as handsome and strong as Hines. Though Hines was the party leader, Riley wondered, why was he being treated as a bonus addition to Hines? Hines was the only one to be promoted to B-class after clearing the dungeon. Riley had acquired a mithril spear with an emerald green jewel that controlled the wind, but he hadn't gained a title. Noblemen and merchants were frantic to form connections with Hines, the individual with such talent that he had become a B-class adventurer in his teenage years. There were numerous talks of officer and specialist contracts and, best of all, he was approached by good women. Even the receptionist at the Adventurers Guild looked at him with moist eyes. In contrast to that, Riley was only known as one of Hines's companions. It was as if there was a sign with those exact words hanging around his neck. And then Riley came to the realization that it was not him, but Hines who had become the protagonist of the heroic folk songs. It was the greatest failure and humiliation he had experienced in his life. But this alone would likely not have made Riley leave the 5-colored blades. He might have simply accepted that this was how things were, like many other adventurers, and continued to be Hines's party member. But the final crack was one particular request the party received. That request was to capture a vampire and a dark elf witch who had succumbed to his temptations and given birth to a damper. It was an unusual request, but when they actually accepted it, they quickly succeeded in completing it. The witch's archery and magic were no match for them, and the vampire was nowhere to be found. Hines thrust his sheathed sword into her stomach and that was the end of it. They received their reward and put that town behind them. However, after completing that request, Hines began to brood upon his thoughts often and say things that Riley couldn't understand. Riley had a bad feeling about it, but he remembered how Heinz had done the same when he had just become an adventurer after cutting down a pregnant female goblin. Riley forced himself to believe that Heinz would overcome it like before. He realized that he was mistaken when Heinz turned down an invitation to a party sponsored by an important nobleman. "Tonight is the festival of Alda. I would certainly like to hear the heroic tale of how you cleansed the land of that evil witch," the nobleman's messenger said. Heinz replied with a "No." That important nobleman was one of the most prominent figures in the Merg Shield Nation, and he was particularly influential at the Adventurers Guild. "Why did you refuse an invitation from someone like that? We can't stay uninvolved with high society if we want to increase our ranks, even if it's a pain. How many times have we said that?" Riley demanded. "I can't believe that she was a witch," replied Heinz. "I've started to doubt whether this country, whether Alda is right. Ah, it's hopeless. I can't follow this guy anymore," thought Riley, the moment he heard Heinz's response. Riley was an adventurer. He accepted requests, fought monsters, and earned gold. He would be promoted, gain fame and honor, retire at an older age after a successful career and then live out the rest of his years in comfort. Riley wouldn't tell Heinz not to have his ideals and chase his dreams. After all, Riley himself had dreamed of becoming the protagonist of a heroic folk song. That was why he wasn't so concerned about others. "So I don't really care about Heinz's ideals, dreams or sense of justice. But why do I have to suffer for them?" "Yeah, sure. You're a genius. I'm sure all the bards in the future will sing heroic tales with you as the protagonist. Even if you refuse an important nobleman's invitation, I'm sure you'll be fine. Even if you doubt the nation's sense of values and national religion, even if you go to the Orbong Kingdom where Dampiers are treated as people, I'm sure you'll overcome any problems you face with the powers you believe in and the bonds you have with others. On top of that, you'll rush to A.class and S.class, and fame, gold, status and women will come to you one after another. But I'm definitely different. I don't believe I can go to an enemy nation that we've been warring with for hundreds of years to uphold the unspoken law that nations have nothing to do with adventurers. Even if I overcame the difficulties and somehow followed you, even then, I'd just be one of Heinz's companions, right? Don't, censored, with me." After leaving the 5-colored blades, Riley signed a specialist contract with the aforementioned important nobleman, Earl Palpapek. After that, he reached B.class and acquired his title, becoming known as Riley, the Green Wind Spear. It was all due to Earl Palpapek's influence, however. But Riley didn't care. He had always possessed the ability that deserved such recognition, and the only reason he hadn't received that recognition was because he had been in Heinz's shadow. In Riley's heart, this had become the absolute truth. However, not having the same luck that Heinz had been blessed with, he was unable to gather reliable companions. The more capable ones were audacious and didn't listen to him. Those who didn't listen to him were of no use. Left with no other choice, he worked solo or in temporary parties to become more well-known and have others begging him to become his companions. During this time, he joined forces with the high priest who had been involved in the business with the witch, in order to slay the damper who had escaped at that time and his subordinate ghouls, which ended in wasted effort. But this was a trivial matter. However, misfortune befell Riley once more after that. Frustrated at the fact that he couldn't gather companions, Riley came up with the idea of purchasing slaves and raising them as adventurers. He had heard the stories of the legendary champion Bellwood, who had rehabilitated criminal slaves at the time, turning them into reliable companions who constantly protected him on the battlefield. Riley used the money he had saved up until that point to purchase slaves to use in battle and began training them as adventurers. Unlike the adventurers he had encountered so far, the slaves were obedient and quite useful. However, their superficial skills were nowhere near enough to keep up with those of Riley, a B.class adventurer. Even after acquiring the slave user job and acquiring the strengthened slave skill, the improvements were moderate at best. And in the Merg Shield Nation, a nation of the Amid Empire, slaves possessed rights as humans. If Riley used the slaves in reckless ways, he would be accused of abusing them, and slaves of races created by Vita who had no human rights were few and far between in the western regions of the continent. And then Riley had arrived at the idea of using criminal slaves. This had caused him to be ostracized by Earl Palpapek, his employer, but Riley himself never noticed this. Rather than believing that the Earl had shuffled him away as a card, he believed that it was he who had shuffled the Earl away. "Earl Palpapek is an idiot, isn't he?" exclaimed Riley. "Holing up in his mansion like a turtle when he could return to being the marshal if he put more achievements to his name in this expedition. I don't really care that he's being a coward, but I don't want him to take away my opportunities to increase my fame as well. But thanks to that, Marshal Legs Ton introduced us to General Movid, didn't he?" said Misera, the female mage with an overly sensual appearance. "You are capable of more than ending up as the employee of a vassal nation's earl, Riley. Sama." Misera had become a master of the Mages Guild at a young age, but in order to preserve her youth and beautiful appearance, she practiced the evil sorceries detailed in the Forbidden Archives. At least 10 children were confirmed to have been kidnapped from the village and murdered by her. She had been a bizarre serial killer who had covered her entire body in the fresh blood of her victims. You're completely right," said Jenny, the small scout who was a former class adventurer. "The entire nation is expecting Aniki to become the successor to the tragic hero, and if things go well, he'll be able to get his hands on the magic spear artifact, won't he? With that, surpassing A. class to become S. class won't be a mere dream." Jenny had been an excellent adventurer who worked solo, but the hidden side of him was that he was a fiend who did evil acts such as setting traps for other adventurers and rob them of their achievements, their fortunes, and their lives, and tricking new adventurers to sell them to underground slave traders. Flark, the shield-bearer, remained silent. He looked to be more decent than the other two at first glance, however, that didn't change the fact that he was a criminal slave. He was the leader of a mercenary band who would earn their living as bandits during times of peace. He had personally killed more people than the other two members of his current party. In spite of the requests that Riley successfully completed, he had gained a bad reputation by forming a party made entirely of criminal slaves. He came to the incorrect conclusion that this was why he wasn't being promoted to A. class. Just as he decided to gather more achievements to his name in the upcoming expedition to turn things in his favor, Earl Palpapek, who had signed a specialist contract with Riley, told Riley that he wouldn't participate the expedition and would offer Riley no assistance if he wanted to participate in the expedition on his own. As Riley searched for ways to continue gathering achievements to his name, he overheard that Earl Legs Ton, the current marshal, was searching for skilled adventurers to join the expedition. When Riley accepted, things proceeded so smoothly that everything seemed like some kind of joke. He was promoted to A. class, his specialist contract with Earl Palpapek was nullified so that he didn't have to pay an enormous fine for breaching his contract, and his interview with Marshal Legs Ton was a success. And then he had been hired by General Movid, the commander of the expedition. And the beings behind that general were. "But are you fine with this?" asked Riley. "I'm the second coming of Mikhail, the divine spear of ice. I'm Riley, the green wind spear. Won't your bosses be mad at you for doing business with me?" The vampires gave wry smiles in response to his question. "We don't mind. We are companions with common goals in this expedition. Isn't that right?" Taking advantage of Riley's ambitions, the vampires working for the pure-breed vampire Ternetia had made him an offer. They had asked him, "Don't you want to become a hero?" And then Riley had accepted that offer. "Yeah, there's no doubt that I do," he had replied. Riley wanted gold, but achievements came first. That was why, as advance payment, he had been given the honor to be the first to clear the tunnel in the Boundary Mountain Range. And then during this expedition, he would gain the achievements of having exterminated the fiendish Damper and the two noble-born vampires who were traitors to the vampire community. If things fared well, Riley would sign a specialist contract with the Movid family of earls. By the time he retired he would have a court rank and be able to live a resplendent life in the Amid Empire. He wasn't concerned that his home country would suffer as a result of this expedition. The vampires had gained the convenience of having an influential ally involved in the expedition, someone to act as bait for their damper target, and, of course, someone who could be used in battle. Or perhaps you wish for immortality, one of the vampires had asked Riley. Miss Sarah had an expression of desire on her face, but Riley had shaken his head with a wry smile. I'll pass. I quite like the honor of living an earthly life, he had replied. Who'd want to become a vampire? I'd rather not live hundreds of years and still be ordered around by someone else. This was how Riley saw the vampires. How unfortunate. Seeing through Riley's intentions, the vampires had quickly withdrawn their offer. Making use of him just on this expedition was sufficient for them, so there was no need to be persistent. Aniki, we're almost at the exit, said Jenny. The tunnel had been sealed off by countless boulders ahead, where Jenny was pointing. But his nose hadn't missed the smell of fresh air coming from the gaps in between the boulders. Miss Sarah examined the other side of the boulders with magic. She felt a small response. There are a few undead, she said. Are they strong? Asked Riley. No. They are rank 2 at best. Then there's no problem. You guys step back, it's time for Zephyr, my magic spear of wind, to shine. Riley raised Zephyr, his prided magic spear. Wind gathered to him from within the tunnel and 100 rending screw thrusts. He unleashed an advanced martial skill with Zephyr, a rapid series of twisting thrusts with their penetrating power enhanced by the wind attribute mana imbued in the spear. Letting out deafening sounds, each thrust of Riley's spear easily broke and blew away a part of the wall of boulders that likely weighed dozens of tons. Flark leapt through the hole that formed as a result, ensuring that the other side was safe. He looked around silently. What, there aren't any undead after all, said Riley. Only ruined fields and forests were to be found on the other side of the boulders, there was no sign of anything that resembled an undead. Oh. How strange. I wonder if they were hit by the boulders you sent flying. Miss Sarah suggested. Fragments of the boulders that Riley had destroyed were scattered around. Though they were fragments, the larger ones were the size of human heads, large enough to defeat rank 2 monsters if they were hit. I suppose so, Riley exhaled. So this is the air of a land unexplored by people. The wind is quite good, how should I describe it in my autobiography? We must ask that you do not write about us in that autobiography, said one of the vampires. As Riley stood there with a smirk on his face, the vampires walked past him. They took magic items resembling compasses from their pockets, poured a red liquid onto them and began measuring something. Master vampires, what might those be? Asked Jenny. It is a device that detects the location of vampires, a vampire replied. With this, we can find out where the traitors are. Even the vampires didn't know the exact location of the damper and the vampire traitors. That was why they were using these devices to find their destination. If Earl Palpapek learned of this, he would laugh at the crudeness of their plan and the fact that they hadn't investigated the damper's location beforehand, and then feel disappointed in himself for not being able to stop this plan. There's no response for Sir Krent's blood, said one of the vampires. Has he been killed? The search radius reaches all the way to the Orbaum Kingdom from here, said another. I suppose we should assume that he's dead. What about Eleonora? Wait, I'm taking measurements now. They poured Eleonora's blood that they had stored onto the magic items and looked at the response. There she is. Northeast of here. The area near where Talashim should be, according to the records. What? Then does this mean that the damper and his ghouls are in those ruins? Heh. That's convenient. Upon hearing the vampire's conversation, Riley's lips twisted in a good-humored smile. The failure of the Merg shield. Nation Mikhail, the hero of 200 years ago, will be made up for by me, the hero of the modern age, he exclaimed. I'll take back the national treasure artifact while I'm at it, too. Everything's going just as I wanted. The goddess of destiny smiles on me. Having taken oil from the seeds of the defeat flower, whose trees had become immortal ants, Vandeleur was trying his hand at making his own mayonnaise. Giga eggs, fruit vinegar and oil. He had gathered all of the ingredients. What he hadn't possessed was the equipment to make it, but Vandeleur had made those as well. An iron bowl and a hand mixer, shaped golem, made of iron. Though they were heavy, Vandeleur didn't struggle while handling them due to his superhuman strength skills and high attribute values. And then Vandeleur mixed the ingredients on and on. He used Demon Flame, the blue-white flame spell that absorbed heat, to cool the ingredients down and continued mixing. Vandeleur, are you alright? Asked Darcia. Yes, of course. Vandeleur didn't know why Darcia was worrying about him, but his silent, expressionless face looked quite unhealthy in the light of the blue flame. It was only natural that Darcia was worried. Hey, that's a flavoring as well, isn't it? Then can't you have it made by golems like defeat flower oil, nori and kombu? Asked Darcia. Vandeleur had indeed already automated the manufacturing process for defeat flower oil using golems and magic items. I do intend to do that in the future, he said in response to Darcia's question. When making mayonnaise, you don't add the oil all at once. You have to add it slowly like I'm doing now. So even if I make golems do it, mayonnaise won't be produced. The golems created by Vandeleur had more applications than golems created through regular alchemy, but they were not all purpose. The golems wouldn't know the rate at which the oil needed to be added if Vandeleur didn't specify it. Hand mixers, spinning fans and massage golems were simple, however. He just needed to limit their moving parts and instruct them on how fast or slow, how strong or weak their movements should be. However, when it came to making food, Vandeleur needed to give them specific instructions. I wish I'd tried making handmade mayonnaise on Earth or in my previous life, said Vandeleur. He had experienced cooking for himself on Earth, but he certainly hadn't tried making handmade mayonnaise. Well, once I figure out the trick I am going to automate it with golems, so it's just this one time. Vandeleur intended to have a food sampling meeting and hear everyone's opinions before then, but considering the reactions to miso, fish sauce, kombu and katsuobushi, he could only imagine that the mayonnaise would be welcomed by everyone. The ghouls and undead titans had a particularly strong liking for foods with thick flavors. The same was true for the black goblins, Anubises and Orcuses. He had the feeling that it might cause blood pressure problems, but their physiology was different to the humans of Earth, so it was probably fine. So everyone would probably take a liking to mayonnaise, but there was the risk of producing more junkies. No, it would definitely produce junkies. Even so, Vandeleur wanted to eat food with mayonnaise. And the Wani.san at the trading post told me that she wanted me to make a new product, so I suppose it's fine, isn't it? Really? If you're tired, make sure you rest, okay? Darcia told Vandeleur. Okay. And then only the whirring sound of the hand mixer golem could be heard. Vandeleur. Did you need anything? Asked Eleonora as she appeared. Vandeleur had called her here to test the mayonnaise once it was completed. Are you, perhaps researching the cause of a disease? No, I'm making a new flavoring, replied Vandeleur. This scene may certainly not appear to be cooking to a person from this world, but wasn't the misunderstanding a little too terrible? Though he was indeed doing research on diseases as well. Many of this world's inhabitants had no concrete knowledge when it came to pathogens. In fact, the great majority of them were unaware of the existence of tiny organisms that couldn't be seen with the naked eye. The exceptions were very knowledgeable people, those who brewed alcoholic drinks and bread merchants. This was likely why Eleonora had misunderstood, but I'm sorry, I'd thought that I had been summoned so that you can experiment as to whether it would work on vampires. It seemed that she had come with the intention of being an experimental subject. No, I wanted you to try this mayonnaise, Vandeleur told her. I see, said Eleonora. But to mistake that for research on the cause of a disease. I am willing to accept any punishment. So you should. Then as a punishment, please taste this. A year had already passed since Eleonora's addition to Vandelu's allies. For some reason, she had never changed. She was always begging him to punish her for something. Vandelu had found it tiring to keep up with her at first, but now he was completely used to it. He had decided to treat her well while calling his treatment punishment, but Vandelu-sama, this is not punishment. You should order me to offer you my blood, or spend the day as a replacement for your furniture, said Eleonora. This was how things were. The idea of telling her to let her use her lap as a pillow as a punishment next time suddenly occurred to Vandelu. Eleonora.san. I think it's a little too early for Vandelu to be involved in those kinds of things, said Darcia. No, I didn't mean it in that way. Eleonora panicked and shook her head, so it didn't seem like she was simply an individual with tastes for such things. Leaving that aside, the mayonnaise was almost finished. Unlike the vinegar, the giga eggs and the defeat flour oil taken from immortal Ents hadn't existed on Earth and in origin. Perhaps because the ratio of ingredients was different because the ingredients themselves were also different, Vandelu's attempts to make mayonnaise so far had room for improvement. But this time, it was possible that he had the perfected product. He decided to first scoop some up with his finger to taste it, and then try applying it to a salad of wild vegetables. Now then, time to taste. Vandelu suddenly stopped mid-sentence. Vandelu. Darcia called out to him in concern. Mom, it seems that the vampire's pawns in the Merg Shield. Nation are approaching, he said. Ah, is that so? Darcia looked concerned. Was there a response from your surveillance undead? Asked Eleonora, looking surprised. But to think that they would immediately know where we are. Vandelu set aside his experimental mayonnaise. Now then, let's gather everyone and have a discussion, he said. I'll explain the information that the surveillance undead gathered. Please listen while tasting the mayonnaise. They might arrive as early as autumn or winter. Next year's spring at latest. But they were insects being drawn to a light. Name. Riley race. Human age. 25 titles. Green Wind Spear, the second coming of the tragic hero job. Slave user level. 47 job history. Apprentice warrior, spearman, magic spear user passive skills. Strengthened attribute values when equipped with a spear, medium, enhanced attribute values. Agility. Level 5 strengthened attribute values when equipped with non-metal armor, medium, intuition. Level 3 detect presence. Level 2 strengthened slaves. Level 2 active skills. Spear technique. Level 8 armor technique. Level 5 throwing. Level 5 dismantling. Level 2 silent steps. Level 2 surpass limits. Magic spear. Level 4 training. Level 1 overpower. Level 1. Chapter 56, I'm crowned as a result of the mayonnaise meeting. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Chapter 56. I'm crowned as a result of the mayonnaise meeting. Other than those who were absent as they were clearing dungeons, Vandelu had gathered his main companions in the hall of the royal castle. They had to discuss what to do now that the invasion of the Merg Shield. Nation and vampires had been confirmed. They also had to test the mayonnaise trial product. Delicious. It's ridiculously delicious. Borkus exclaimed. I think it needs a little more impact. How about adding some wasabi to it? Vigoro suggested. I see, said Zadiris. I think it is quite acceptable as it is. This is. I have never tasted a flavor like this. Vandelu.sama, what did you use to create this? Asked Eleonora. Bone Chimera made a noise and Rapey.age let out a groan. Eh. Wah. There was a scream. Ah. Rapey.age is getting a hold of Teria.san to get the mayonnaise stuck around her mouth. Saria exclaimed. Please stop her instead of just watching. Teria shouted. Aha! We can't hear the words of Teria.san who gets to try out delicious foods that we can't eat, Rita told her. No. You heartless fool. It cannot be helped. Here, I will give you this, so stop. Zadiris offered Rapey.age the mayonnaise on her finger. Rapey.age put her finger in her mouth and began sucking. Boy, this zombie girl is sucking on my finger with all of her strength. The intelligence of the undead really does drop if I don't use the body's original spirit, Vandalyu observed. Adding more spirits turned out to be quite pointless as well. Military matters had been set aside, leaving the mayonnaise tasting to be the current topic. Nobody could win against their appetites. Well, Rapey.age wasn't intelligent enough to have discussions or anything like that. Other than listening to Vandalyu's commands, she was just a normal zombie and couldn't speak a single word. Vandalyu had tried adding more spirits to her like with Bone Man, but it had no effect at all. Maybe Bone Man was a special case, or perhaps a suitable amount of learning and life experience, was needed. Vandalyu decided to assume that it was the latter and wait for her to develop. Zombies and skeletons, like children, could not be raised hastily. Rat Pie, release Zadiris's finger from your mouth, Vandalyu ordered. Rapey.age groaned as she released Zadiris's brown-gray finger from her purple lips, leaving a sticky string between it and her blue tongue. The color of Rapey.age's lips and tongue had changed for some reason after Vandalyu had turned her into a zombie. He had properly stopped her decomposition with preservation, however. Zadiris let out a disgruntled noise. She even went and licked my claws. It is not my fault if she is paralyzed. She is an undead, after all, said Vandalyu. I am aware of that. Her stitches are clearly visible. Teria let out a sigh of relief. I almost had my lips taken by a zombie of the same sex right before Van.Sama's eyes. We must not let down our guards or show any weaknesses, said Eleonora. Both Teria and Eleonora hastily wiped their mouths. Zombies in fictional works on Earth often had poor eyesight but a sharp sense of smell to make up for it, but this wasn't the case for zombies in Lambda. In Rapey.age's case, since her head was that of a human, her senses were almost identical to those of a human other than the dark vision skill she had gained as an undead. Wiping the mayonnaise away from their mouths was enough to stop Rapey.age from noticing it. Taking that into account, the zombies in Earth's fiction could actually be considered to have quite high specs. Now then, about the Merg Shield. Nation's army. Vandalyu began. It's obvious that we're going to slaughter them all, isn't it? Borkus interrupted. More importantly, isn't there any more mayonnaise? It was an experimental product, so there's no more, Vandalyu told him. What? Then let's make some more. Vandalyu, how do you make it? Vigoro demanded. Wait, I am sure it is impossible because there are insufficient ingredients, said Zadiris. Boy, what do you need for it? I'll make it, so just listen to what I have to say, said Vandalyu. It seemed that the Lambda.made mayonnaise was a success. After that, excluding Rapey.age and Nochin, everyone including Vandalyu exchanged information and discussed what to do against the Merg Shield. Nation while making mayonnaise. This would later come to be known as the Mayonnaise Meeting of Talashim. While Vandalyu was creating mayonnaise, the boulders sealing off the tunnel leading to the Merg Shield. Nation were destroyed, and adventurers and vampires emerged from within. Judging from the contents of their conversation, the vampires who worship Hiryashukika, the evil god of joyful life, were utilizing the Empire and Merg Shield. Nation in order to repeat the Talashim invasion of 200 years ago. They had used magic items to determine Eleonora's location and concluded that Vandalyu was in Talashim. However, it seemed that they currently had no plans to conduct reconnaissance in Talashim. Vandalyu and the ghouls had previously escaped from the Devil's Nest forest without fighting, so they were wary that the same thing would happen again. They were also wary of the risk that if casualties were suffered during reconnaissance, Vandeleur would gain information from their spirits. Eleonora looked mortified. I do recall them taking my blood on numerous occasions, but I didn't realize that such magic items existed. Well, don't worry about it, said Vandeleur. It's convenient because they're coming straight here. So now the 4 members of the adventurer party and one of the vampires is guarding the tunnel's exit. The other 2 vampires have returned to their community to let them know. It seems the Mage Shield Nation has been contacted through magic items. As to be expected of a community of vampires with pure breeds who had lived for hundreds of thousands of years standing at the top. It seemed that they possessed all kinds of magic items that Eleonora had no knowledge about. With that said, those magic items were tools to locate traitors, quite fitting of them considering the teachings of the evil god of joyful life and Berkine's personality. Did they find Valen's father's location with this item as well? Well, leaving that aside. So when do you think they will arrive? Asked Zediris. It seems they haven't come to a concrete decision yet. Judging from the adventurers' conversation, adventurers and knights would come through the tunnel to confirm its safety and protect the exit. The adventurers would then return. At the same time, a war council led by the Amid Empire would take place to discuss the tunnel's discovery and the upcoming invasion. In that war council, things like budgets, the number of soldiers and knights that needed to be mobilized and where they were to be mobilized from would be decided. There were plans to dispatch priests of the Church of Alda to scatter holy water around the tunnel, under the pretense of removing ancient, evil spirits. In reality, this was likely a measure against Vandeleur, who was assumed to be a spiritualist. And then the Amid Empire and Mage Shield Nation would jointly make a grand announcement of the expedition. There would be extravagant ceremonies and festivals to increase the citizens' morale. And then a party would be held in the Amid Empire in anticipation of General Movid's victory in this expedition. The Order of Prodigal Knights would depart the Empire and join up with the vampires who would disguise themselves as mercenaries. At the same time, the soldiers and knights would be gathered from all over the Mage Shield Nation, more ceremonies would be performed, and considering the above processes, I think that they'll be here around winter no matter how much they rush things, said Vandeleur. Would it kill humans to hurry it up? They don't even live for 100 years, so how come they're so patient? Vigoro wondered. Indeed, they should come as soon as possible, Zediris said in agreement. For ghouls like Vigoro and Zediris, the ceremonies and parties happening indiscriminately would likely seem pointless. Though Vandeleur might have seen the point in having parties, the ceremonies did indeed seem like a waste of time. Well, without them, the morale of the knights and soldiers might decrease. Humans like those kinds of ceremonies, said Teria. It's easier to think of them as creatures with those in their nature and way of life, Eleonora added. Both of them were former humans, after all. A long time ago, your father told me that great people must show how great they are, said Darcia. Well, that was how it was. Vandeleur was aiming to become a nobleman, even if he couldn't have any successors, so having to do those kinds of things would be a problem. Then I'm sure they'll come in spring, said Borkus. It doesn't snow around here, even in winter, but it'll get cold. Just as he said, winter was harsh in Talashim, a city surrounded by mountains. Despite there being no snow, it was ridiculously cold. The snow would stop on the mountains to both the east and west, but the cold would come straight over the mountains and blow down on the city. It would be harsh on an army to march in those conditions. At a normal walking pace, it would take 5 days to reach Talashim from that tunnel. After coming out of the tunnel, though there would be no snow, the roads weren't maintained, and even with the records of Talashim's direction from 200 years ago, it would almost certainly be impossible to proceed while avoiding the devil's nests that had spread across everywhere. Considering the terrain that the army needed to march across, if they did it during winter, they would be greatly weakened before even reaching Talashim. Well, I'm sure those guys won't be very familiar with the climate in this area, Borkus added. But I think they'll be cautious because they're unfamiliar with it, said Vandeleur. I'm sure vampires don't care about the cold of winter, but they're planning to make use of a human army this time. It's unlikely they'll force a movement during the winter. Indeed, if they were going to push in during the winter, the vampires would have attacked alone without joining forces with the humans, Eleonora added. Everyone present was discussing things with serious expressions. However, they all had a hand-mixer, golem in one hand and a container of oil in the other. They were adding oil to a bowl and mixing the contents to create mayonnaise. It was a very surreal sight. L.RG, so they'll come in spring after all, Vandalyo concluded. Ah, Borkus, you're adding the oil too fast. They surely wouldn't drag things on all the way up until summer, so their arrival would likely be spring. This is quite troublesome, Borkus remarked. Making delicious things is a troublesome process, said Zadiris. The boy is always doing these things. We're making them when we can't even eat them yet, so please don't complain, said Saria. So what are we going to do about the adventurers and vampires guarding the tunnel? Should we dispose of them first, asked Vigoro. Though that is an attractive option, we'll leave them be, replied Vandalyo. There were numerous reasons to leave them alone. First, there were nothing to be gained by doing so. Even if a few adventurers and vampires were killed or captured, they would gain no information and there would be no point. The enemy was expending its resources to gather an expedition army. Vandalyo couldn't imagine that Riley or the vampires would know anything about it at this stage. The same went for the vampires' fighting forces. It was also impossible to imagine that those who would be stationed as lookouts would be in important positions. It would be quite troublesome to travel to the tunnel entrance where Riley and the others were in the first place. There were no roads or anything of the sort, and they would have to traverse multiple devil's nests to get there as well. Borkus and the others had gone there once last year and defeated quite a lot of monsters along the way, but since a year had passed, other monsters would have replaced them and taken their territory. Stealthily approaching the tunnel while fighting those monsters, attacking the people at the tunnel and then coming back would be quite a lot of effort. There was also a high chance of failure. And even if they succeeded, it might only make the enemy warier. When you say that it's an attractive option, did you mean there was someone notable there, asked Darcia. An adventurer called the Green Wind Spear Riley, replied Vandalyo. I've heard his voice before. The voices of Heinz's companions, voices that he couldn't forget. The voices of the ones who had held a memorial for Darcia by spending the money they earned from capturing and selling her over to High Priest Gordon to buy drinks on the day she was burned alive. As Vandalyo explained this, everyone's expressions stiffened and Darcia looked at her son in worry. Vandalyo, for now, she began. Yes, for now, we're going to leave them be. I'm not going to do anything like sneak off by myself to kill them, so don't worry, Mom, said Vandalyo, reassuring her. Vandalyo wanted to avenge her. If he didn't, there was no telling when they would come again to kill him. If possible, he wanted to kill Riley personally, but if it was impossible then it was fine. It seems he's participating in the expedition, so if we meet him on the battlefield, please leave him to me, Vandalyo requested. But he's an A-class adventurer, so be careful. Ho, an A. Class, eh. Borkus seemed excited. I want to see how well my strength holds up against an adventurer, said Vigoro. This incites the fighting spirit, Bone Man added. Yes, Zadiris agreed. There is no reason to hold back against adventurers in these circumstances. Everyone was fired up for battle. Their opponent was clearly an enemy, and he had even joined forces with the vampires. He was Vandalyo's nemesis. There was no reason to show mercy or sympathy. He's apparently named himself the second coming of Mikhail, said Vandalyo. Seriously. An A-class spear. User, this is getting more and more interesting. Borkus seemed to have a particularly strong desire to kill Riley. And since Riley would be an outstanding, prominent part of the expedition army's fighting force, the morale of the troops would decrease if he were to be defeated. Vandalyo definitely wanted to come back to Talashim holding Riley's head. Borkus.san, everyone, thank you for doing so much for me and Vandalu, said Darcia. But please don't do anything reckless, okay? Of course, said Zadiris. By the way, boy, is it going to be finished soon? She asked Vandalu. I think mine will be done soon, too, said Teria. The mayonnaise was complete, and everyone poured it over wild vegetables and mixed it with wasabi, garlic and ginger to smear onto meat, trying various different applications of mayonnaise. Vandalu got the impression that the mayonnaise made with Giga eggs and DeFeat flour oil had a thicker flavor than the mayonnaise of Earth. I have a feeling it would go well with okonomiyaki and takoyaki. But the acorn powder production is. For Vandalu, the food-related problems were more troublesome than the problem of dealing with the expedition army, for which he had made preparations long ago. Fortunately, the acorns of immortal Ents had less of a harsh taste even without being rinsed in water, so they could be turned into acorn powder straight away. However, because of the number of immortal Ents, the amount of acorn powder that could be produced in a single day was insufficient for Talashim's current population. Well, if things go well, the problem should be resolved around next year's early summer or so. So, as we originally planned, we will annihilate the expedition army, and after that, we will replenish our disposable fighting forces. Following that, we will deal severe damage to the Merg Shield. Nation to cut down their strength before destroying the tunnel. This was Vandalu's announcement of the final plan. Everyone cheered in unison, except for Rapey.Age, whose cheer was a little late because she had been busy licking mayonnaise. Why did the Merg Shield. Nation need to be dealt heavy damage and have its strength cut down in addition to the annihilation of the expedition army? Was it because of the resentment Vandalu harbored towards them? Was it to take revenge for the events of 200 years ago? Vandalu couldn't deny that these reasons were there, but there was an unexpectedly proper, logical reason as well. First, it was fundamentally impossible for the current Talashim to even have peaceful relations with the Merg Shield. Nation and the Amid Empire it belonged to, let alone a mutually beneficial relationship. For the human society in the Amid Empire, Talashim was not a nation. It was simply a pack of dangerous monsters who had settled into the ruins of a city. There was no difference between them and a pack of goblins other than the size of the pack and the threat they posed. Though the Titans were a race created by Vita, they were indeed a civilization of people. Despite that, the Merg Shield. Nation had slaughtered every last one of them without sending any messengers, without making any demands for the Titans to surrender, without taking any prisoners. They would likely accept a request to stand down once they realized that their forces were inferior, but there was a high chance that they would simply come back with an even larger, more powerful expedition army at a later time. They would continue to make all kinds of schemes and attempts without being discouraged by their failures and setbacks. If years or decades passed, there might be hope for negotiations on even terms. However, it was difficult to imagine that the Church of Alda would remain quiet, and considering what Ice Age had said, it was unlikely that words alone would convince the Empire that worshipped Alda. On top of that, there were influential individuals positioned quite deep in the Amid Empire and Merg Shield. Nation, working with the vampires who worshipped Hiryashukika, the evil god of joyful life. Trying to have friendly relations with them would only end in those relations being taken advantage of. Vandalu wanted to strike a blow to the Merg Shield. Nation in addition to annihilating the expedition army because he had learned from historical failures. For the Amid Empire, it was important to maintain its position above its vassal states. Like the invasion of 200 years ago, the important figures in the Amid Empire were using this expedition to cut down the strength as a nation that the Merg Shield. Nation had gathered recently. In other words, there was a high chance that even if this expedition army was repelled, another invasion would happen when the Merg Shield. Nation's strength increased again. Conversely, the Merg Shield. Nation's strength was decreased, they would never consider an expedition to cross the Boundary Mountain Range. This would be true no matter how influential the individuals who were working with the vampires were, no matter how loudly those of the Church of Alda screamed. The Amid Empire's enemy was the neighboring Orbom Kingdom, after all. If they ignored this fact and continued to repeat these expeditions, eventually it would be not only the merged shield. Nation, but the Amid Empire losing strength as well, and then they would lose the war against the Orbom Kingdom. Well, I can't do anything about the vampires, but as long as I destroy the tunnel, they'll be held back for a while. This time, for a few years, maybe a decade. The reason Vandeleur hadn't destroyed the tunnel leading to the merged shield. Nation after discovering it was to deliberately leave a route for the vampires and merged shield. Nation, so that he could sense when they made a move. If the vampires found another route across the mountain range, it would have been difficult to know about it in advance. However, now that the tunnel's purpose had been fulfilled, it was best to destroy it. Even if no more armies came, it would be problematic if adventurers came through individually. There would be nothing more troublesome than A-class adventurer parties to be drawn by the phrase, the unexplored southern reaches of the continent, and loiter around. So, kid. It's going to be war from here on, isn't it? Borkus, who was eating a bowl full of various foods flavored with mayonnaise with a satisfied expression, suddenly opened his mouth to speak. I suppose so, Vandeleur replied. It would be a monster hunt from the enemy's point of view, but from here, it would be a battle to hold the city followed by a reverse invasion. It would certainly be a war. Then we're going to need all kinds of things, said Borkus. I suppose. But Teria and Datera have made plenty of equipment, we have enough meat and fish to last us until spring, we can gather acorns, walnuts and oil from immortal ants and we're all right on honey as well. There are canals running through the city for water, and there are multiple wells as well. Is there something you had in mind? Since there were dungeons near Talashim, the city's defenses were powerful. This was true 200 years ago, but its defenses had become even more powerful now that the Titans had become undead and Vandeleur had come. The stockpiled food could be preserved almost indefinitely, and over half of Talashim's fighting forces were undead and golems anyway. Ghouls had a proper need to eat, but, in the worst-case scenario, they could simply use the enemy soldiers as a source of food, so there wouldn't be any problems. Even if the waterways were poisoned, Vandeleur could immediately use disinfect to remove it. He couldn't think of anything that needed to be gathered immediately. It's obvious, isn't it, said Borkus. You need a general to fight a war. This again. It seemed that Borkus hadn't given up on putting Vandeleur on Talashim's throne. Considering that the nation was bankrupt right now, Vandeleur didn't think there would be any meaning to him becoming Talashim's king. Sama, I think you should accept it at this point in time, said Teria. That's right, Bakken, the stone statue of you in the plaza is finished too. Saria exclaimed. There are a lot of things I want to say regarding that, but, Vandeleur's words became inarticulate as he remembered the statue of himself that had been erected in the plaza in front of the royal castle. That stone statue had been well made. Vandeleur did realize that the stonemasons had taken pride in their work to create it. However, the stone statue's face was full of expression, so it somehow didn't resemble Vandeleur. But Vandeleur-sama, the humans of the Orbom Kingdom cannot come here, can they? Then isn't there no need to worry? As Eleonora pointed out, the tunnel at the Orbom Kingdom's side of the mountain range had been destroyed in a manner that made it impossible to repair with normal methods. Vandeleur didn't know how advanced engineering technology was in this world, but wouldn't it be difficult even if 100 first-rate Earth-attribute mages worked together? Even Vandeleur, who possessed the golem transmutation skill and a mana pool of over 200 million, would need several days to repair the tunnel. In fact, it would be faster to dig another tunnel in a completely different location, but, there was a story of a nation that had tried to dig such a tunnel several thousand years ago, only for monsters living beneath the Earth's surface to emerge and trample over the surrounding lands, leading to the nation's destruction. The morale of the story was, don't touch the mountain range. Well, that's true, but, Vandeleur was still hesitant. Also, from the enemy's point of view, you are already something like the king of this place. Tell me this, boy. When war begins, who will be giving commands? Zediris asked. Borkus, Vigoro, Zadiris. Those are commanders on the battlefield, said Zadiris, interrupting Vandalyu's reply. Who will be in command of the entire army? Is it me? Of course, said Rita. Everything has been done according to your commands, haven't they, Bakken? As she said, the preparations and strategies for war against the expedition force and vampires that would come in next year's spring had all been made by Vandalyu. Of course, he had listened to everyone's opinions and made adjustments, added new parts to his plans and removed poorly planned parts when they pointed out his mistakes. However, the one who had suggested all of the strategies overall was Vandalyu. And where in Talashim would you find someone who would answer with anything but your name if they were asked who the leader was? I would answer that it's you, Vandalyu, said Vigoro. Ju. Your existence is essential to Talashim, my lord, Bone Man added. Even the distribution of items at the trading post would halt if you were to disappear. Vandalyu was already. No, for a long time, Vandalyu had been a leader to Talashim's inhabitants. For the ghouls and the new monster races he had created, he was the Ghoul King. For the undead titans, he was the Holy Sun. And for the others like Rita, Eleonora and the cemetery bees, he was their master. And as Bone Man had pointed out, Talashim's everyday life would vanish without Vandalyu. The golems in his factories would continue to move until they ran out of mana, and the smoking facilities would continue to produce katsuobushi. The mayonnaise they had made just now would take some effort, but it could be made. However, miso and fish sauce couldn't be made without him, and kombu would take years to make. And though the golems might move for several decades more, they would not continue moving forever. Vandalyu had never nominated himself for it or made a conscious announcement of it, in fact, he had denied it. But he came to the realization that before he knew it, he had become Talashim's representative. I'm not satisfied, but... Well, I'd thought that I would gain the title of prophesized Holy Son, but I never did, so I guess it's alright. And I suppose it's about time I became a leader. Vandalyu planned to be an adventurer to gain fame in the future, so he had been conscious about his status being revealed for when he registered at a guild, but... He finally came to a sudden realization. Leaving aside death, attribute magic, death, attribute charm, mental corruption and strengthened followers, he already had the title of Ghoul King in skills that would be considered abnormal at first glance such as Soul Break and a unique skill, God Slayer. Well, the only person seeing that would be the receptionist at the guild. He couldn't imagine that a guild master would personally oversee the registration of a child. If he dashed out of the guild immediately after registration and began working in other towns, it might not turn out to be such a big deal. Alright. I'll become the king, Vandalyu announced after convincing himself with these arguments. The levels of the cooking, long-distance control and strengthened subordinate skill have increased. Chapter 57, The Eclipse King is Crowned, and a Saint Receives a Divine Message. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Chapter 57. The Eclipse King is Crowned, and a saint receives a divine message. A week after Vandalyu was acknowledged as the king of Talashim, a grand coronation ceremony was held. Isn't it fine for me to just declare that I'll become the king? Asked Vandalyu. I'll even prepare a proper party afterwards. Holy Son, though this kind of ceremony may seem meaningless at first glance, you must change your way of thinking and realize that there is meaning in consciously acknowledging the fact that you are the king, said Mwaza. With that, it was decided that a proper ceremony would be held and various preparations were made. First was the crown and throne, which Vandalyu made hastily out of orichalcum, saying, let's make do these for now. They were the color of black metal fragments of the dragon golem that were used as materials for them, but apparently this amount of orichalcum would be worth enough to buy a castle or two. Teria had desperately wanted to build them, but Vandalyu had her prioritize the manufacturing of arms. These royal orichalcum products would probably be used as materials for shields and armor soon anyway, so he had decided that he would have her build more after the war. After that, the day of the coronation ceremony was announced to everyone and preparations for a feast were made. Vandalyu had the feeling that this took up most of the week. For the king himself to be cooking, should I call myself the cooking star? Vandeleur wondered. Bakken, what would you do if that actually appeared on your status? Saria asked him. Vandeleur's pun was not well received. After that, everyone dressed up, albeit in clothes made of clean furs, making them look like a tribe of savages, and stood in rows in the assembly hall built in front of the royal castle. Hey, hey! Why do I have to be a military officer standing at the front? Borkus complained. I'm a free adventurer. Boy, I am still training myself, so I do not think I am fit to take the position of the royal court mage, Zadiris mumbled. Bakken. I am but a coachman and caretaker of horses. Being appointed to a civil official position is too much for the likes of me. Sam exclaimed. I've hardened my resolve, so why has nobody else hardened theirs? Asked Vandeleur. You all don't know when to give up. Especially you, Sam. Why do you think I made an assembly hall that a carriage can pass through? There was apparently a meaning to the ceremony, so Vandeleur had mercilessly filled the vacant positions of military officer, civil official and royal court mage. Well, they were more like the nobles' seats in the plaza, however. Now then, the coronation ceremony will now begin, Mwaza announced. He was the one conducting the ceremony. It was customary for the leader of the Church of Veda to conduct it, but as the only current member of the church was him, a former warrior. Priest, it was necessary for him to act as a substitute for the church's leader. Mwaza had also shown considerable disapproval at acting as the church's leader, but when Vandeleur had asked him to nominate another suitable candidate, he had accepted his fate once he realized that there was nobody else to nominate. For being able to see this day, we offer our gratitude to the goddess Veda and our ancestor Talos, he said, beginning the ceremony. I am certain that His Majesty the late King, Her Majesty the First Princess Livia and Her Majesty the Second Princess Zandia would also be overjoyed. And then Mwaza would give a small recount of Talashim's history. Vandeleur would make a promise to continue that history and bring further prosperity to Talashim, receive the crown and be bestowed the title of Sun King. And then the coronation ceremony would be over. The festivities would follow that, but... However, from today, we are stepping into a new page of history, Mwaza continued. Holy Sun, please accept the title of the first Eclipse King and make an oath to bear and uphold Talashim's royal authority. The title bestowed upon Vandeleur was not that of Sun King. Considering Talashim's current state, this title would not be suitable. Talashim was currently livelier at night than during the day. Its inhabitants were the ghouls who could see things sufficiently with moonlight alone, as well as the undead and new monster races that could see in the dark just as well as on a sunny afternoon. The only exceptions were the cemetery bees and immortal Ents. That was why Vandeleur's title was Eclipse King. The reason it wasn't King of the Dark Night was because it was bad for his image and because he wanted to have the titans who had evacuated Talashim in the past and their descendants to return one day. Once Vandeleur had become an honorary nobleman and secured his position in society, he wanted to conduct various things like commercial trading. That was why he had decided on Eclipse King, associated with a solar eclipse, something that was neither light nor darkness. I am one with Talashim, Vandeleur declared. Well, in reality, I'll be leaving it and coming back, he thought as he spoke the line that had been announced beforehand and received the orichalcum crown. Vandeleur, the Eclipse King, has been enthroned on this day, said Mwaza. The moment he finished speaking, a deafening cheer echoed from people. You! King! 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 Fists and weapons were thrust into the air above the plaza as the undead and ghouls shouted in joy and praise for Vandeleur. Bone chimeras, pteranodon zombies and cemetery bees flew through the air in place of the doves that might be seen in ceremonies on Earth. Everyone had already been told that this coronation ceremony was being conducted for the purpose of defeating the Murg Shield. Nation's Expedition Army. The army of the Murg Shield. Nation, which had destroyed Talashim once already, was coming back. Knowing that, their desire for battle was seething within them. Even after becoming undead, the Titans held the view that the sins of the father should not be passed on to the son. But, of course, this did not mean that they would accept the harm that the current generation was trying to inflict on them. If this generation insisted on destroying Talashim as well, they would be crushed without mercy. Darshia was in tears. To think that my Vandalyu, who used to be so little. He's still so little, but he's become so great. Vandalyu was glad that she was happy enough to cry tears of joy, but he did think that her comment that he was still small to be unnecessary. This is where Van.Sama's legend as the High King begins, isn't it, said Teria. Teria, that kind of legend isn't going to begin. Now then, today will end with the feast and celebrating with everyone. As for the explanation of the defense policies against the expedition army and what we'll be doing until they arrive, that can come tomorrow. It might appear that Vandalyu was taking it easy, but it was currently the end of summer. The enemy would be coming in spring at earliest. In addition, there were surveillance undead and golems placed in set intervals in the areas that the expedition army would pass through once they came out of the tunnel. Once the army approached, Vandalyu would know right away. Even if a small number of spies were sent separately from the army, he would know about it. The city's walls also essentially acted as surveillance golems, and even if they made it past the walls, the city was filled with golems. Cemetery bees were flying about in the air, making Vandalyu's surveillance network even greater. Aha, everything's perfect. You have acquired the title of Eclipse King. I suppose I had no choice but to gain this title. Vandalyu had thought it might be possible that he wouldn't receive an additional title, as prophesized Holy Son had never become a title, but it seemed that this wasn't the case. Well, I already have Ghoul King as a title. I've just received 2 king-like titles, so I guess it's fine. As he thought this and looked at everyone, something suddenly occurred to him. Ah, there is a thing, or maybe it should be called a component, that we all have in common. I don't know if I can make use of it, but it's worth testing. But this wasn't the time or place to test it, so Vandalyu spent the day with everyone, enjoying the feast of foods such as boat.wrap sashimi *, needle wolf miso hotpots, dinosaur steaks, and fruit agar made with cobalt fruits and honey. Bormac Gordon was wearing his priest's garb without his armor, listening to the opinions of the priest.warriors that he led. His appearance was that of a good-natured old man. Not only Vandalyu, but anyone who had seen him fighting, would doubt their eyes at seeing him like this. So, you all think that we should not participate in the Merg Shield.Nation's expedition, is that right? Gordon asked his subordinates. Yes, High Priest.Sama. No matter how many times I think about it, I believe we should use our power for other things, said a young boy, barely old enough to be a priest warrior. He seemed nervous, but he voiced his views clearly. We priest.warriors are not soldiers or adventurers. We should not be commanded by the nation's circumstances. We do not hesitate to fight against monsters. But is there any meaning in serving on the expedition? Priest.warriors had originated as priests of churches in remote areas, armed for the purpose of hunting dangerous wild beasts, long before the Demon King created monsters in this world. In the present era, they were clergymen who wielded military power to protect the church and its believers, and to spread their teachings to people living in distant regions. For such priest.warriors, the expedition into the Boundary Mountain range that was to occur in next year's spring was not something that excited them. They were learned men. It was clear to them that there were political motives behind the expedition, just as there had been for the expedition to Talashim 200 years ago. And there were no people that needed protecting beyond the Boundary Mountain range. These 2 facts made them refuse to participate in the expedition. We believers of Alda, the god of law and fate, are taught to fight against monsters, said another priest.warrior. For priest.warriors in particular, it is our duty to do so. We understand that there is meaning in fighting alongside the expedition army in the Boundary Mountain range, where monsters are rampant and the remnants of Veda's races hide. But should we not prioritize the protection of the people who are directly exposed to the threat of monsters? The priest-warriors held the opinion that defending remote villages that were threatened by monsters and hunting down vampires hiding in society, as well as those who had fallen to their temptations and were working with them, should take priority over fighting in dangerous, unexplored lands with the army. It could also be considered a conservative opinion to want to choose their sense of duty and strictly adhering to their doctrine. "Indeed, what you are saying is reasonable," said Gordon. However, Gordon was also an individual who would choose conservative ideals over fame among the common people and financial gains. If he wasn't, he would not have refused the recommendations that he become the cardinal, nor would he continue fighting on the front lines of battle as a warrior-priest even at this age. "It is not that we are objecting to exterminating that damper as you wished, High Priest. No, it matters not. That matter is nothing more than my own personal interest. There is no need to take that into consideration." In the long life that he had lived up until now, Gordon had never let a target escape him. No matter how cunningly vampires and lamias had hidden from him, he had found them and exterminated them. He had returned numerous dampiers as well as their parents to the dust. With only one exception. That exception was a damper. His name was Vandalyu, and though his witch mother had been turned into ash and purified, he had survived as a 6-month-old child and then gained the spiritualist job and become the leader of hundreds of ghouls at less than 3 years old. A truly exceptional case among exceptional cases. Vandalyu had used some unknown method to lead his ghouls across the Boundary Mountain range and escape. Gordon regretted that he had been unable to prevent that. The fact that he used some unknown method to cross the mountain range means that it is possible that he will use that method to cross the mountain range again to attack us. The southern regions of the Bon Gaia continent, on the other side of the Boundary Mountain range. That place was haunted by the races created by Vita, and the surviving pure-breed vampires who possessed immense power were said to dwell there as well. Several hundred ghouls might pose a threat to a single town, but if that damper was left alone, a whole nation. No, the entire continent's existence could hang in the balance. That was how Gordon felt. If that damper gains even more subordinates, he could organize a monster army that can freely cross the Boundary Mountain range that we cannot traverse, and the regions both east and west of the mountain range may be destroyed. That was why when Gordon had been asked whether he would participate in an expedition into the Boundary Mountain range now that the tunnel had been discovered, his heart had pounded with excitement in a way quite unfitting for his age. He had no doubt that this was an opportunity granted to him by Alda himself. However, the expedition's objectives were to recover the national treasure that was lost in the expedition of 200 years ago, and to purify Talashim. It was only natural, it was only Gordon who personally regarded Vandalyu as dangerous. Detailed information wouldn't have been passed on to the upper echelons of the Merg Shield Nation and Amid Empire with the exception of Palpapek, who was the marshal back then. When Gordon thought about it calmly, even if the Boundary Mountain range was traversed, the southern regions of the continent were vast. There was little hope of finding Vandalyu in such a place. The only way he would be found was if he was already ready and waiting for the expedition army. That damper is cunning and wary. He will run without hesitation if he believes he cannot win. Conversely, if we do encounter him, it will be only when he believes he will win. As far as Gordon could imagine, Vandalyu would not appear even if Gordon were to join the expedition army. Only 2 years had passed since then. It was impossible for Vandalyu to have gathered enough fighting strength to emerge victorious against thousands of elite soldiers. If he were to barricade himself in a fortified city, in Talashim, there might be a chance, but large holes had been made in that city's walls in the war of 200 years ago. They had likely collapsed by now. That was why it was pointless to participate in the expedition. All right, I understand how you feel very well. I will go and reject the proposal of joining the expedition, Gordon decided. But that night, as he offered his prayers to Alda before he slept, he received a divine message like the ones he had received on several previous occasions. The Demon King's shadow stirs once more. It must be found and destroyed. This is. Oh, my Lord Alda. You are telling me to cross the boundary mountain range and slay that damper, aren't you? Gordon interpreted that it was Alda's plan rather than coincidence that he had received a divine message on the night he had decided to decline participating in the expedition. And in his mind, he linked the Demon King's shadow to Vandeleur. This deduction was hastily made with a gaping hole in its logic in the fact that not even the first letter of Vandeleur's name was mentioned in the divine message. But nobody, not even Alda who was the one who had sent the divine message, would have imagined that this deduction was correct. Vandeleur succeeded in creating a virus to use in the war. It's transmissible through air, across mucous membranes and through blood, and it takes effect within 5 seconds. Its symptoms are only violent nausea, headaches, dizziness, fevers, stomach pain and joint pain, so it takes several days to kill the target, and it will kill less than 10% of those it infects. But I suppose this will do, Vandeleur concluded. Vandeleur nodded, looking at the double-headed Tyrannosaurus that was lying on the ground with its tongue hanging out, creating a stain made of saliva, gastric juice and nasal mucus. Bakken, I think that's plenty for an incurable disease, said Rita. If this disease spread to the Merg Shield nation and the Amid Empire, the nations would stop functioning, said Saria. You're right, Vandeleur agreed. But they have life-attribute mages and great priests of Alda, so it should be fine. Treating diseases with magic is considerably difficult and different spells are needed to cure different illnesses, so I believe it may not go so well, said Sam. There are people who have the disease-resistance skill and the disease and poison-resistance skill that offers resistance against both diseases and poison, but they're quite rare, Kachia added. According to Sam and Kachia, neither the Amid Empire nor the Merg Shield nation's plans to deal with an epidemic were very sophisticated. They knew of soaking affected parts in alcohol or hot water, but there were no antibiotics in this world. Potions, healing spells and resistance skills existed in their place, but as dealing with diseases went, they were imperfect. Though there were potions to treat diseases, they were expensive and didn't work against all kinds of diseases. It was more commonplace to drink antidote potions to neutralize toxins that had accumulated in the body to lessen the symptoms. The development of healing spells was slow and they were not very advanced. Even if a cold was cured by increasing vitality, using the same spell on a cancer patient would cause cancer cells to metastasize all over the body and cause the patient to die almost immediately. Treating diseases with spells would be impossible without advancements in anatomy and physiology, knowledge of how the body works and how pathogens affect their hosts, and technological innovations. As for resistance skills, few adventurers and knights possessed skills that granted resistance to disease. Most monsters possessed resistance to poison rather than disease, and assassins and mercenaries used poison rather than disease anyway. That was why poison resistance was fairly common, but disease resistance was rare. Those with such weak constitutions that caused them to fall ill frequently enough to acquire resistance skills wouldn't think to become adventurers. Have I created something unexpectedly dangerous? Vandeleur wondered. But I made it so that its effects will stop after half a day, so I guess it will be fine. Even if the disease did spread, there wouldn't be any casualties since it stopped working in half a day, and with the population density in this world, it wouldn't spread beyond a single village or town. If something unexpected did occur, Vandeleur would simply have to use brute force with his mana, casting a wide area sterilization. It was as Vandeleur was justifying the creation of the disease to himself with these excuses that Rita and Saria had come to have a look. So, Bakken, shouldn't we finish it off now? Asked Rita. Saria nodded. Or are we going to wait for half a day? No, we should finish it now. Please go ahead, said Vandeleur. Okay, said the sisters in unison. Their white buttocks shook side to side as they approached the double-headed Tyrannosaurus, and the glaive and halberd each swung down into one of its two necks. White buttocks indeed. It seemed that Rita and Saria's spirit form skill had increased, allowing them to eat to their heart's content and finally gaining appearances that were no different to those of living people. Like Vandeleur, their skin was as white as if they had smeared thick candle wax over it, making it difficult to call healthy. Looking, but it was not really a problem. Saria, the older one, had a reserved appearance with hair flowing down her back to her waist, while Rita's appearance was that of an energetic, beautiful girl with her hair gathered to either side in twin tails. And both of them had figures matching their suits of armor. Their spirit form bodies had previously resembled stick figures or people wearing whole body tights, making it impossible to distinguish whether they were male or female, but now the chest pieces of their armor were bulging without leaving any spare space, their waists were narrow and their buttocks were round and ripe looking. Because one's armor was high leg and the other's was low rise, about half of their surface area was exposed, too. What a great temptation they are, thought Vandeleur. His body was still that of a child, so he only had a mental sense of these kinds of things, but he was at an age where it wouldn't be strange for him to fall in love for the first time in a few years if he were an ordinary child. He decided that he would make the two of them start wearing capes before then. Incidentally, when those two had first gained these appearances, they were clamoring about it in high spirits. "Please look, Bakken," Rita had exclaimed. "There isn't any spare space, not even a millimeter. They're filled to the point that there isn't any extra room at all. And my waist is so narrow. I'm really glad that I repeatedly told everyone I'm beautiful and sexy every day. Yua. This is really delicious, Bakken," Saria had cried. "Mayonnaise, miso and everything else. The orc sugiyaki *, dinosaur fritters, flying shark in miso, and I cannot get enough of eating sashimi with fish sauce and wasabi." Rita had been proud of her spirit form body, while Saria had been engrossed in eating all of the different kinds of food she had been unable to eat so far, one after another. "I've made them endure a lot and asked a lot of them. Next time I make a living armor, I should make them learn the spirit form skill right away," Vandeleur had thought as the two of them manipulated him that day. Not verbally, but physically. Spirit form is a skill that grants undead and other creatures not only an appearance, but allows them to physically manifest body parts in place of muscles and bones. As a result, Saria and Rita's strength increased rapidly. Incidentally, as to be expected with high leg leotard armor and bikini armor, there was no end to the people asking them whether they were sufficiently protected considering that their suits of armor left them so exposed. No matter how much they resembled humans, spirit form was no more than that, spirit form. Even if their heads were crushed, their chests and stomachs pierced or their exposed thighs were slashed, they didn't have flesh with circulating blood or bones, let alone internal organs. They would feel some pain, but their spirit form bodies were simply extra parts manifested from their main bodies. If it was dangerous, they could simply stop manifesting it and return to being hollow suits of armor. "Bakken, please laugh at my foolishness," Sam said suddenly, looking rather unhappy. "Now I understand why you asked me back then if it was really alright to put my daughters in these suits of armor." Before Sam's eyes were his two daughters, whose bodies were only slightly more covered than if they were wearing nothing but underwear because their armors had wrist guards and leg guards. Their appearances were enough to captivate the eyes of any man. Incidentally, for some reason, there had apparently been no attempts to flirt with them by ghoul males. It was probably because they were Vandeleur's personal guards. "Well, I didn't think it would be this bad either," said Vandeleur. "And there are a lot of ways to solve the problem, like making them wear capes or wrapping them in cloths. But changing the suits of armor would be impossible. They were the main bodies of those two, after all." "Hey, would it be better if I dressed like that as well?" asked Katya. "Katya, please stay dressed as you are." Vandeleur had been asked the same question by Eleonora the other day, so he gave Katya the same answer. If those two dressed like the living armor sisters, their bodies would lack protection. Katya in particular, as she didn't have regenerative abilities like Eleonora. Before that, if he made all of the women dress in revealing clothing, it was possible that he would acquire titles like Erotic King or Lust King in addition to his titles of Ghoul King and Eclipse King. These would be titles that caused his social demise if they appeared on his status with no beneficial effects in return. For now, let's move on. I want to level up before spring comes, too, said Vandeleur. Okay, said Rita. Bakken, I wish to increase my level a little as well, said Sam. Ah, I leveled up. Katya exclaimed. I'm finally a level 100 warrior. I can change jobs. Vandaleur's unarmed fighting technique and bloodsucking skills have leveled up. You have acquired the coordination skill. Name. Saria rank. 6 race. High magic high leg armor level. 35 passive skills. Special 5 senses physical ability enhancement. Level 4, level up. Water element resistance. Level 3, level up. Physical attack resistance. Level 3, level up. Active skills. Housework. Level 2 halberd technique. Level 5, level up. Coordination. Level 3, level up. Archery. Level 3, level up. Spirit form. Level 4, level up. Long distance control. Level 3, new. Armor technique. Level 3, new. Name. Rita rank. 6 race. High magic bikini armor level. 36 passive skills. Special 5 senses physical ability enhancement. Level 4, level up. Fire element resistance. Level 3, level up. Physical attack resistance. Level 3, level up. Active skills. Housework. Level 1 Naginata technique. Level 5, level up. Coordination. Level 3, level up. Archery. Level 2, level up. Throwing. Level 1, new. Spirit form. Level 4, level up. Long distance control. Level 3, new. Armor technique. Level 3, new. Title explanation. Eclipse King. The condition for acquiring this title is to become the King of Talashim while becoming known as the Eclipse King rather than as the Sun King, and being acknowledged as such by over 90% of its inhabitants. Its main effect is that the strengthened follower's skill will affect all citizens ruled by the Eclipse King, even if they are humans, elves or dwarves. In addition, it makes it possible for races without the night vision skill can gain the night vision skill, and those without the dark vision skill to gain the dark vision skill. Finally, it makes it possible for those with a weakness to sunlight or moonlight to gain skills with resistance against them. Name. Bormak Gordon Age. 65 Title. Vampire Hunter Job. Demon, Crushing Holy Warrior Job Level. 97 Job History. Apprentice Priest. Warrior, Priest. Warrior, Priest, Holy Warrior Passive Skills. Enhanced Senses. Level 3 Intuition. Level 5 Holy Enhancement, Alda. Level 10 Mental Fortitude. Level 3 Active Skills. Club Technique. Level 9 Armor Technique. Level 6 Shield Technique. Level 7 Light, Attribute Magic. Level 6 Life, Attribute Magic. Level 5 No Attribute Magic. Level 1 Mana Control. Level 4 Surpass Limits. Level 6 Familiar Spirit Descent. Level 1 Clergyman. Level 5 Commanding. Level 3 Coordination. Level 4 Unique Skills. Divine Message Receipt Status Effects. Fanaticism. Religion Aging, Omen.